shortcut for my select ID tool, okay? Because I'm just going to close this, okay? So don't be confused. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. I'm going to select okay. Don't be confused, okay? So I'm going to select here manage. So I go to manage. This is just an example of the keyboard shortcut. So I go to the manage, and then this is what I'm talking about, select ID. Okay, so in my case, I always use select ID, like what I've said earlier. I use that for class detection or interference checking. As you can see, there's no shortcut for select ID, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a shortcut for select ID. So how to create a shortcut? So just like what I've said earlier, we're going to open the keyboard shortcut, right? Or you can also type KS if you want, okay? So in my case, I'll just go to File, Options, and then let's go to User Interface, and then I go to Keyboard Shortcut. Now here, I'm going to search for the command or for the tool. So I'm going to type select, and then I can now see the select ID, right? So there's the select ID. As you can see, there's no shortcut there. Okay, so this is one tip to those BIM managers. So you can standardize the shortcuts that your company is using. Okay, so that just in case, for example, I'm a VM designer, I transfer to another user's computer, so the shortcut is the same. Okay, so I go to the select ID, and then I can press here the key, right? So I'm going to type here, because I don't think I can still use ID, so I'm going to type ID. Okay, ID, and then I'm going to assign it. So I select assign. Oh, so I can use the ID shortcut. Okay, now I do not want ID. I want something that can be easily pressed. So instead of using ID, I'm going to select that one. Or I can still add another shortcut for my select ID. Okay, so usually the shortcut that I use for that is 1D, so that it can be easily typed, right? I'm just going to type 1 and D, so they are near. Although you can still use ID shortcut, but I prefer 1D. Again, this is a preference, okay? So I want 1D, and then I'm going to assign it. So as you can see, you can assign multiple shortcuts to one command, right? Now I do not like the ID here, so I just select that one, and then I select remove. Okay, and then I select OK. So basically, that's how you create your shortcut. So I'm going to select here OK, and let's try that one out. Select OK. All right, so I'm going to type 1D, and there you go. So there's your select elements by ID. This is very important in my case. Every time I do a clash detection or interference checking, I always get the ID from Navisworks or even in Revit, and then I search it using this tool. Okay, and since I always use that, then I just created a shortcut for that. Okay, so that's the point. Okay, right. Okay, so where are we? So user interface. So this is our tab, and then these are the panels. And then as you can see here, you can also select this one. Okay, there's an arrow just beside the name of the panel. Like for example, here on the mechanical settings, there's an arrow there. The mechanical settings. So when you click that, okay, so it will give you another dialog box. So that's a dialog launcher. So that arrow there, okay, wherein you can set up settings here of your mechanical settings, of your mechanical. Okay, I think not only the mechanical, but if you go to architecture, there are also some. Okay, so not here. So there's no dialog launcher on the architectural. So how about structure? Okay, so the structure, there's a dialog launcher there. So it will open up a dialog box. All right, so it's really slow. Okay, yeah, so that's the dialog launcher. Okay, right. Okay, so I'm just going to cancel this one. Okay, so that's a dialog launcher. Well, anyway, then we also have this type of button here, like for example, for the architecture tab. So this one, so you can expand it, so you can click that, and then you can pin it. Okay, if you do not want that, because this one will auto hide. If you move your pointer away, it will hide, right? But if you're going to click that one, and then if you're going to select the pin here, it will pin your expanded panel, right? So you can do that as well. And another thing, if you want to save some space, you can click this arrow here. Okay, you can click that. It will minimize that one. So you click once, okay, it will minimize to that button. If you click again, it will minimize to tiles here like that. But if you're going to hover your pointer, it will show you the tools, right? Okay, just like that. So again, if I'm going to click this one, okay, you click again, and then it will show. Okay, so again, don't panic just in case you lost your button. Okay, so you just need to click these arrows here. Okay. Okay, so what else? So apart from the ribbon, so we also have this part of the user interface. Okay, so question, does your button here located also in this area? So this area here, by the way, is what I call, or what we call quick access toolbar. Okay, so does your quick access toolbar also located here? Because I think by default, your quick access toolbar is located here at the top. Okay, so the only reason I place my quick access toolbar here below is that I just want it here. Okay, it's just that. Okay, because by default, the quick access toolbar is located here at the top. So I want my quick access toolbar here. So just in case you want to change that, you just need to click that drop down arrow. Okay, so you just need to click that one. And then there's an option here, show above the ribbon or show below the ribbon if your quick access toolbar is located at the top. Okay, so you can click that one. And there you go. So there's now your quick access toolbar. So again, if you want to place your quick access toolbar below, you can click the drop down arrow and then you can select quick show below the ribbon. Okay, so show below the ribbon. Click that one and there you go. Okay. All right, so take note that here on your quick access toolbar, you can add buttons or commands that you always use. Like for example, I always use the pipe command or the pipe tool. So instead of going to the systems tab and then select the pipe every time I need that, so I will just right click the pipe or right click the button that you want to be added to the quick access toolbar and then just select add to quick access toolbar and that's it. Just click. There you go. So it's now added here on our quick access toolbar, so that just in case I'm on the architecture tab and then suddenly I want to change or I want to create a pipe, so I don't need to go to the systems and then select the pipe because it's already here. Or again, you can type the shortcut if you want. All right. Do you have any questions so far regarding our topic? Okay. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? I know it's kind of delay. Do you have any question? Okay, so you don't have any question. That's good. That's good. Are you still awake? Okay, so maybe you need to take coffee if you are sleepy. Anyway, let's move on. So this is our quick access toolbar. So by the way, here on the quick access toolbar, you can select here the commonly used tools that we that we always use in Revit. Okay, so like for example, opening a new project, saving your project, synchronizing, undo, redo, okay, printing, dimensioning, call out, okay, or tagging. So there's the text, 3D view, etc., etc. Don't worry, we're going to use these tools, okay? So don't panic. So I'm just saying that on our quick access toolbar, here you can find the tools or the commands that you most of the time use. Okay, right? So we're going to discuss that one. Nothing else matter. Thanks for that. Okay, now you see here on my quick access toolbar, just below there is a blank area. Okay, so there's a blank area. So this blank area, this is what you call options bar. Okay, why is it options bar when there is no option? Okay, so options bar, this is a command sensitive and object sensitive. Okay, so what happens is it will only populate with options, of course, if you select a command or tool. Like for example, okay, if I'm going back to my systems tab, and let's say for example I'm going to select a duct. Okay, I select the duct, you will notice my options bar here will populate, right? So there's now an options here. So like for example, the level, what level you're going to place your duct, what will going to be the diameter because it's a rounded duct, and what is the middle elevation or the offset. Okay, so that's the only time your quick apps or your options bar will going to be populated. So whenever you select an object, or let's say you select an element. Okay, but if you're going to escape to terminate your command, okay, you can escape a couple of times to terminate the command, or you can also select modify. Okay, just click the modify here, this one, and it will terminate your tool or selected elements. It will deselect, so that you will notice your options bar now here is blank. Okay, so if I'm going to select one here, like for example I'm going to zoom in, I'm going to select this. Let's see if there's an option. So I'm going to select this, and there you go. So after I select an object, again there's an option that appears on our options bar. But if I'm going to click outside after I select an object to deselect, you will notice it will gone. Okay, it will disappear, because like what I've said, options bar, it will only populate if you select an object or if you select a command. Okay, so remember that. So what is this? What is this one? So this one is what you call ribbon, and then you have here the panel, and then you have here the buttons for the command, and then you have here the quick access toolbar. Okay, and then you have here your options bar. Okay, and then you have here your title bar. Okay, all right. So let's move on to another part of the user interface, which is our project browser. Okay, so this is our project browser. Project browser is one of the important window in Revit. Okay, so as you can see here, our project browser, it shows a logical hierarchy for all views, schedules, if you have sheets, groups, and other parts of the current project. Okay, so as you can see, you can expand this. So you see that one, you can hide, you can collapse, you can expand it. Okay, you can actually right click at the blank space here, you right click, and then there's an option here, expand all. So it will expand all. Okay, and then if you right click again, there's collapse all. And you can also search a family here, an element. So right click, you can select search there, you can type what you want. Okay, like for example, HVAC, enter. So as you can see, it will show you here HVAC. So if I'm going to select next again, so there's another one. So there's an HVAC. So it's a search. Okay, so which is very useful. Okay, so again, I'm not going to close this one. Okay, so this is a project browser. It's like the table of contents of a book. So like for example, here on our project browser, if I'm going to expand this all, sorry about that. Okay, here's that. If I'm going to expand this all, so expand all. So you will notice one of the view here is highlighted, which is 3D, which is this one. Okay, so meaning to say, this is the current view that is open right now. Okay, so that's how you will check out what is the current view that is currently open. Okay, so aside from looking at the title bar here, you can see that the name of the view that is currently open is 3D. Aside from that, you can also check out from the project browser. You can see that it's already highlighted here. It's 3D, right? So let's say, for example, so let's open up our lighting plan, our level 1 lighting plan. So to open a view, so all you have to do is to double click the view that you want. For example, this one, just double click and then it will open the view. Or you can actually right click and then you can select open. Okay, or much easier, just double click it. Double click and then it will now open your view, the floor plan. Okay, so check out now your title bar, sorry. Okay, so it's now say level 1 lighting plan, right? So it's correct. It's C here, it tells you that level 1 lighting plan is open. So that's how you will know what is the view that is currently open from the project browser. Of course, you can always look at the title bar here. What is the name of the view that is currently open? Okay, so hopefully that one is clear. So project browser is very important. Okay, so it's very important because it really helps you a lot. Okay, you can actually relocate your project browser. Okay, you can relocate the project browser. So let's say, for example, I want the project browser to be placed here at the right side. Okay, so I'm just going to drag that. Okay, you see that part? Just drag and then you can put it here. That one, oops. Okay, there's something wrong with my monitor here. And there you go. So it's now here. It's now docked here at the project browser. But I do not want to do that. Okay, so I prefer it on the left side. Okay, so that's your project browser. So aside from the views here, like the floor plans, like the 3D views, like the elevation, like the section. If you have legend, you can also see the legend here. But if you don't have, of course, it's a blank there. So there's no legend. But we also have schedule here. So try opening up some views here. Just double click just to see the other views. So how powerful is your project browser? Okay, so you can see here the sheets. And then you can also see here all the families that is loaded inside your project. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of families that is loaded in your project. Now, just in case you accidentally close your, let's say, project browser. Okay, so by the way, I'm just going back to my level 1 lighting plan. Okay, I can click from here, or I can just double click from here. So it's up to you. Okay, so I'm just going to click this. Of course, you can close that one if you want. And if you want to open it, you just need to go back to your project browser. Just double click it. Okay. Now, like what I've said earlier, just in case you accidentally close your project browser. Again, this is a noob's mistake. Okay, beginner's mistake. Sometimes we tend to close things that we do not want to be closed, right? Okay, so if that happens, you accidentally close your project browser. So what you do is just simply right click at the blank space. Don't worry. Okay, so just right click at the blank space and then you will see their browser. Okay, so browser, and there you go, you have the project browser, right? Very simple. There you go. So you now have your project browser. Did you get it? Do you have any question? Do you have any question, class? Do you have any question? Okay, so shout out to Shinra. Maraming salamat sa tutorials, bro. It means thank you very much for the tutorials, brother. And thank you to Mr. Alvin Manuel. Okay, so do you have any questions? All right. Okay, that's good. All right, so let's move on. So, all right, so project browser, that's our project browser. Now, as you can see here on our project browser, so just beside my project browser, I have a properties here. We also have properties, guys. So maybe your properties is located at the right side, so maybe it's just over the project browser, but still it's a property. So what I'm going to do in my case, do not be confused, it just so happened that I already set up my project browser and then properties. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag the properties here, this one, I'm just going to drag, I'm going to hold the left click, and then I'm going to drag it outside, just like that. Okay, okay, so you can see my project browser here is a bit of a mess. All right, so there's the properties, and there you go. Right, so there's my properties. So I just put the properties to the other side, so that you can see my project browser and then my properties. Okay, properties is very important. Okay, so can you see my properties? All right, so let me just check. All right, so I can see my properties. Okay, so the properties here. Okay, if you do not select any object, remember this, guys. If you do not select any objects, the properties will show you the view properties. Okay, so remember that. If you do not select any objects, the properties will show you the view properties. Okay, so the view properties. That means, let's say for example, oh, I want to know what's the scale of this view. What is the scale of my level 1 lighting plan? Okay, so if that's the case, just check out the properties. You can now see here the scale. Oh, so that's 1:100. So let's say for example, oh, I want to change that to 1:50. So I'm going to click that, and then there's a drop down arrow. Click the drop down arrow, and then there's a 1:50. So I'm going to select 1:50, and there you go. So it's now changed to 1:50. So let's say, oh, I don't want 1:50. So I'm going to change that to 1:200, for example. And there you go. So it's now 1:200, right? So that is what happens. So I'm just going to change it back to 1:100. So basically, if you do not select any object, again, so the properties will show you the properties of the view. So right now, what is the discipline of my current view? Okay, so what is the discipline? Again, you check out the properties. You go to the properties, and then you look for the graphics parameter, and under the graphics parameter, you can see there the discipline. Oh, okay, so the discipline of my current view is electrical. So that's obvious because we are on the lighting plan. So you can also check out the project browser here. You can see that, oh, so it's electrical. So the discipline is electrical. The sub-discipline is lighting. Okay, so let me double check that. You see, sub-discipline is lighting. Okay, so that is where you can check out the property. Now, let's say for example, okay, just for fun. So let's say for example, sir, is it possible, even though my floor plan is lighting, can I place that under the mechanical discipline? Okay, you just want to monkey around. Okay, yes, you can do that. So because I do not want to see the lighting plan here under the electrical, so I want that to be under mechanical. Is that possible? Yes, that's possible if you want. So what you can do is just click outside. Okay, so you are on the level 1 lighting plan. So what you can do is just go to the properties and then change the discipline. Just like that. You just click the drop down arrow, and then you just select mechanical, and then just click outside to auto apply it, and see what will happen. See? Have you seen that? So it's now under mechanical, you see? Hey, what if I want that to be under HVAC? I don't want that to be under lighting. Okay, so I do not want my level 1 lighting plan under lighting. I want HVAC. Okay? So to do that, you just change the sub-discipline. So you look for sub-discipline, you click that, you click the drop-down arrow, and then you look for the sub-discipline that you want. Let's say HVAC. You click that. And then just click outside, and there you go. Okay, got it? Have you tried it? Can you try it, guys? Can you try it? Please try. Okay, so you play around, monkey around with the project browser. Okay. Okay, so that's how you do it. So just remember. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it back. Okay, so I'm going to put it back to under the lighting. Oh, okay. Wow, thank you for the super chat. Okay. Thank you, Richard Garcia. So it's the same name as mine. Okay, so thank you for the super chat of $5. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that one. Okay, now going back, I'm gonna change back again my lighting plan. So there's my lighting plan. I'm gonna put it back again to electrical. So it's simple. Just click outside. Make sure you didn't select any object so that the properties will still be view properties. So I'm gonna make it electrical here, and then the sub-discipline here is lighting. Okay. So basically the sub-discipline here and I mean the discipline here, it depends on the setting that you want to show on your project. Like for example, okay, to show it to you explicitly, I'm gonna change my view to 3D. Okay, so I'm going to click the 3D view here. Or of course, you can also double click the 3D view here. Okay, so it's up to you. You can click the 3D view here, or you can double click the view here, the 3D. Or if you already opened that a while ago and you didn't close that, you can just click from here, which is this one, right? So you click that one. There you go. So we are now on the 3D view. So what we are going to do is, right now in this view, like what I have said, if you do not select any object, you will know what is the discipline of your current view. So the discipline of our current view is mechanical. The sub-discipline is HVAC. That's why our 3D view here is under the mechanical discipline and then under the HVAC discipline. Let's say, for example, can I see the architectural model highlighted? Because currently the highlighted elements here is mechanical because our discipline is mechanical. So let's say, for example, I want the architectural model to be seen. I want that to be highlighted as well. So to do that, you just need to change your discipline here. That is how it works. So when you say architectural or the coordination, it will highlight all the models. Okay, so not only the mechanical but also the architectural. Okay, so let's say I'm going to click the architectural here, and then I'll just click outside to auto apply. You will see that it will highlight also the architectural model, right? Okay, by the way, to orbit your model, just like what I'm doing right now, you see I can orbit the model like this. I call this 3D orbit. Okay, this is 3D orbit. To 3D orbit, so what you can do is hold the shift. Okay, hold the shift, and then after that you hold the middle button. It's like in AutoCAD as well. You hold the middle button and then hold the shift, and then while holding the shift and then the middle button, you can move your mouse. Okay, it will orbit your model, and then you can release your middle button and then the shift, and then you can zoom in, right? Okay, so that's how you 3D orbit your model, right? Did you get it? Do you have any questions on that one? Okay, so you can orbit your 3D. Okay, so you just need to, can you please try that? So you hold your shift, and then you hold the middle button, and then you move your cursor, okay? Okay, so are you able to do that, guys? So hopefully you're able to do that. Okay, so one technique that I would like you to know when orbiting your model is it would be better to select first an element so that the pivot of your 3D model will going to be concentrated on that selected object when you orbit it. Okay, so like for example, okay, if you are just going to zoom in your model to one part, like for example here, I'm going to zoom in my model to this part, and then after that I'm going to orbit. So what happens is when you orbit, you will lose the model from your view, right? When you orbit. Okay, so it would be better if you select first the object so that the pivot of your, or the pivot of your 3D model or your 3D orbit will going to be on that selected element. So you will not lose the view of your model when you orbit it. Okay, so like for example, I'm going to zoom in here. So I'm going to click this first. So when I orbit my model, you will notice that your view is only concentrated on that view. So you will not lose the view, right? Okay, so you just need to zoom in first, select the object, and then you orbit. Like for example, here. So I want to concentrate my orbiting in this portion. So I'm going to select this equipment here, this cooling tower. I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to orbit just like that. Okay, you see? Okay, so it's not ideal to just zoom in your model. I'm going to deselect by clicking outside. It's not ideal to just zoom in like that and then you orbit because you will lose the model from your orbiting, right? So it's better you select a pivot. Okay, like for example this one. Click that, and then you can pan your drawing. Then you can orbit, right? Okay, did you get it? Do you have any question? You can just put it on our live chat. If you have any question on our topic. Okay, now so that's how the discipline works. Okay, so the discipline will only show you the discipline that you have selected. It will highlight the discipline that you selected. So if you want to show the structural, if there's any structural elements in this project, so you just need to select structural. If you want to highlight the MEP, the mechanical, electrical, or the plumbing, you just need to select that discipline. Okay, and then you will know. You will also notice here that our 3D now it's now under architectural because that is the current discipline that you have selected. Now, if you want to go back to mechanical, you want to see the mechanical elements only here in this 3D view highlighted, and then the architectural as a background or gray color. So what you can do, of course, is you just change the discipline here. So you click that, click the drop down arrow, and then change that to mechanical. And then just click outside. It will auto apply. There you go. So it's now again under the mechanical. Sub-discipline is HVAC. Did you get it? Okay. If you have any question, you can put it on our live chat. Okay. Whew. So tired. I'm just talking for over an hour, but I feel so tired already. All right. Okay. So going back. Okay. So you cannot create the discipline. So there's a question here from Nothing Else Matter. He said that how to create discipline. You cannot create discipline. So discipline is a hard coded in Revit. So what you can only create is the sub-discipline. Okay, you can add more sub-discipline here, but the discipline you can't create that one. Okay, so it's already hard coded. You can add, and I don't think you can remove as well. Okay, all right. Now a while ago I said that if you do not select any elements or element, the properties will show you view properties. So meaning to say, if you want to see the property of this view, just check the properties here, right? Okay, all right. So for uniformity, I want you to open level 2 HVAC plan. All right, so let's open up this one. Level 2 HVAC plan. Double click. Don't be shy. As you will notice, every time you open the views, it keeps on adding here on our tabs, window tabs here, right? So all the views that we have open, it will just keeps on adding here. Now, just in case you want to close all the views that you do not use, like for example, oh, I do not want to use that again. I will just double click the 3D here again, just in case I want that to be open. So, and let's say, oh, I do not want this lighting schedule. I do not want this lighting plan. So instead of closing it one by one like this, so instead of closing that one by one, what you can do is take note of this. You can go to the view tab. Okay, so let's go to the view tab. And then after that, look for close inactive views. Okay, so close inactive views, it's actually here that as well on my quick access toolbar. Close inactive views. Because again, I always use this one. Okay, so I have a question, guys. Is it already default in your quick access toolbar? The close inactive windows, is it already default on the quick access toolbar, or you need to add it? Because I already forgot. Okay. Right, so I'm going to click this icon here. It's the same as going to the view tab, and then you click that button to close inactive view. Just click that one, and then as you can see, it will now close all the views. Oh, so it's already default. Oh, thank you, sir. Thanks, Sir German. So the close inactive views is already default here on our quick access toolbar. So you just need to click that one if you want to close the other views. All right. Now going back, if you open another view, like for example the 3D here, you double click the 3D. So again, we now have two views here. If you want to see these two views side by side. Okay, if you want to see these two views side by side, the level 2 HVAC plan and then the 3D view, what you can do is you go to the view tab, and then you can select their tile views. Okay, so thank you for that, Sir Alvin. So you go to the tile views, or you can also type WT. So for the tile views, I actually just type WT, so instead of going to that button, but I'm just showing to you guys. Okay, so you can click that. So it arranges all open views within the application window. So you click that, and then it will now show you the view side by side, just like that. Okay, again, you can pan. If you want this view here, our level 2 HVAC plan, to be placed here on the left side, just click this view, just activate this view, and then after that, just tile again, and then it will go to the left side. Okay, again, since I always use the tile views, I added it here already. I think tile views is not default on your quick access toolbar, so in case you want that to be added on your quick access toolbar, you go to the views, you right click the tile views, and then you select add to quick access toolbar, so that it will gonna be added here. All right. And one thing that I would like to show you guys, if you have so many views open, like for example, I'm going to open one elevation view. I open elevation view here, any elevation view, it can be east, north, south, west. Okay, just double click any of the elevation. Okay, and then I'm going to tile it again. So I'm going to select the tile views. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So if you want all of these views to be zoom extents, you know, if you want all of this view to show in our window extend, so what you can do is you can right click in one view, and then there's an option here, zoom to fit. Okay, so what happened, if you select zoom to fit, it will only zoom to fit that current window. Okay, but if you want all of the views to be zoom to fit at once, what you can do is you can click this navigation bar here. There's a navigation bar. You should be able to have, or you should be able to say navigation bar. Just in case you do not have the navigation bar, which is this one, this is a navigation bar. You have that in your every view. So that's a navigation bar. So that's a navigation bar here. So just in case you don't have the navigation bar, let's say you accidentally close that in this view. So again, what you can do is you can go to the view tab, and then you go to the user interface, and then you can see the navigation bar. Or again, if you want, you can create a shortcut for navigation bar. All right, so let's click that. Let's click navigation bar, and it will now show again. All right, so let's go. So let's say, for example, you lost your model like that. You lost your model. By the way, if you want to go to another view, just click, or to another window, just click that window, and then you can now work on that window. So you just click, left click. Okay, so let's say I lost all the views. So if I want all of these views to be zoom extents, so what I can do is from the navigation bar, there is an option here, zoom all to fit. Okay, so zoom all to fit. So let's click zoom all to fit, and voila. Okay, it will now zoom all to fit your views. Okay, in your drawing area. Yes, after this live stream finish, it will automatically upload that to my YouTube channel, so you can watch a replay of this one. Yeah, guys, if you have anything to do in this hour, you can just leave the live stream. That's all right. So I really appreciate you guys coming over to my live stream. So thank you currently to the 22 viewers, and thank you for the 19 likes, and also thanks for the one that gave a super chat. Thank you for the $4.99 there. Appreciate that. Okay, anyway. Right, so going back, so let us zoom in, or let us maximize our floor plan. So how to maximize this floor plan? Okay, so if you want to maximize this floor plan, you're welcome, Stan. You're always welcome. Okay, so if you want to maximize this floor plan here, our level 2 HVAC plan, you want to maximize that, what you can do is, again, it has something to do with view, right? So what you can do is you can go to the view again, and then there's a tool here that is called tab views, or you can type TW. Okay, so TW. Again, I always use this one, that's why I already added that here on my quick access toolbar. See, that's my tab views. All right. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Nothing else matter. See you again. See you when I see you. All right, so you click the tab views. You click first the view that you want to maximize. Let's say, for example, this floor plan here. So you click that, and then you click the tab views, or you can click from here, from the views tab, from the view tab. Okay, it's okay, Brad Marianito. It's okay. We're just exploring the user interface. This is very important. Okay, so let's click the tab views. There you go. Okay, and then again, if your model is too small, you can just simply right click at the blank space, and then you can select zoom to fit. Okay, there are also other options here, but I do not use most of the options here. Okay, I just use the zoom to fit. Just click that, and then it will now zoom to fit. Okay. Thanks be to God. Okay, so they said salamat sa Diyos, so that means thanks be to God, guys, to those non-Filipino speaker. Okay, just give me just a second. I'm just going to drink water. Okay. Okay, sorry for the delay. Okay. Oh, shout out to Deso of channel PH. Thank you for visiting my channel, sir, brother. He said Panalo brother. It says winner brother. Make a shout out to all here, and thank you for supporting this live streaming today. Thank you, Brad Deso channel, for supporting my live stream, and also to Alvin Manuel. Thank you for visiting my channel. Shout out to brother Marianito Cabarte and Sean Sacramento. Okay, so let's move on to our topic. All right. So a while ago, what I have said is, if you do not select any objects on your model here, the properties will show you the view properties. Now, if you're going to select one element, let's say, for example, I'm going to zoom into this area here. So let's zoom in to this area of dock and air terminals. So let's say, for example, I'm going to click one air terminal. Let's say this one. Let's click this one, guys. Okay, so let's click this air terminal. Let's click that one. Okay, so what have you noticed? Okay, so what have you noticed, guys? Do you think this is still view properties on our properties? Okay, so do you think this is a view properties? Okay, if you said yes, you are wrong, because this is not a view properties anymore. Okay, so this is what you call instance properties. Okay, so take note of that. Instance properties. Instance spelling is instance, PA and CE instance. Okay, so this is what you call instance properties. So meaning to say the properties right now is showing the property of the selected element or elements, because you can select multiple elements. Okay, so you can select multiple elements. So if you want to select multiple elements, okay, you can do this. Okay, you can select one and then you hold control. Okay, if you hold control, you will notice your pointer. You see this one, my pointer here. If I hold control, there's a plus sign on that pointer, and then I can click another object, like for example this one. So it will now be added to the selection. So let's say I'm gonna click this one as well. I click this. You see, it's now added to the selection. So you will also notice here from the properties, from the instance properties, it tells me that, hey, that's an air terminal, and then you selected 3 air terminals there, right? Do not click the drop down arrow, it will just confuse you. Okay, you see, it tells you that, oh, I just selected 3 air terminals. Now it says here, multiple families selected. And then these properties that is showing right now here on the instance properties, these are the common properties that you can find in these 3 air terminals that I have selected. Okay, and then these are their properties. Okay, so they have the same level, so they are all placed at level 2. Their offset or elevation from level 2 is 2,450, and then their offset from the host is also 2,450, and they are created in new construction phase, and there's no phase demolish applied to these 3 elements. Okay, so hopefully you get that one. So these are the properties of those selected elements. These are the common properties from these 3 elements. Now, if I'm going to deselect these 3 elements, I'm going to click outside, or I'll just select modify. Okay, I'm just going to select 1 air terminal. Okay, so let's click 1 air terminal. So let's click that one. Okay, so let's click 1 air terminal, guys. And then after that, let's check out again the property. So what is the name of this air terminal? Okay, so this is the category. Take note, guys, this is the category. So the category of that element that I have selected is an air terminal. Okay, 1 air terminal. And then the family type of that is supply diffuser. And then you can see here the size. So it's 600 by 600 250 neck. Okay, so that's the type of this family. Rectangular face, round neck, and then there's the size. And then these are the properties of that air terminal. As you can see here, let's say, oh, I do not want to show the upflow arrow. So let me just zoom in first. Okay, like that. Okay, so I'm just going to uncheck this and then just click outside. So it's now disappear. Okay, so I'm going to click again. So I'm just going to check it. So basically, this is the instance properties of my air terminal here. Okay, so I can see here the total pressure, I can see here the flow, I can see here the mark, I can see here the level, I can see here the elevation from level, the offset. Okay, any changes that I made here in this instance property, it will only apply to this element here. Okay, it will only apply to this element here. So I want you to take notice of this one. If I'm going to click this, it's obviously that this one and then this one here, they are just the same. Okay, they're just the same, right? So if I'm going to click this, check out the type selector here. Check out the type. So if I'm going to select this, nothing changes, right? Because this air terminal is the same as the other air terminal here. Now, if I'm going to select this and then change the property here on the instance property, it will only affect this one. Okay, it will only affect this one. Okay, so I want you guys to do this. Let us select this and then hold control and then let's click the other air terminal. So let's click that. Okay. So after you select these 2 elements here, what we are going to do is let's select this tool here. It's called selection box. This is very useful, guys, because it will create or it will isolate the selected elements in the current view to a 3D view. Okay, it will make a 3D view of that selected elements. So this is a very nice feature. Okay, so select these 2 elements here. Again, if you didn't get it, I'm just going to click one, hold control, and then you click the other element. Okay. If you still don't get it, just rewatch again this video once it's uploaded to my channel. Okay, so let's select the selection box. Click that one. There you go. There you go. This is what I like. See, it's just created the selection box. Okay, right? So it isolates now my 2 air terminal here. Okay, and I also want you to go to your quick access toolbar and then turn on the thin lines, because as you can see, it's really thick, right? It shows me the line weight of my elements here. So in my modeling, every time I model in 3D or even in the floor plan view, I do not want to show these line weights of my elements because it's too thick, right? You see, it's too thick. So sometimes it's covering some part of the 3D model. It's too thick. See, you can see the fine details here. So what I want you to do, guys, is you go to the quick access toolbar and then turn on the thin lines, or you can also type TL. Okay, so you can type TL. Okay, so you click that one and there you go. So it's now fine, right? Okay, you can see the fine lines, the fine details of your model. Okay. Okay, so what we are going to do here is I'm going to click this one. I'm going to click this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the elevation from level. So instead of 2450, let's say for example I'm going to make this 2600, 2600. So that will going to be the height of that air terminal, and then I'm going to just click again here to auto apply. So as you can see, it only applies to that selected element, right? Stop on video. No, it's just continuing here in my side, ma'am. Ma'am Anna, did my video stop on your side? Guys, is my video hanging or did it stop? Can you confirm it, guys, if my video is hanging or stop? Okay, because in my case here, it's just continuing on playing. Okay, so where are we? Oh, so maybe you can just refresh your YouTube, Ma'am Anna, because it's working just fine. Okay, now let's go back. All right, so for this one, I have changed here the elevation. No, don't restart. Just refresh your YouTube. Just refresh it. Don't restart your machine. Just refresh. Okay, so going back. So for this one, we have changed the elevation, right? Again, we have topic for this one because sometimes the air terminal is hosted on our ceiling. We call that hosted family. So this one is non-hosted, so we can move it up and down without having problem with hosted elements, okay, because this one is non-hosted family. All right, so we have changed this one to this height. So as you can see, even if this family is the same as this one, the other one still remains. So if I click this, it's still 2450, right? Because like what I have said, any changes that you made here on your instance properties, it will only affect the selected element or elements, okay, if you select multiple elements. Okay, so like for example, if I'm going to click this and then hold control, and then select that air terminal, you will notice that the elevation from level here is different, right? See, it's different. Why is it different? Because it's blank, right? It's blank because if they are the same, you can see here a number, but you can see that it's different because it's blank here. Okay, so let's say for example, I'm going to type here 2450, or let's say 2700, 2700, and then click outside. You will notice both of them will going to move, right? Because you have selected both. Okay, so that's my point. So I'm going to go ahead and select this one, then hold control, select the other one, and then make it 2450. Okay. Oh, did I type it? All right, so that's the height. Now, so that's the instance properties. Now, what I'm going to do next is, so you know already view properties, and then you know already instance properties. Okay, I'm going to show you another type of property. Okay, so this time around, I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to select here edit type. This one, edit type. So if you select edit type, you click that one. All right, it will open up your type properties. This one. So this is the type properties. Here, any changes that you made on the type properties. So this is the third properties. Type properties. So you have the view properties, you have the instance properties, and then you also have the type properties. So any changes that you made here on your type properties, it will affect all the family that has the same type and family name. Like for example, the family name here is this one, and then you have this type here. So if you have 100 of this type here, this one, any changes that you made here, it will affect all of those 100. Just like this our guy here. So we know that this air terminal is the same type as this air terminal, right? So they are the same 600 by 600 by 250 neck, right? So let's say, oh, I want to change this one to 600, let's say 700 by 700. Okay, so I want to change the width one and then the width two. So you do not just simply go here and then you do not just simply change the width one and then width two. Why? Because let's say for example, this is the only air terminal that you want to change, and then suddenly you go to the type properties and then just change things here. So what happened? The other air terminals will also change because they're just under the same type. So if you have 1000 air terminals like this, or 1000 lighting fixture, or 1000 sprinkler, all those elements will gonna change as well. Why? Because they're just the same type. So you do not just simply go inside the type properties and then change things unless you know what you're doing. If you do not know what you're doing, this is what you do. Okay. You just send me you just comment on my video on how to do that, or you can just email me on what to do, or you just take note of this, select duplicate. Okay, you duplicate it. So let's say, oh, I want to have 700 by 700. Okay, do not change the width 1 and width 2 straight away. Just duplicate. So what we are doing, we are creating a new type of family for M supply diffuser, rectangular face round neck. We are creating a new type of that. Okay, so just duplicate this one. Or just check first the type property. Maybe you already have 700 by 700 here. So just click the drop down. Oh, okay, I do not have that. Okay, you do not have 700 by 700. Okay, so that's why what you do is you go to duplicate, and then you can see the name there. Okay, you just put the correct name here. So let's say that is 700 by 700, 250 neck. Okay, so that is what you do. You create a new type. Don't just go there and then mess up the things. Okay, duplicate it first. Okay, duplicate, change the name, and then okay. Alright, so you now have that type that you want. So it's now added here. So you now have here 3 types. So now that you have a new type here, that's the time you can now change the width here. So let's say, oh, I want 700, I want 700. That's it. Okay. Then after that, you can now select here, okay, if you want to add some identity data here, you want to add the description, you want to add the type mark, you want to add the cost, you can just put it here. Okay, because these parameters that we have here, you can create each schedule for this if you want to show all of this. So anyway, we have separate topic for that in creating a schedule. Don't worry about that. Don't be confused. Don't panic. What I'm just saying is that you can add more details here. All right. So now that we have created a new type, see what will happen here. If we select here, okay. Okay, so select okay. And voila, see, you just created a new type. So you have 700 here, you have 600 here. Now let's say, for example, you realize, oh, I also want this to be 700. That's all right. Just click that. You click the type selector. We call this type selector. You click that, drop down. You should now be able to see here the type that you created, which is this one, right? Just click that. And there you go. Hopefully this one is clear. Whew, it's so tiring. Let me take a breath. All right. Okay, so that's our properties. So we have how many types of properties? So we have view properties, you have instance properties, and then you have type properties. Okay. Okay, so that's one part of our view of our user interface. All right. So the properties. All right. So let's move on. Okay. So just below your drawing area here, this portion here, this is what we call a view control bar. Okay. So as the name implies, these are the tools that we can use aside from the properties to control the view of the current view. Okay. Only the current view, just like the properties here. So our properties here control the properties of our current view. Not the other view, but our current view. So same with your view control bar. Okay. So let's say, for example, I go to level 2 HVAC plan. Okay. So this is my level 2 HVAC plan. Right. So here, let's say, for example, my current scale is 1:50. So I can also change from here. Okay. So from my view control bar. So we know already that we can also do that in our properties, but we can also do that in our view control bar. So you can click that one. You can change the scale here. Right. So let's say, oh, I want 1:100. Just click 1:100. And it will now becomes 1:100. Right. You see your view properties here. It's also 1:100. All right, and let's play around our view control bar, some of the tools here, although we are going to discuss most of the tools here as we move on to our lesson. Okay, so let us just discuss couple of tools here. Okay, let's try this one. Show crop region. Okay, so let's click show crop region. So click that bulb. Notice that what will happen is, if this is the first time you click your show crop region, automatically this button here, the crop view, will going to be activated automatically. Right? Take a look. Let's click this show crop region, and then you will notice it's now activated. The crop view. Okay, so what happens? So you now see this crop region. So this is the crop region. So let's say, for example, oh sir, engineer, BIM manager, my current view is too big, but I only want to concentrate in this area. Okay, so I want to concentrate in this area. So if that's the case, you can use this crop region. You can click that, and then you can crop it so that it will give you peace of mind, so that you will not get pressure because the project is too big. Okay, so you just crop that view, you crop that view, crop that view, and also it will gives you more like memory or the speed of your machine because you are only concentrating in this area. Okay, so don't bother about these things here. Okay, so that's the use of that one, show crop region. So if you do not want to show this crop region, but you still want to crop the view, you can hide it. Okay, just hide it, hide the crop region. Okay, so you click the crop region, so you click that one. There you go, so it's now hidden. So this is also the two tools that we use when we crop a view and then we put it inside the sheet, right? If the view is too big and we want to fit that in one paper, so usually we crop that one and then we can put a match line. Again, we have topic for that, all right? So we're going to discuss that. You know, just we need to learn to crawl before you learn to walk. So it's like a song, right? Anyway, let's go back. Let us now disable this one. So let's select do not crop view so that we can show the whole view. Let's do not crop view. Click, and there you go. So it's now showing the whole view. Okay, so what is this again? This portion here. Don't worry, we will be using these tools here. Okay, I just don't want to give you a lot of things to think about. So we just do it one by one, okay? Step by step. So we are just talking about the user interface, all right? So this is our what? View control bar. Okay, view control bar. So this is our properties. Okay, here, this portion here. Okay, so this is our status bar. Okay, so status bar, this is useful because whenever you select a tool, the status bar will tell you what to do first or what's the next step. Like, for example, I'm going to select my systems tab, and let's say I'm going to select duct. If I select the duct, so check out your status bar. What does it say? So it says, click to enter duct start point, right? So meaning to say, that's the first thing that I'm going to do. I need to pick first to show the start point. So I'm going to click one. So that's my start point. So what does it say next? So enter duct endpoint. So I need to click another point to end the duct. So I'm going to click that. There you go. So I'm now able to create my duct. So the point is, the status bar will tell you here what to do next. So it's like the command line window in AutoCAD. Okay, so you always read your status bar. Okay, so I'm now going to deselect the object or terminate the command by selecting modify. So you click that. There you go. Okay, and your status bar also is very useful because if you do not know what is the element is called, so you just need to select it. So you just need to select, like for example, this one here. Okay, you just click. You just hover your pointer. Do not click. Just hover your pointer, and then your status bar will now tell you what is that. Although there's already a tooltip that appears whenever you hover your pointer to the object, but eventually it will disappear. Okay, if that disappears, the tooltip, you just need to look at the status bar. It will tell you that that element is an air terminal, air supply diffuser, sidewall 450 by 200. Okay, so that's how it works. Right, and then we also have here, so aside from the status bar, we also have the work set, and then we also have here the selection tools. So we have a separate topic for this tools here, for these guys here. So these are the selection tools. Okay, so basically that's our user interface. This is a basic user interface of Revit. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you different ways of selecting an object. I already show you a couple of things. Like for example, you want to select this air terminal here. You just need to click that using the left click of your mouse. And then if you want to add this to the selection, just hold Control and then you can click again. Right? Another way to select an object is you can use what you are doing in AutoCAD if you are using AutoCAD. If it is not, so this is one way. You can use a selection left to right. You can pick your first point on the left, drag your mouse like that, and then release your left click. There you go. So you are now able to select this area here. So this is what we call window selection. Okay, window selection. So window selection means any object that is completely inside that rectangular box will going to be selected. It should be completely inside the selection box. It will going to be selected. So that is window selection. That is what? Left to right. Okay. The other one is, let me just quickly show you again. Like for example, this one. This is elevation view. So if you want to select the elevation view using a window selection, it should be completely inside the box like that. Not like this, because as you can see, it's not selected, right? It's not highlighted. So make sure it's completely inside the box. Okay. The other selection aside from the window selection is crossing selection. Crossing selection is like clicking from the right side, going to the left side. Okay. So crossing selection, for you to be able to select the element, it doesn't necessarily mean follow that it should going to be completely inside the selection box. Okay. So as long as it touches the selection box of your crossing selection, it will be selected. Okay. Like for example, again, this one. Okay. I'm going to use crossing selection, right to left, right click, and then to left. You see, it's already selected, even though it's just touching the box, right? That's the difference between the window selection and crossing selection. So this is window selection. You see, it needs to be completely inside the box. So that's the window selection. And then crossing selection is like this, right to left. As long as it touches the box, it will going to be selected, right? All right. Okay. Okay. So I think that's it for now. So that's the user interface of Revit. Okay. So on our next topic, what we are going to do, let us try to explore some of the editing tools, like for example, how to copy, how to move, how to align. Okay, so those modifiers. Okay, so that is what we're going to talk about later on our next session. Tomorrow, we don't have live stream. Thursday we don't have. Friday, okay, Friday. No, Friday no. Saturday no. Sunday I'm going to confirm, but definitely we're going to do it again on Tuesday. Okay, so if we do not have class on Sunday, okay, God willing, it's going to be Tuesday again. Okay, so do you have any questions on the topic that we have discussed now? So if you have any questions on our topic, now is the right time to fire up our live chat. Okay, so first I'm going to shout out to those who attended. Okay, to those who have comment here, because I don't know who are the other attendees because they didn't comment. So shout out to Nir Hindi, Zuzong, Mahesh Odedara, Charu Tech, Tura, Lineal Desu, shout out to you, Nir Hindi, Deepak Kumar Sahu, Nir Hindi, okay, Roman Baral, Anna, si Ma'am Anna, who else? Deepak Kumar, Masao, who else? Re Naranjo, Toy Did, shout out to you, Judel Chanko, John JP, Sipo Nkosi, Boris, okay, thanks mate. Who else? German Sanchez, Alvin Manuel, shout out to you. Okay, who else? Nothing else matter. Sipo Nikosi, street piano and guitar player. KKKKKK. Shinra, okay. Who else? Thank you Richard Garcia for giving me a super chat, $5. Okay, well, Stan MPH, thank you for coming. Brother Marianito Caberte, shout out to you, bro. Sean Sacramento, shout out to you. Deso Channel PH, thank you for coming, shout out to you, bro. And that's it. Okay, DJ Bashkaran. Okay, thank you guys for coming on our first live stream. So just please check out my community post. So that is where I'm going to post if we're going to have a channel, if we're going to have a live stream on Sunday. But definitely the next one for sure is Tuesday. Okay, BJ, there's not much difference on 2020 version 2021. Okay, so they're just almost the same. Okay, all the important tools are also in 2020. So if you have 2020, you can use that. So not much difference. Okay. So thank you guys. I really appreciate for you guys coming in my live stream. Really appreciate that. So thank you for the support. So yeah. So thank you guys and God bless. See you around. Bye. Some. Sound. Anyone can hear me? Can you check my audio? It is clear. Sound test mic. Sound check. Sound test mic. Can you hear me? Anyone can hear me? Okay. Can you see my screen clearly? So we still have a little under 30 minutes before we start. So we will be starting 8 o'clock. It's 7:38 here in New Zealand. Thank you, Failure. Thanks for letting me know. So we still have about 20 minutes before we start. So we'll be starting around 8 p.m. So you still have time to take a break. Hello. We're going to start in about 30 minutes. So good day to you, Failyu, Lineal, Jesus, and Aruna Sri. So I hope you can hear me clearly and see my video clearly as well. Hello, Hassan Erhan, bonjour. So we still have a little 10 minutes more before we start. Okay. So I didn't upload any exercise file because we're not going to need that. So we're just going to use the default project in Revit. Okay, so don't worry. So once there's an exercise that we will be needing an exercise file. I'm going to upload it. But for now, we are just going to discuss the modify commands. So these are the tools that we need to learn those tools like copy, move, array, split, those basic stuff that you can do for you to be able to modify the elements. Okay, so 10 minutes more. Hello, Sai Babu. Hello, I'm from India. So thanks for the current viewers, 7 current viewers and 3 likes in this video. So as you can see on the title, so we are going to discuss the modify commands. Okay. Okay. So next time we're going to start again at 7:30. But for today, just 8 p.m. will do. So 5 minutes more. Hello, Rakesh. Sai Babu, can you make please video on fabrication? I don't actually use a fabrication, but if ever we're going to use that, definitely I'm going to create video fabrication. But I believe I already have some video fabrication. It's just so happened that most of it I already forgot how to use it. It's a good thing it's already uploaded in YouTube. Precast drawing. Let me see what I can do with that because we're not doing a structural job in our company. We are an MEP company right now. So I really have no idea what's the precast drawing. So if you're talking about detailing about the precast, I just know how to do the modeling for that. Okay, I'm gonna check where is that link, and then I'm going to send it to you.
I only have one fabrication video about the pipe slope. You can check this one, Saibabu. Okay, so let's start. So we are going to talk about the Revit modify commands or the modify tools. So if you already open your Revit, you can follow with me. Okay, the exercise file that we are going to use is this one. Instead of opening an exercise file or a project file, so what I want you to do is, from the models here, we are going to create a new project. Okay, so last time during the day one, I briefly talked about the file types in Revit. The first file type that I have told you is the Revit project. So what is the extension file of the Revit project? So the extension file of the Revit project is RVP, just like this one. So if I'm going to hover my pointer here, okay, see, you'll be able to notice that the file extension is .rbp. Okay, so that is Revit project. So for the family, which is this portion here, the extension file of this is RFA. Now, another extension file in Revit is what they call RTE or Revit template. Okay, so what we are going to do is, I want you to go to the new here, this one. Okay, and then as you can see here, there is a template file. So we are going to create a new project, and to create a new project, we are going to use a template, just like in AutoCAD. So in AutoCAD, you create a drawing, but you use a template for that. So what is the extension file for the AutoCAD template? You still remember your AutoCAD? So what is the extension file? So the extension file of the AutoCAD template is DWT. Now here in Revit, the extension file of Revit template is RTE. So if I'm going to select here the browse, this one, so if I click that one, you can see from the choose template dialog box here that this is the RTE files that we have. So if you install your Revit properly, you should be able to have these templates installed in your machine. Okay, so this is the third file types in Revit, RTE. So the first one is RVP, which is Revit project. The next one is RFA, which is Revit family. And then the third one is RTE, which is Revit template. So in Revit, when you create a project, you use a template. Okay, so that's why it is very important that your BIM manager set up first the Revit template so that he can incorporate all the settings, all the line types, all the colors of the pipes, your ducts, the line types of your walls, your columns, your framings, incorporated inside the template. So that every time you create a project, you only need to use your company template, and then all the settings will now be there. Now for this exercise that we will be doing, we're just going to use a template here. We are going to use default metric. Okay. So by the way, I'm going to cancel this one. You will notice here when I selected new, here on the new project from the template file, you will notice that I already have here presets of templates. So just in case you are wondering how can you set up the template here on your selection, okay, so this is how you do it. So I'm just going to show you. I'm going to select here cancel, okay, and then after that I'm going to select home, and then I'm going to select file, okay. So I select file, and then after that I go to options. So you go to options, and then you should be able to see the options dialog box, okay. So hopefully you get this one, right? Okay, so, okay, sir, thanks. Your tutorials are very helpful. Thanks a lot. You're always welcome, Rakesh. And Odi Batan, good day, Rich. Good day to you, Odi. All right, so let's move on. So, like what I'm saying here in the options, if you want to check out or set up the templates in your Revit project or Revit software, so you can go to options, and then you go to file location. Okay, so you just select the file locations, and then these are now the templates. Okay, so you can change this one, and you can also remove. Let's say, for example, I do not use the construction template. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to select here remove. Okay, you see that minus sign, so just click that. So it's going to be removed. Okay, so let's say, for example, I do not want to use a structural template and architectural template. So I select that, remove, select, and then remove. Now, if you want to add another new template, let's say you want to add the template of your company. So you just need to select plus. Okay, select plus, and then after that, you just need to select the template that you want to add to your settings. Okay, just select and then select open. Now you can also arrange this one. As you can see here, you have up and down here. So let's say I want the plumbing template or architectural template or structural template at the top. So you just need to select that, and then there's an option here to move it up, and then there's an option here to move it down. Okay, so I can move it up. Right, and here you can also change the default path for users file. And then for the family template files, you can also change from here. You can change the location. You will notice that all of my templates, all of my user files, template files, family, and then the point clouds, I have pathed them or repathed them on my drive B, because my drive C, I only have small memory for my drive C. That's why I always put it on my drive B. All right. Okay, so this is how you set up your project templates, right? So that every time you create a new project, you don't need to browse again and again the template that you want to use, right? Okay, so hopefully this one is clear. Okay, now let's move on to our next one. Okay, so I'm just going to select again the home button, and like what I have said, to start our exercise, we're just going to create a new project. So let's select that one, and then I'm just going to use here, let's say, systems template. Okay, the other templates here, the plumbing, mechanical, and electrical template, are obvious templates. So when you say plumbing template, definitely it highlights the plumbing settings inside this template. So if you're doing plumbing, so if you're doing mechanical, so use mechanical template. So if you use electrical, so use electrical template, so that the settings is already set up when you create the project using this template. Now, when you say systems, this is a combination of disciplines such as mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Okay, so if you're using those disciplines, so you can use the systems template, right? So let's say I'm going to select the systems template, and here at the bottom portion, so you have two options to select. So you are going to use this template To create what? To create a project or to create a project template. So if you are a BIM manager, you want to set up your company template. So what you can do, let's say your company is a mechanical template. So what you can do is you can select your mechanical template. Oh, sorry, mechanical template, and then after that you can select your project template. So meaning to say you will be using this mechanical template to create a project template. So you can customize the project template to create your own company template. So you just need to select your OK. So after that it will create a template file. So let me just quickly show you. So I'm going to select your OK. So as you can see, I selected here project template. So I'm going to select OK. And once I created the project, it's not actually a project, but it's a template because you select project template. Okay, so let us just wait. All right, so this is a template. Okay, so you can now do the settings that you want here. So you can modify the project browser, you can edit you can add setup, you can add the line types, the line weights, the colors, different systems of your project. Okay, so this is not a project file, but this is a template file. So once you set up your template, you can now save this one as your own template. So you just select save as template. So as you can see, you can select the project, you can select the family, you can select the template because this is a template file. Okay, just select save as template. So you can see now the extension file here, which is RTE, right? Okay, so hope this one is clear. So now I'm now going to close this one. Right, so the other one, so I'm going to select new again. So let's say for the template file, I'm going to use systems template. Now this time, so let's say I want to use this template to start my project. So I'm going to select your project, which is the default selection. So project is already selected. All right, so let's select here OK. All right, so hopefully that one is clear. So we're not going to set up our template. So next time I'm going to show you the basic way of editing your project. Okay. All right, so let's do this. All right, so now, so remember I have used my systems template. So like what I have said earlier, it is a combination of multiple disciplines. So if you're going to take a look at the project browser here, you can see that I have the electrical discipline, I have the mechanical discipline, and also I have the plumbing discipline, right? Okay, because I have selected the systems template. So if I selected electrical template, I can only see here on the project browser electrical template, electrical settings here, the electrical discipline. And if I select mechanical, I can only see here mechanical. So if I only select plumbing template, plumbing RTE, so I can only see here on the project browser the plumbing, right? So basically that's how it works. So this is the system template. So it's a combination of the three disciplines. All right, so now just a quick review. So what is this portion that we called here? Do you still remember? All right, do you still remember this one? Okay. All right, so what's this? Okay, you can put it on our chat board, on our chat, if you still remember. If you don't remember at all, that's all right. That's life. You still remember? Okay, so what's that? Okay, so all right, so I think already forgotten. So this one here, just a review, this is our title bar. Okay, so this is the title bar, and then this is the ribbon tab, and then we have the ribbon panels, ribbon panel, and then we also have the buttons here. This one we know it's obvious, that's the project browser. And then we also have the options bar. Okay, remember this is the options bar. And then this portion here is your quick access toolbar. Anyway, so we're going to discuss some of the modify tools here in Revit. Okay, so what are those? Okay, so what I'm going to do is okay, so I'm already on the electrical discipline. So my current view is 0-MEP. So let's say, for example, I'm going to add here an air terminal, okay, or diffuser. Okay, so I'm going to select the systems tab, and then after that, here from the HVAC panel, you can see there the air terminal, or you can also type AT. Okay, so let's say I'm going to select the air terminal. So I'm going to click that one, and then I'm going to place it here. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in. So there's my air terminal. So I'm going to click one. Remember, if you do not know what to do, you need to read the status bar here, right? So as you can see, you just need to click to place a free instance. You just need to click, and then you can actually press the space bar to rotate your object. Okay, remember that you can press before you pick, you can press the space bar to rotate your element. Okay, it just so happens that this is an air terminal, so you'll not be able to see that rotating. But if you're going to place, like for example, furniture or other elements, which is obvious when you rotate, you'll be able to see that when you press the space bar. Okay, so I'm not going to click to place it. So click. All right. Now, as you can see, I still have the air terminal command. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the modify here to terminate the command, or just escape a couple of times. All right. Okay, there you go. So we now have our air terminal. Okay. Hopefully this one is clear. Hopefully you can still follow. So I'm just doing it very slowly. Okay, very slow. Right. Now, so what we are going to do next is, let's say for example, I want to copy it. Okay. So I want to copy this object. All right. So how are we going to do that? So how are we going to copy this one? So what I'm going to do with this air terminal, I'm going to select that. So once you select any element in Revit, okay, so once you select any element in Revit, you will notice here at the top there is a new ribbon tab, or I mean a tab that will gonna appear. So this color is different from the rest of the tabs that we have here, right? Okay, this one is a bit greenish, okay, something like this color, right? Compared to the other tabs that we have here. Okay, so this tab we call this contextual tab. Okay, so contextual tab only appears if you are on a command or if you select an element. Okay, remember your options bar here. Your options bar will only appear, or I mean options will only appear here on our options bar if you are going to select a tool, or if you're going to select an element, like for example our air terminal. I'm going to pick that. Same with your contextual tab. Okay, so meaning it is a command sensitive, so it's an object sensitive. Your contextual tab will only appear if you select an object or if you select a command. Okay, so that's your contextual tab. So once you select an element on your contextual tab, you will see here some of the options or tools that pertains to that selected element. Like for example, we have here the mode panel wherein you can edit that family and layout here. Let's say for example, this air terminal, you wanted this to connect to your dock. So there's an option here, connect into, and there's also air terminal on dock option here. And then if you want to create a system. Okay, so that those are the tools on the contextual tab of your air terminal. And aside from that, notice that there are heaps of modifiers here that comes up. So take note, if I'm going to click outside, your contextual tab will disappear, right? So it disappears. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the air terminals. So there's the contextual tab, and then we will gonna see here modifiers, the modify tools. Okay. So let's say I want to copy the object. So that is what I want. So the copy tool now is there. Okay. So the copy tool now is there. So that is what we are going to do next. So you select the object, and then there's the copy tool. As you can see, I think it's the same as the symbol in AutoCAD. If I remember it right, this is the same symbol in AutoCAD. Okay. So this is the copy tool. Right? So as you can see, as I hover my pointer, there is a tooltip that appears telling you that that is a copy command, and then there's also a video. If you want to control the tooltip, how the tooltip shows every time you hover your pointer like this to a tool or to a command, you can actually control that. So let's say, oh, I do not want to show the video of the command. Okay, I just want to see the name of the command. So you can control this one. So let me show you. You just need to go back again to your option. So you go to the file, and then you go to the options. Okay, so you go to the options, and then after that you go to user interface, and then there's the tooltip assistance. This one, tooltip assistance. So I'm going to click that drop down arrow. So let's say I'm just going to select none. Okay, so I select none, and then I select here OK. All right, so let's see how it works. So I'm going to hover my pointer, and nothing appears, right? So there's no tooltip. So that's how you control it. So let's say I'm going to change it again. So this time around, I'm going to use the tooltip. Let's say hi. Okay, so I select hi. I select here OK. All right, so hover your pointer, and quickly it will show the video as well as the information in that command. So that's how it works. Okay, so that's how you change the settings of your tooltip. Okay, so again, I'll just go back again to file. I go to options, and then user interface. So probably I'm just gonna use here the normal. Minimal. I think when you select minimal, it will not show the video. If it is normal, it will show you the tooltips, and then for a couple of seconds, it will show you the video. So if you're going to select hi, it will show you quickly the information of the command as well as the video. Okay, very quick. But I'll just use normal. Okay, select normal. Select OK, and there you go. Okay. All right. So do you have any questions so far? Okay. Do you have questions? So I know it's a bit of delay, but that's all right. You can put your questions regarding on our topic. Please don't ask any question that doesn't have anything to do on our topic. Okay. So I don't want our other fellow students confused. Okay, on the way you ask questions. All right. Okay. By the way, thank you for the 13 viewers, and thank you for the 10 likes. All right. Okay. Now let's copy. So this time I'm going to copy. Okay. So I always get sidetracked. Okay. So let's do this. All right. Go ahead. Thank you, BJ. I know BJ is already advanced. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let's copy this one. Okay. So select the element, and then let's select the copy here. The shortcut for copy is CO. Okay. In my office, I created a shortcut for copy because I always use this one. I just type CC so that it's very fast. Okay. You know already how to create shortcut, right? So you just type KS and then just look for the comment. So in my company, I just use CC. Okay. So that I just type it very quickly. So I select copy, and then once you select the copy, so you look at the options bar here. So you have a couple of options here. So you have the constraint, and then you also have multiple. Okay. If you select the constraint here, you select the constraint, the movement of your element will going to be horizontal and vertical only. So it's like ortho. Okay, it's like ortho in AutoCAD. It's like you activate F8. Okay, so here in Revit, so if you want to copy your elements horizontal or vertical, you can turn on the constraint. And then by default, when you copy an element in Revit, you can only copy it one time. That's why we have an option here, multiple. Okay, so if you want to copy it multiple times, you just don't forget to check multiple. So I'm going to click that. There you go. Now again, read your status bar. So what does it say? So click to enter move start point. So I'm going to click, for example, somewhere here, or you can also click, let's say at the midpoint. So you can click there, right? But in my case, I'll just span my drawing and then I'll just click here. Okay, so there's now my base point. So as you can see, the movement of my mouse is just horizontal and then vertical. Okay, but if you're going to hold the shift, you hold the shift, even though you are on constraint, if you're going to hold the shift, you can actually do it in different angle, right? If you hold the shift. So if I'm going to release the shift, so it will go back to constraint. So if I hold the shift, you will notice the constraint here. The constraint will going to be unchecked if you hold the shift, right? So if I'm going to release the shift, it will be checked again. Okay, this is a top tip. Okay, so you can use the shift. Okay, now we want to copy this. So you can actually specify the distance here. So let's say you want 3,000. So you just need to look for 3,000, and then you just need to pick. Now you can also type the value. So let's say I want 3,000. So I can just move to the right. It's like the direct distance coordinates, something like that. Okay, and then you type the distance. So let's say going to this direction, you just type the distance. So let's say 3,000. So type 3,000, and then enter. There you go. So as you can see, the command will not be terminated because you are on the multiple option. So let's say I want to copy this 4,000, so I just go there. Or let's say I want to copy it above 4,000, so I'll just type 4,000. So it's just like that. So very simple. Okay, so that's how you copy. So once you're done, you just need to escape a couple of times, or again, I always select here modify. Okay, so that's how you copy. All right. So do you have any question? Okay. Hello, Anbarasu. Hi, sir. Okay, so that's how you copy. So it's not that difficult. The way I copy the air terminals is also the way you will do that in other elements. Okay, in other elements. Okay, this is standard. So this is the standard way of copying an element in Revit. Okay, right. Oh, you can also copy multiple times. Remember last time I have shown you selection, like window selection, and then I also teach you crossing selection, like that. Okay, just a review. Window selection, you need to make sure the element is inside the box. Otherwise, if they're not completely inside the box, you will not be able to select it. Okay, just as you can see in this scenario, I can only select one air terminal. But if I'm going to move it to this manner, okay, placing all the air terminal inside the selection box, I'll be able to select 3 air terminals. Okay, so that's your window selection from left to right. The other selection is crossing selection. So for this one, you only need to touch the element. It doesn't need to be inside the box. So once you select it or touch the element, it will be selected. Okay, and of course, you can click, you can hold Control to add elements to the selection. So you can also do that. Okay. So again, you can copy, select copy, you pick the base point, you can specify, you can uncheck the constraint here. Let's say you only want to copy this once, so you can just uncheck multiple. Let's say you want to copy it to this direction, 45 degrees, okay? Let's say 10,000, 45 degrees, enter. There you go, okay? So that's how you use the copy tool, right? All right, good evening, Miss Ana Lucette Lareza. All right, so let's move on. So let's move on so that we can discuss many modifiers. Okay, so let's say you want to move. Oh, by the way, another way to copy, top tip, another way to copy. Let's say you want to copy this object. So I click that. So instead of using the copy tool, so if you just want to copy this at random distance, so what you can do is select the object, hold Control. Okay, you hold Control, and then you can drag this to copy. See, there you go. Again, how to do that? Select the objects or object that you want to copy, and then hold Control. You drag the object. Let's say somewhere here. You can copy it at a random place. There you go. So by just selecting the object and then hold Control and then you drag the object. Okay, right? All right, next. Okay, so for the next one, move. Okay, so move is just like copy, but this time we're just moving the object. So let's say I'm going to select the air terminal. There's the move command. So I select the move. Okay, so for this one, since we're just going to move the object, you will notice that multiple here is unchecked, but this join here is now enabled. So again, there's the constraint, but there's also here the disjoin. So if your object is constrained, so you can select the disjoin here so that you can force move the object. Okay, so just in case you can't move that, you just need to check the disjoint so that you'll be able to move it. So basically that's how it works. So I'm just going to pick, I'm not going to use the constraint here or the disjoint, so I just want to move the object. So I'm going to pick the base point and then just move. Okay, so actually even if you do not check the constraint here, you can actually align it vertically like that, just like in AutoCAD, right? Just like that. Okay, and then again you can also type the distance. Okay, so let's say I'm going to copy it below. Okay, 5,000. So I just type 5,000, enter. Okay, so that's how you do it. All right, so very simple. So we don't need to spend so much time on move because actually you can select the object and then without holding Control, just select the object and then just drag it. So you can move it randomly, right? Just like in AutoCAD. So AutoCAD is also like that. All right. Okay, so I hope this one is clear. Let's move on. So now the next modifier or modify command that we are going to use. Let's go to the modify tab. Okay, so there is this align command. Okay, so what is this align command? All right, so align. So let's say for example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a line. Okay, I just want to create a line. So let's say I'm going to create a line here. Just a line. To create a line, you just need to go to annotate, and then you just look for the detail panel, and then look for detail line. So the shortcut for detail line is DL. So you see the definition of detail line. It creates view specific lines. Okay, so what does that mean? When you say view specific elements, or in our case, view specific lines, it means you can only see these elements in the view where you have drawn it. So let's say you draw this line, your detail line in your section view, you can only see that on section view. If you draw your line on 0-mech floor plan, you can only see that on the 0-mech floor plan. Okay, because we have another type of line. Okay, another type of line that we have, if you go to the architecture tab, we have here on our model panel, we have model line. Okay, so model line, it creates a line that exists in 3D space and is visible in all views of a project. Okay, so that's the difference. Detail line, we only use that in detailing. Okay, model line, we use that if we want to have a reference that we want to see as well in 3D view, or let's say in section view as well. So you create model line. But if you're just going to create just a reference line like you only want to see that in your current view, then do not create model line. Because anyway, since it's just a reference, you may want to delete that. Okay, so you just create the detail line. Okay, so no need to create model line. But of course, you can create model line. Okay, so it's up to you, right? But in our case, we're just going to use detail line. Okay, so select detail line, annotate, you go to the detail line. Right, just select that one. It's a view specific elements. Okay, top tip, in our annotate tab, here you can see most of the tools that is, or all of the tools that is view specific. Okay, so like the align dimension. So when you put dimension, this is a view specific element. So if I place a dimension in this view, I can only see that in this view. Okay, so if I place an arc elevation in this view, so I can only see that in this view because these are the tools that is view specific. All right. So don't forget that. Okay. Okay, so we have a question here. If we use this join option, it may affect other object properties. No, it will not affect other object properties. It's just you are just forcing an element to be moved from the object. Like for example, this one. So let me just quickly show you. Okay, of course, it will change the shape of the object, okay, when you force the movement, but I don't think it will change the property tree. Okay, let me just quickly show you. So let's say I'm just going to create here a detail line. Okay, so I'm going to select detail line. Let's click this one. So when I select detail line, again, what is this one? What is this tab called? This is called what? Okay, I already told you earlier. So what is this one? Do you still remember? Okay, what's this? Okay, you can put it on our chat. I mean connected object. I mean connected object. Mm, no, it's not. Okay, connected tab. Oh, it's a nice try, DJ. So we call that contextual tab. Okay, so we call that contextual tab. But nice try. Good try. Not bad. Contextual tab, as in. Okay, so I think it's my fault. I didn't spell it. Contextual. Okay, contextual tab. Just like that. Okay, contextual tab. Right, now for your question, now it will not change the property. Okay, it will not change. Of course, it will just change the shape of the object or the layout, but the property is still there. Okay, if you disjoin it. Okay, so let me just quickly show you. So I have a detail line here. So I select detail line, and now on the contextual tab, so I'm going to create here rectangle. Okay, because here on the contextual tab, the detail lines contextual tab, these are the shapes that you can use to create your detail line. Like for example, you want to create line, you want to create rectangle, you want to create polygon, circle, arc. So you have you can explore this one on yourself. Okay, so when you create your detail line, so these are the shapes. So let's say I create here a rectangle. So I select rectangle. So I'm just going to create one here. So this is my rectangle. Okay, so when you create a detail line, okay, so there is a temporary dimension here, wherein you can click that to change the size of your rectangle. Okay, you just click that. So just in case your temporary line disappears when you select your modify or when you escape, so what you can do, just select again the line, just click the line again, and it will appear the temporary. Okay, so let's say you want 1000, enter 1000 by 1000. Okay, okay. So if I'm going to select this element here to move, so I'm going to select this. I'm going to move. Okay, I'm going to select constraint. So check this out. I'm not going to check the disjoin. So I'm just going to pick the base point here, and then I'm going to type the distance. So let's say 500, enter. So it's still connected. So if you want to force disconnect, like for example this line, so you need to select this join. So select that line, select the move. This time let's check the disjoin. So select this join, and then you click. And notice also that after you select the disjoin, constraint disabled. Okay, so if I select here constraint, so now I can check the constraint. But a while ago, when our constraint is checked and I select the disjoin, the constraint disappears. Okay, so I just want you to notice that. Okay, so now I'm going to pick here, and then I'm going to pick the distance, let's say 500. So it will force the disconnection of this line. So that's how the disjoin works. All right. All right. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so where are we? Align, right? See, I get sidetracked again. Okay, so let's create a line. So I'm just going to select this and then just press delete on the keyboard. All right. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to create a line here. So where's that? Annotate, detail line, click. So I'm going to pick here. All right, this one. Okay, so let's say for example, I'm going to align all of these air terminals to this line here. Okay, so how are you going to do that? So just use align. Okay, so just go to the modify tab and then you just select align. Shortcut for align is AL. Okay, AL. So just like in, I think in AutoCAD align is also AL. Okay, please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so I think it's also AL. Okay, anyway, I'm going to select align. Just click align, and then again, you need to look at the options here on the options bar. So you have multiple alignment, and then you also have here the prefer faces where you want to align. Because in walls, when you create walls in Revit architecture, like for example, you select a wall here. If you click the wall, and then you check the properties of that. Okay, if you click the type selector of the wall, and then let's say I select here exterior brick on metal stud. Okay, so I select this one. All right, so if I'm going to create a wall here, so let's say this one, and then I select here modify. So it has different faces here, right? Okay, so there's the interior face, there's the core, and then there's the exterior face. Okay, so you can specify your element where to align. Okay, so if you select the align here, modify, select align. So you have an option here. Where do you want to align your object? You want to place it at the wall face, you want to place it at the wall center line, center of core, or faces of core. Let's say, for example, I select wall center line. So I select that one. Okay, again, you read your status bar here. Please select line. So meaning to say we can use line, right? We can also use line or point reference for alignment. Okay, or you can also specify this one. Okay, so you can select from here. Okay, so let's say I'm going to click that. So I already select my reference. Again, next step, read your status bar. Please select an entity to align it. Okay, it will move into alignment with the reference. Okay, so it's now time to select the object that we want to align. Okay, so let's say this one. Okay, so click. As you can see, it's now aligned to the center line. Okay, so that's how you align it. So let's say, oh, I want to align all of this. Let's say these air terminals here. Okay, so these air terminals to this line. Okay, so again, while I'm still on align command, because I didn't terminate, as you can see, I'm still on align command. This time, since I want to align multiple elements, I'm going to check multiple alignment here. So you check that. Okay, it doesn't matter what is your preference here because this is just a line. So check the multiple alignment, and then you check align the line here. You click that, and then let's now select. All right, this one you click. So as you can see, we are still on the align, so we can align multiple elements, right? Okay, and then select. And notice that there is a lock here. There's a padlock. So it's a constraint. So if you lock this, when you move the line, the elements that is locked to that line will also follow. So that's how this padlock works. So if I lock it, lock, okay. So I'm going to select here modify. So let me try to drag this line below. Okay, so I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to drag it below. Okay, I can't drag it because it's constrained. Let me just move it. So I select this one. Let me move it. Move disjoin. Okay, so I'm going to force it. So I'm going to disjoin that. So I pick here, and then I'm going to move here. And there you go. Why is it the air terminal is? I thought the air terminal is locked here. What happened? Why didn't follow? I thought I locked this one. Oh, I think it's because I I force it, I disjoin it. Okay, so probably that's the reason behind. It's because I lock it and then I disjoin it. So let me select this one. Let me try to unlock it. Okay, and then let me try to drag this one again. So now I can drag, right? So a while ago, I'm going to undo once we locked it, right? I select this one. You just need to align again so that you can see the lock symbol again. Okay, so I'm going to select the align, select the line here, and then I'm going to align again this one. So I click. So again, there's the lock symbol. So I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to select modify. Now I'm going to click this and drag. I can't do that, right? Because it's locked. Now if I want that to force to be moved down that line, so I just need to use the move, select. Oh, sorry, select, move, and make sure this joint is checked. You click the base point somewhere here, and then you can move down. It will force that particular element. Okay. So basically, that's how you align. Okay. So the shortcut for align is AL. Okay. I'm good. Muzibur Rahaman Muhammad. Okay. I'm good. Thank you for asking. And you know what? I hope all of you guys are doing just fine. Okay. Amid this COVID crisis, it's really bad for the business. A lot of companies are laying off their staff, even here in New Zealand. Actually, in Auckland, in North Island, the biggest city in New Zealand, in Auckland, they are on lockdown until August 26th because there's a cases. There's a community transmission happens couple of days ago, so it's locked down. So it's level 3. So here in South Island, where we stay, it's level 2. So there should be a social distancing. Anyway, let's go back to the topic. Okay, so we know the copy, we know the move, we know the align. This one is offset. Okay, shortcut is OF. Offset. So how to do the offset? So as you can see on that video, see. So you are offsetting the wall, right? So let's say, for example, let's create a duct. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to create a duct here. So I'm going to select systems. I select duct. Okay, so there's the duct. I'm going to pick one here. I'm going to pick another one here. Okay, and then I select here modify. Now this duct that I have here. Okay, how about I change the background so you can see the duct? Okay, so file, options. Let's go to the graphics. Let's go to the background. Let's make it white. Okay, okay. There you go. So there's our air terminal, our duct. So I'm going to offset this. So how? So offset is like that is one way of duplicating or copying your object or element or elements. Okay, so you can offset or not elements but element only. Okay, so that's this is one way of duplicating your object. So you go to the modify, and then you select here the offset. So you click the offset, and then you look again at the options bar here. Options bar, you have two options that you can do when you create it. You can do it graphically, and then you can do it numerically. So graphical, let's do it first. And take note that by default, copy is already checked here. Okay, because you can uncheck that. So when you uncheck that, you are just moving the object. Okay, but if you want to duplicate, make sure copy is checked. So how the graphical works? So I'm going to select the object because again, on our status bar it says select a wall or a line to offset or a dot to offset. So I'm going to select this, and then after that, click to enter offset start point. So I'm going to pick, and then pick another point here. Okay, so without an exact distance. So again, I'm going to select the object. Okay, and then what does it say? Click to enter offset start point. Okay, so this is my start point. So I'm going to click here, and then what does it say? Click to enter offset start point. Yes. So I'm going to pick somewhere here. I can type, let's say 10,000. Enter. Where's that? Okay, there you go. Right. So that's the first option. So you can do it graphically. The other one is numerical. Okay. So numerical. So let's say I want to duplicate it with a distance of 1,000. Okay. So again, you read select a wall or a line or a pipe or a duct. Okay. Let's say this one. Okay, you click. There you go. You click. Right. Okay. You can see the preview, right? The preview is at the right side. Okay, so let's say this one. Okay, so I want to duplicate that. There you go. See? Right, so it's like AutoCAD, right? So if you are going to uncheck the copy of your offset, you're just going to move that. Okay, for example, this one, right? You are just moving it. Okay. Okay, let me just charge my laptop. It's now low bat. Alright, okay. Alright, you got it? All of you, hopefully you are all safe. Okay. Right, next. Oh, this is not our topic. Okay, so next time we're going to do this Muzipur because it's under Revit MEP. So this is very enjoyable topic when you create spaces with tags on your project. Or maybe later on I can send you the link on how to create tags automatically and then the spaces. Okay, I'm going to show that to you later, or I'm just going to send you the link. All right. Okay, so let's move on. So that's how you offset, right? So that's how you offset. Next one. Okay, so for the next one, what do we have here? Mirror. Okay, mirror. In mirror, we have two options of mirror. So you have peak axis. You also have your draw axis. So let's try mirror peak axis. Okay, very simple. So just this one. I'll just use this. So I'll just terminate first my offset command. So I'm going to select the mirror peak axis. The shortcut is MM. So I'm going to select this. Right. Okay. So what does it say? Click to select. Okay. So let's select. Let's say this one. So I'm going to click this. Right. And then you press enter after you select. Okay. And then after that, what is this? Click or select the axis of reflection. So what is the axis of reflection? So let's say I want this to mirror to the upper side. This is the axis that I want. So I'm going to pick that. So it will going to be mirrored to the other side. Or you can also use a line to mirror. Okay. So like for example, we have a line here. So I'm going to terminate the command. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these elements, these layer terminals, and then after that I am going to mirror that. So I select here mirror peak axis. So I select this, and then where's our axis? So this is my axis, And take note again, check out your options bar. So you have an option here which is copy. Again, if you check the copy, you are duplicating this to the other side. If you're going to uncheck the copy, you are just copying this, you're just mirroring this to the other side and then removing these elements. Okay, now I check the copy, select the mirror axis, and voila. Okay, so that's how you mirror. Okay, you need to click an axis. It's either you draw the axis before you mirror, or you can use the lines or the center of any objects as your mirror axis. The other option, you just need to draw an axis. It's just like in AutoCAD. You just need to pick 2 points. Okay, so you just need to pick 2 points. So let's say, for example, I'm going to mirror these 2 air terminals. So I'm going to select these 2 air terminals. Okay, and then I'm going to select draw axis. Select that one. All right, and then let's draw the axis. So let's say just here. So I'm going to pick the first point here, 1, and then I'm going to pick another point here, 2. There you go. Okay, again, select the object or objects, and then select this one, draw axis, let's say from here, 1, 2. There you go. Okay, so that's how you mirror. So hopefully you get this one. Okay, so are you still there, guys? Can you still follow? Okay, so hopefully you can still follow, guys. You will just be fine. Okay, so that's how you mirror. So what else do we have here? Rotate. Okay, so rotate. So how to rotate? So let's say, okay, so I'm just going to rotate this air terminal. So I'm going to select the object. Okay, select the object, and then I'm going to select rotate here. Rotate, click that. There you go. So by default, the center of rotation is here at the midpoint here. Okay, but you can actually move that. You see this option here, center of rotation. Again, you always check the options bar, so you can see what are the options there. Okay, so one of the options is center of rotation. We're in. You can change the center of rotation. So let's say, oh, I want to put the center of rotation here. So I'm going to select place, click the place, and then you are now able to relocate the center of rotation. So let's say, oh, it's not snapping here. So let's say just here, okay, because here it's not snapping. So I'm just going to pick here, click. So as you can see, there's now the center of rotation. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to pick vertically here, okay, for the rotation center control, and then there you go. So you can now rotate it. You can rotate it clockwise or counterclockwise. Okay, so let's say you want to rotate this 45 degrees, then you can look for 45 degrees like that, or just move to the direction that you want, and then you type the angle like 45. Enter. There you go. Okay, again. So I'm going to move this away. All right. So I'm going to mirror this dock. I'm going to rotate this dock. So I select rotate. Okay, I'm going to pick here, and then I'm going to rotate here, or let's say counterclockwise. Okay, 45 degrees or whatever angle that you want. Enter. There you go. Okay. Right. Hello, Embo Jenny Sipanda. Hello. How are you? Okay. Next. I know this one is boring, but for the beginners, this is very important. By the way, when you rotate, there is an option there. So I select the object, rotate. Okay. So we know already disjoin. We know already copy. When you use copy, as you rotate, it will duplicate the object. It will remain the original, and then you will be copying a new one with a specified angle. So that's how to copy. And then disjoin, you know this already. If you want to force it, okay, angle. Okay, you can specify the angle. So because a while ago we are picking the base point, right, like that, and then we are typing the angle like this. If you want, you can also add, or you can just specify the angle here. So like I'm going to select the object, and then I'm going to select rotate. Or you can specify already the angle here. So I'm going to type, let's say 45. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick here, and then I'm just going to press enter. Okay, and then there you go. Okay, so that's your rotate. So what else do we have here? So we have here, okay, trim, extend to corners. As you can see here in this tool, you have you actually have 2 commands here. It's either you trim or you extend to corner. So meaning you are creating a corner, okay, 90 degrees. So how is this working? So what is this trim, extend to corner? Very simple. So let's say I'm just going to click this, and then you see that endpoint of the dock. You can actually drag that, and then you can change the angle. You can rotate like that, right? You can force it, okay? You can change the angle, okay? Right? Just like that. So let's say, for example, I want this dock to be connected. Okay, so to do that, I'll just need to use trim, extend to corner. The shortcut is TR. So as you can see on that animation, you are extending the wall. So this time, we are going to extend the dock. So I'm going to select trim, extend to corner. You select that one. And then again, you read your status bar. Select the first line or wall or pipe or duct or conduit or cable tray. Okay, so click on the part you want to keep. Okay, so remember this one. This is very tricky. Click on the part you want to keep. Okay, so I'm just going to pick here, 1. And then I'm going to pick another one here, 2. There you go. Okay, so in a manner, it creates an extension, right? So if I'm going to undo this one step, okay, and then I'm going to terminate my trim extend to corner tool by selecting modify, I'm going to click this, and then I'm going to extend that dock. So let's say here. So let's say, for example, this time, I want this portion here to be deleted. So I want to create a corner here. So again, I'm going to use trim extend to corner. Okay, so you need to select the part that you want to keep. So this is the part that I want to keep. So I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to select this one. There you go. Okay. It's not difficult to understand. All right. So that's how your trim extend to corner works. This is very useful in ducting, in piping, in creating walls. Okay. So this is very useful. That's why in my office, I usually put my trim extend to corner here on the quick access toolbar, or I can just type TR. Okay. I always use this one. Thank you so much, Muzibur. So I also wish you great health for you and your family. Okay, so if you are not able to select your wall, so does that mean, BJ, you are using a template? Okay, you are using mechanical or systems template, but when you create the wall, you cannot select it. So this is what you do. Okay, so this is what you do. Class, take a look at this one. Okay, because you might encounter this one as well, just like what BJ is encountering right now. Because he said that he just made a wall in his screen, but he was not able to select it. Okay, so this is what happens. Okay, because you might encounter this one as well. Check out this one, guys. Okay, you see, I'm going to terminate my modify. In this template, we have used systems template. Wherein in this template, it highlights the electrical, it highlights the plumbing. Okay. Can you see my video? Can you see my video? I think I got disconnected. Am I still there? Can you hear me, guys? Am I still okay? All right, so good. Because I thought I got disconnected. So hopefully I'm still connected. Can you? All right, okay, good. Thanks, BJ and Liniel. Okay, so I thought it's disconnected. All right, so this is what happens. Because remember, we have selected systems template for our project when we created it. So meaning to say it only highlights the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, the architectural, the structural. It's not being highlighted, but it's showing. You can still create just like this one. I created a wall. You see, I can select the wall, right? I can create wall here. So I select the wall, just like this one, right? So I can create a wall. I can even place a door here, right? I can place a door. Oh, there's no door, so I'll just load it. I'll just load one, okay, just to show you. Okay, so I'll just add a door. Okay, 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 all right, okay. So I'll just place a door here. Okay, see, I can place door, I can place any architectural elements, but the problem is I cannot select. Okay, because you might encounter this one. So what you will do is I want you to look at the lower right corner of your Revit screen. This portion here, okay, this portion here. So as you can see, you have multiple tools here. You have select links, select underlay elements, select pinned elements, select elements by face, select drag elements and selection. Okay, so if you want to select these underlay elements that you have here, your architectural elements, so what you need to do is make sure you activate select underlay elements. You check it because in my case it's X. I can't select it. So I'm going to select this one, check the underlay elements, and then let me try to select again. See, I can now select the wall. Because if you select a systems template, your architectural, your structural will going to become an underlay elements. Now, there are some instances that you do not want to move accidentally your underlay elements. Okay, it doesn't need to be your architectural or structural. Any other underlay elements. Let's say, for example, you do not want to move it accidentally. So to do that, you need to disable your select underlay element so that we cannot select it. Okay, you cannot move it accidentally or delete that. But just in case you want to edit that, you want to move it, you want to delete that. So there's your answer. Make sure you activate select underlay elements. Okay. Yes, it's working. Of course, it will work. Oh, you didn't see that. Here. Okay, so if you don't see that one, listen. Okay, so this is where you go. Okay, let me just show you. Just be calm. Okay, don't worry. It's here. It's here. Okay, you click this one. You can also look here. Okay, you can also look at here. So you just need to check select underlay elements. But actually, it's also here on your lower right corner. Okay, but you just go here. Don't worry about that. You just click this drop down arrow. You see there's a select. You click that, and then you check select underlay elements. Check that one, and then there you go. There you go. Okay. Take note that this is applied to any underlay elements. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean follows that it's only for architectural or structural, but it can only be applied to your mechanicals, your electricals, your plumbing, your fire protection, whatever system is that or discipline. Okay, so it's just here. So let's say you do not want to move your link accidentally. That is very dangerous. When you link a project in your project, let's say you're doing MEP, you link the architectural. You do not want to move your architectural accidentally because that's a very big problem. Okay, so that's why you need to uncheck select link so that you do not select your link. Okay, accidentally. So you just uncheck that one. Well, it's my preference. Okay, because sometimes bad things happen, right? Unknowingly, right? Oh yeah, I remember my picture, my video, my face is there. All right, so let's move on. Okay, good, that's good, Anna. All right, let's move it. Okay, because the night is not getting any younger. It's already 9 p.m. and it's a bit tiring already, no? Speaking. But anyway, that's all right. Don't worry. So we go to modify. Okay, so we know this one, trim extend to corner. How about this one? Trim extend, single element. So how this one works? Okay, so let's check one. So let's say, for example, I'm going to create a pipe. Let's go to systems. Let's create pipe here. Pipe. Okay, so let me create a pipe here. So there's one pipe. There you go. So I'm going to escape once. I'm just going to press escape once so that the pipe will not be terminated. Okay, so just escape once. There you go. So I pick one here. I'm going to escape again once. I'm going to pick another one here. Escape once. Pick another one. Escape. Oops. Pick another one. Pick. Escape once. Pick. Pick. Escape once. Okay, and then I just modify to terminate. So this time, let's say I want to extend my pipe to this pipe here. Okay. So from the modify, of course, you cannot use trim extend to corner because if you do that, it will just trim that side and then it will create a corner. But what if you want to extend it? You don't want to trim that. You just want to extend. So that's the use of this one. Trim, extend, single element. So you can only do it one by one. Okay. You can only do it one by one. So like this. So I select this. So let's select the reference. Okay, so you select first the reference. You see, again, read your status bar. Select a reference as the trim or extend boundary. So this is my extend boundary. So I'm going to select that. So you click. There you go. Now, select a line or wall or pipe or duct or conduit or cable tray that you want to trim or extend. So this is the one that I want to extend. So you click. There you go. Okay. So let's say this one I want to extend. So I need to select again the boundary, and then you click the boundary, and then you click. So as you can see, if you are going to use this tool, it's only for single element. You know, if you want to extend another element, you need to select again the boundary, and then you select the element, and then select again the boundary, then you select the element. Okay, you do it one by one. Now, this other option that we have here is for multiple elements. Okay, multiple elements. So how is that? So I'm going to undo it again. So undo, undo, undo. Okay. So this time I'm going to use stream extending multiple elements. So let's click this one. All right. So let's now select our boundary. This is for multiple. So I'm going to select this boundary. Okay. Now I'm going to click the object that I want to extend. You see, right? I only need to select the boundary one time. Okay. There you go. There you go. Then modify. So that's how it works. Hope this one is clear. You just need to try to zoom extends, Muzibur. You just need to right click. Oops, sorry. You just need to right click at the blank space, and then you just select zoom to fit. So maybe your drawing is very far or very small. So just right click and zoom to fit so that it will zoom extends your object. Okay. Now what else? All right. So here we have array. Okay, array. So what is this array? So it's another way of duplicating your objects. So how is this one? Okay. So array. So let's say I'm going to select these two air terminals. I'm just going to place it here, somewhere here. Okay. Just like that. Okay, now let's array this one. So I want to duplicate, so I do not want to use copy, but I use array. I want to use array. So to do that, I'm going to select array, click. Okay, and then click to select. So let's select, and then enter. All right. So in array, we have two types of array. We have linear, and then we have radial. Okay, radial is for circular. Okay, so this one is linear. By default, linear is selected. And I also want you to notice that group and associate is by default already checked. It's checked. So that when you array these objects, these elements, they are already in group, and you can change the number of elements if you want later on after you array it. But before that, so we need to specify here the number. So how many copies that you want for these two elements? So let's say 5. Okay, so 5, enter, and then move to second. Okay, so what does it mean? So what's the difference between the move to second and move to less? Okay, when you say move to second, this will going to be the distance of your first count and then the second count. Okay, and then the remaining count will going to be equal distance as the same your first and second count. So if your distance from first and second duplicate is 100, the rest is also 100. Okay, so that's the meaning of move to second. So that is the distance from the first copy to the second copy, and then the same as the rest of the copy. So let's try this. So I'm going to pick the base point. So take note, I'm using second. I'm going to pick the base point here. So let's say the distance that I want is 4,000. Okay, so I'm going to move my pointer to the right, and then I'm going to type 4,000. Enter. There you go. You see, I have 5 copies. I can actually change that. Let's say I want to make that 10. Enter. Okay, let's say, oh, I changed my mind. So I want that 3. Just like girls. Girls can easily change their minds. Okay, so let's say 4. Enter. See? Right? They are already grouped and associated because when we array that, the group and associate option is checked. That's why they are associated. See? If I select any of the copy, they are already associated. I can change the number of it. Right? So what's the distance? The distance between the first line and then the second line. The first copy and then the second, the first element and then the second copy here. The distance is 3,000. I think, right? So copy. Dimension. You can just click dimension from here to here. Oh, so it's 4,000. So we selected 4,000, right? So as you can see, it's 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, right? And then you just click outside. So that's how it works, the move to second. So it's the distance from the first object to the second object. Okay? Hey, good morning from Brazil, Pedro, Jose. So it's already evening here. It's 9:26 p.m. here in Christchurch, New Zealand. No, we are not having a great time here in New Zealand because of COVID. Okay. Anyway, going back, let's do this. Okay. So hopefully you understand the move to second. So how about the move to last? So let me just grab another air terminals here. All right. Okay. So let's use array. So I'm going to select again the elements that I want to duplicate, and then I'm going to select here array. Okay. Array. Okay. I'm going to uncheck group and associate. Okay. I'm going to uncheck this time. So let's see what will happen. Uncheck, and then let's say number of copy 5. Okay. Move to last. When you say move to last, that is the distance of the first copy and then the last copy. Okay, in our case, we selected 5, right? 5 copies. So when you say move to last, that is the distance from the first copy to the 5th copy. Okay, so let's say, for example, I'm going to pick the base point, and then I'm going to specify 10,000. So when I say 10,000, that is the distance of the first and then the last element, 10,000. So it's different from move to second, because if I select move to second, 10,000 means the distance of the first element to the second element. Okay, and then the rest is the same, 10,000. Okay, now when you do move to last, and then I type 10,000, so meaning that's the distance of the first element to the last element, and then the rest of the elements will going to be equally divided between the first and last object. Okay. Right, so 10,000, 10,000, enter. There you go, see? So if I'm going to put dimension again, center to center, this should be 10,000, right? And also take note that if I select any of the elements here, they are not in group and associated. So they are all individual elements, unlike here, right? Wherein they are in group. Okay, we can change the total number, right? So we can do that, okay? So we can make it. We can change because they are group and associate. So this one is not group and associate. So it's up to you. So sometimes it is ideal not to group it so that you can just move it easily like that, right? You can move it Although you can still move your objects here, but make sure you ungroup it. Okay, you need to ungroup because you see as I move this because they are ungrouped, it's like this. Okay, but don't worry, you can still ungroup that. Okay, you can ungroup. Just select these objects here and then just select ungroup. Okay, there is ungroup tool here. Okay, see this one is now ungrouped. Okay, right. So it's now ungrouped. All right, and then the other groups now here are still grouped, but they are not associated anymore. Right? You cannot change the number of copies anymore. Right. Okay, so that's the first option of creating or using array. Okay, now the other option for array is linear. Okay, so let's say for example, I'm gonna put here an architectural element. So like for example, I'll just create a detail line. Okay, so I'll create a detail line here. This one. So let's say I'm going to create a circle, detail line. So I'm just going to create one here. So let's say 3000, enter, and then I'm going to create rectangle here. Okay, so let's say for example I want to rotate or I want to copy this element around this circle. Okay, so I can use the other option of array. So I'm going to select the objects that I want to array. Okay, and then let's select array. Okay, and then let's use radial array. Okay, so radial. So we know already the linear. So let's use radial. So I select radial. Again, let's group and associate it. Now, as you can see, the center of rotation is located here. I do not want that. What I want is I want to put the center of rotation here at the center. To do that, I'm going to select place here. So I want to change the location of the center of rotation. So I'm going to select place, click that, and then you snap at the center of the circle. So you click. There you go. So there's now your center of rotation. And now, for this one, I'm going to select move to second. Move to second. So let's say you want to have a copy of 4. Okay, and then move to second with an angle of, let's say, 45. Okay, so I'm going to pick here. Then I'm going to move here. 45. There you go. Click outside. Okay, so you can select. Then you can still change the angle there. Okay. Right. So another way is that you can use move to less. Okay, so I'm going to undo. Okay, so let's select array. Make sure it's radial, so move to less. Okay, so how many copies? So let's say 8 copies. Okay, and then change the rotation here. Change the rotation, center of rotation. I want to put that at the center. Okay, so I'm going to pick here. All right, so I want 8 copies. So I'm going to pick the center of rotation. This time I'm going to type the angle. So I'm going to pick. All right, so 360 divided by 8. So what is the angle? So let me use my calculator. Okay, so 360 divided by 8. 45. So that's 45. So I know now the angle. So the angle that I'm going to do is I want total number of 8, and then I want the option move to less. So the angle for that for 360 is 45. What? Wait, I must have selected a wrong one. Okay, so let me try again. Okay, I already forgot how to use this one. Center of rotation. I'm pretty sure that you need to compute it. Okay, so 45. Okay, so how about this one? 45. Let me try again. Okay, 8. This one. So 8. Okay, so it's not working. What? Okay, so anyone who knows this one, I'm pretty sure that you just need to compute this one. So place the center of rotation here. Okay, so move to last. So let's say 8. Okay, so I know that it's 360 divided by 8 is 45. So I can type 45 here. 360. No. Okay, so I think I pretty mess up with this one. Last time I only need to compute it. Okay, so 8. Move to last. An angle of 45. Why is it like this? Alright, I think I'll just check this one out later. I forget how the idea works on this one. Oh, anyway. Okay, so last. Don't worry. Okay, so I think I pretty messed up with this one. I already forget how to use that. All right, so let's move on. Okay, so I'll just figure out how to do that again. So probably next time on our next live stream. So we're going to set up the project. So that is what we're going to do next. But before that, I'm going to search for this one first, how to rotate it properly. Because last time I'm pretty sure I just calculated that move to last. But anyway, okay, so let's move on to the rest of the modifiers here. So we have scale. Okay, so scale, we only use this for 2D elements. Okay, so as you can see on the definition, it's for lines, walls, images, drawings, DXF files. Okay, so you can also use this on your blocks. Okay. But in the 3D view, you cannot do that. Okay, you cannot scale your family or your 3D elements. Okay, so you can only do this on your 2D elements. Like, for example, so we have 2D here. Okay, so we have this rectangle here. Okay, so let me just disjoin this one first. So I'm just going to click this and ungroup. Okay, so let me just move it here. So this is a 2D element. So if you want to scale this one, you can do that because this is 2D. So I select this object, and then I select the scale here. So scale. So again, you click, check out the options here. So we also have graphical, and then we also have numerical. So I'm going to pick the graphical here. Then you can specify the distance. Let's say I'm going to snap here. So you can now scale it. You can also type the distance if you want, or you can just simply pick. Okay, just like that. So you'll be able to scale your drawing. Again, this is for 2D elements. You cannot do this on your 3D view. Again, I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to select the scale here. Okay, so that's for graphical. So how about numerical? So I'm going to select numerical here. So let's say I want this to be twice as much. So I'm going to type here 2. Okay, and then I'm just going to click the base point. So I click that, and there you have it. Okay, so that's how you use your scale. Okay, hope that one is clear. So it's not difficult. It's just on that radial array. Really mess up this one. I'm going to show that to you later on our next live stream before we set up the project. So we're now going to go to setting up the project, creating views, okay, view templates. So that is what we are going to do next time. Okay, let's just finish this basic stuff. Okay, so that's the scale, and then this one is pin. It's like lock. So let's say you do not want to accidentally move or drag your element. Like for example, these air terminals that we have here. So you can pin that. So just select it, and then just pin. Click, and there you go. So it's now pin. You see that symbol? So it's now pin. So if you click outside, it looks ordinary air terminals, but you can't move that. Okay, it's already pinned. Okay, this is ideal as well if you have a link or imported a CAD file or link Revit project. So it would be better you pin that again, so that you will not be able to move that accidentally or unknowingly move your element. Okay, so you pin it. So if you want to unpin, just select again the objects and then select that one, unpin. Okay, that is unpin. Now this one is delete. Okay, so it's like you select the object and then you just press delete on the keyboard. So there's a delete on your keyboard, or of course you just select that icon to delete the element. Okay, now we have a couple of tools here. So we have split element. So it's like break, okay? So pretty useful in your ducting, in your piping conduit. So there are times that you really need to break those pipes to connect to another elements, okay? So you can use that one. So let's say, for example, you want to break this duct here. So let's say I want this half of this duct here to be changed the size. So I want to change the size of the duct from this point up to this point. So you cannot just simply select the duct and then change here the width and then the height. So you need to split that, okay? So you have an option here. So select split element. And then you just click 1 point. There's actually an option here on the options bar, which is delete inner segment, but this applies if you are going to pick 2 times, okay? But if you're just going to pick 1 time, doesn't matter whether you check this delete inner segment or not. So I'm just going to click 1, like for example here, just to split this duct. There you go. So it's now split. So I select modify here. So that's the time I can now select this, and then I can now change here the width, and then the, what else? Size, the height, and then the width. There you go, right? So pretty useful, especially to your ducting, to your piping. Okay, I always use this one, split. Okay. Now, another thing is that you can create a gap. When you split it, it can delete the inner segment. So that's the option that I have shown you earlier. So I'm going to select split element. So you click that one, delete inner segment. So you click that. Well, let's click 2 points. 1, 2. There you go. Okay. And then modify. So this is useful if you have, I'm going to undo. Let's say I'm going to create another duct here. Okay. So I have a duct here, and then I have a duct here. Okay. So let's say you want to separate these connections here. So I can go to modify. Split element. So I'm going to create a gap. 1, 2. There you go. And then modify. So I'm just going to delete these duct fittings that was created when you split. Okay. So just select that and then delete. Select and then delete. Okay. Then we are now ready to connect. So I'm going to select trim extend to corner, or I can just extend it. So click and then this one, right? Or I'm going to undo. Trim extend to corner from here to here, from here to here. There you go. And then modify. Okay. Now this one is split with gap for walls. I don't think we can use that to your duct. So let me try. So I select split with gap. So I can't use that on my duct, but let me use that on my wall. You see, you can use that on your wall. So I'm going to pick 1 point here. You can specify first the gap. So let's say 50 mil. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. Split with gap. Specify this joint gap. So 1, modify. See, there's now this distance, right? So when you click and drag that one, so the other side will follow as well, right? Because there is a gap of 50. Okay? Right. Okay, so basically these are the basic modify tools that we need to learn how to use so that we will be able to edit or modify the elements that we are going to work on in our Revit project, whether it be Revit architecture, Revit structure, or Revit MEP. Okay, so hopefully you learned something from this one. If you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, you can put it on the comment section below, and of course I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So thank you for the viewers. Okay, so hopefully all of you guys have learned something from. I know this is basic and very boring because some of you are already advanced, but hey, we have beginners here, so they also need to know this basic stuff so that it will be able to help them make their jobs easier, because as you can see here in New Zealand, they're not just looking for an AutoCAD designer, but they're looking for a Revit designer. Okay, so maybe next Tuesday, same time, 7:30 to 8ish waiting time. So that will going to be our next live stream on Tuesday, God willing. Okay, so we are going to talk about some basic setups on our Revit MEP project. So I think we're going to learn how to set up our views. Okay, before we go to the MEP side. Okay, so again, shout out first, Faye Liu, Liniel De Jesus, shout out to you, Faye, Aruna, Hassan, thank you for coming. Sai, Rakesh, BJ, Odi, thanks for coming. Anbarasu, Ana Lizette Lareza, okay, Musifur, who else? Okay, okay, so Sir Pedro Jose, Ryu de la Vega, thank you guys for coming. Lineal, thank you for coming. Okay, is it possible to get alert early about your classes? I'm not really sure how to do that. Okay, just same time. Okay, so DJ same time. Okay, just take note, just adjust your time. So 7:30ish or 8 to 8 p.m. waiting time. Okay, I'll just put there, but definitely it's just within that time range. Okay, so see you guys. So hopefully you learned something from this one. Okay, so thank you for watching, guys. Have a nice day. Kumain na. Hello. Good evening, Tinipo. It's Stefan Izoro. Hi, Richard. How are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. I hope you guys are okay amidst this COVID-19 happening around our place. So we will be starting at 7:30. So we still have about 27 minutes to be exact to wait for the others. Okay. So we are going to start 7:30. And I already prepared the exercise files that we will be using for this exercise. It's about managing views. This is part of setting up your project. So we're going to learn view templates, basic filters. Okay, for that one. Hello, Raj. I'm just waiting for 7:30. So at the moment, I'm just browsing. Okay, I'm browsing my social media. Hello, Stan. How are you guys? Hopefully you're doing fine in your place. So don't get outside if it is not essential. Okay, so we start 7:30. So we still have 6 minutes more. Okay, 4 minutes more. So hopefully you can hear me clearly and you can see my screen. Just chat if you can't hear me or you can't see the screen. All right, so please download the exercise files here. Okay. So later on, I'm going to delete this folder. So this will going to be only available for those who will be attending the training today or tonight. So please download the exercise files in this folder, and then I want you to open the file. Okay, so I want you to open the file, managing views. Okay. So we will be opening the exercise file, managing views, right? All right, so I want you to download the exercise files in this link that I have sent on our live chat. So I want you to download the two files there, managing views, and then the other one is feasibility file exercise. So I want you to open the managing files, okay? Or managing views. But if you do not want to go along as I explain it, that's all right. Okay, so just download the exercise so that later on you can follow the exercise, okay? At your leisure time. Hmm. Okay, so the version that, as you can see, the version that I'm opening right now is 2010. So it's being converted to 2021. So once I save these files, or this file, it will going to be 2021. So remember, you cannot downgrade the Revit file to a lower version, okay? So if it is 2021, so you can't open that to lower version. But you can always open a lower version to a higher version of Revit. All right, so are you guys able to open the folder that I have sent, or I mean the link that I have sent on our live chat? So please let me know if you're able to download the files from that one, because that is the exercise file that we are going to use for this lesson about managing views. All right, that's good. Thanks, Dan. All right, so I want you to open the managing views file. Okay, so as you can see, my laptop is very slow, so up to this moment, it's still upgrading the file. Okay, but in your case, if you do not want to follow the exercise, you just want to listen, you just want to watch, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so just download the exercise file so that later on you'll be able to follow the exercise that we will be doing in tonight's lesson. Okay, yeah, my laptop is very slow. Okay, so let's just wait for that. Okay, so it's still opening. Whew. Okay, so if you see this warning, so just ignore this one. All right, so just select OK. Okay, so just select OK if you see this warning. It's still opening. All right, so there's our file. Now in this topic, I'm going to show you how to manage your views. Like for example, you want to create duplicate views. I'm going to show you how to use the filter. If we still have time, we're going to discuss how to create a view template. All right, so to get started, so in my current view, what I'm going to do is from the project browser, I'm just going to change my view or open up my view level 2 HVAC plan. All right, so let's open up this one. Just double click your level 2 HVAC plan. Okay, so our topic is about managing our views. By the way, what is a view? So a view provides a unique picture of a building model. So of course, you use views to display building model from different directions and references. Okay, so you also create a variety of views, such as, let's say, for example, here on my project browser. So you create a variety of views, such as floor plan, what's this, section view. You also have 3D views. You also have ceiling plan, elevation for the building model. Okay, so you can also display a plan view as an underlay in another plan, which is what we are going to do as we move on our topic about linking the files in our Revit project. Okay, so you display a plan view as an underlay in another plan view to highlight the relationship between the components on different levels. Okay, so when you start a project, certain views are created by default. Okay, so it depends on the template that you will be using in your project. So like what I've said, I think last time, if you're going to use systems template, it will already create the basic views for mechanical plan, electrical plan, and plumbing plan. Okay, so you can edit the properties of these views. Okay, you can edit the properties such as the scale. You can change the detail level. Okay, you can change the sizes, or I mean the detail level. You can change the visual style. Okay, you can even crop your view. Okay, so to those who are just started to use Revit, so there's this key feature that we have in Revit, which is what they call bidirectional associativity. Okay, so bidirectional associativity ensures that the changes made in one view are automatically reflected in all the associated views. So it is applied to every component, view, and annotation of the building model. So for example, if you're going to change or edit an air terminal in the plan view, it will going to be reflected in other associated views, such as the elevation, 3D views, or even the schedule. Okay, so that's how powerful this key feature of Revit, which is bidirectional associativity. So any changes that you made in one view, it will going to be reflected in other views. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, or what I'm going to do is, I'm going to show you different options of duplicating your views. Okay, so duplicating your views. So that is what I'm going to show you first. So what are these different options in duplicating your views? Okay, so the first option to duplicate your view is, okay, what you can do is, let's say this is my level 2 HVAC plan. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this one. So to duplicate this, you just need to right click the view. All right, just right click the view, and then you will see here an option, duplicate view. All right, so with duplicate views, you can use different settings for a view that displays the same portion of the building model. So we have these three options: duplicate. So when you say duplicate, which is this one, so it creates a view that is a copy of the primary view. So in our case, the primary view is level 2 HVAC plan. Okay, so if it is duplicate only, duplicate view, it displays model elements, but it will not display annotation elements from the original view. So if the original view contains dimensions, tags, if you select the duplicate option, it will not show the annotations there. It will not show the dimensions, the tags, or any other annotation. Okay, it will only duplicate the model elements. When I say model elements, these are the 3D elements, okay, in your project. Okay, so let's see what will happen. So let me just zoom in first in this portion here. Okay, so as you can see here, my air terminals already got tags, right? So let's see what will happen if I'm going to use duplicate, just to verify what I just said earlier. So I'm going to right-click the duplicate here, right-click the view, select the duplicate option. So let's click that one, and there you go. Okay, so as you can see, my level 2 HVAC plan copy 1, there's no tag here. Okay, because like I said, if it is duplicate, it will not include any annotation. So let's rename this one. So I'm going to right-click this, rename this. So let's say I'm going to call this level 2 HVAC plan duplicate. Okay, so duplicate, enter. Right, so is that clear? Are you guys able to follow? It's very simple, right? You just need to right-click the view, select the duplicate option, and that's it. Okay, now let's move on to the next option. If you have a question regarding what I'm talking about right now, you can put it on our live chat, right? All right. Okay, so let's go to the next option. So I'm going to right-click again our main view, go to the duplicate, and then we have here duplicate with detailing. So based on the name of the option, it's pretty obvious. So aside from duplicating the model elements, it will also duplicate the annotation. Okay, so if your main view got tags, dimensions, any other annotations, it will going to be duplicated as well. Okay, so let's select this one. Duplicate. There you go. So I'm going to right-click this, and then I'm going to select rename. Let's change this. So I'm going to change this to with detailing. Okay, so with detailing, enter. So it's pretty obvious. So as you can see, it also includes the detailing of our main drawing. So our main drawing is this one, the level 2 HVAC plan, which contains the tags. Now when we use the with detailing here, it also duplicates the details, right? So that's how it works. Now we have the third option to duplicate our view, which is duplicate as a dependent. Okay, so what does this mean? So when you use duplicate as a dependent, it creates a view that inherits the view properties and view specific elements from the primary view. Okay, so this is our primary view, right? Our level 2 HVAC plan. In a dependent view, you show only a specific area of the view. So you can insert match lines to indicate where the view is split and view references to link views, which is I'm going to teach you that one as well. Okay, so I'm just telling you how you are going to, or how can you use the duplicate as a dependent in your project. Okay, so in the dependent view, you show only a specific area of the view, and you can insert a match lines to indicate where the view is split, and what else? The view references to link views. So this option helps to create views that show portions of a plan when the entire plan is too large to fit on our drawing sheet. Okay, so that's how it works. So let me just right-click this main view. Let's use the other option, the third one, duplicate as a dependent. So let's click this one, and there you go. So there's our duplicate. So this is our parent view, this is our parent, and then this is our dependent. Okay, so there's the name. So maybe I'll just delete one there, enter, or whatever name that you want from there. Okay, so what are the differences of your detailing, duplicate, and dependent? Okay, so we obviously know what's the difference with the duplicate and duplicate with detailing. So if it is duplicate, it will not include any annotation or details. If it is duplicate with detailing, it will include the details. Okay, so basically it's just like that. Okay, so how about the dependent? All right, so this is how it goes. If I'm going to change my duplicate here, this one, I'm going to double click that, and then on my view control bar, I'm going to change the scale. So the scale here is 1:32. It looks funny. Okay, so I'm going to change that to 1:50, for example. I'm going to change that to 1:50. Okay, so it's now changed to 1:50. And then if I'm going to open the with detailing, so let me double click the detailing, you will notice that it is not affected by the change, okay, of my duplicate view here. Okay, so basically, if you're going to use duplicate or duplicate with detailing, any changes that you made on that particular view, it will not affect each other. Okay, it will only apply on the current view. Okay, it will not apply to the other views such as detailing and then our parent view here. Okay, any changes that you made on the view properties in your current view, it will not affect the other views. So like for example, if I'm going to change the with detailing here, I'm going to change that to, let's say, the detail level. I'm going to change the detail level to coarse. Okay, so I'm going to select coarse. So what will happen is all the duct here, all the pipes, all the ducts, the representation will going to be just a single line. So remember that that is what will happen if you are going to change your detail level to coarse. That's how it works. Okay, if you change your view to coarse, your duct, your pipe, your cable tray, your conduit, okay, it will turn to a single line. Okay, if you change your detail level to coarse. Now, since detail level has something to do with the view, if I'm going to check the duplicate here, you will notice that it's not affected. If I go to the parent view, it's not affected because like what I've said, any changes on the view properties on your current view, it will only apply to the current view. So it will not apply to the other views. Okay, so basically that's how it works. And remember, if your detail level is coarse, okay, your duct, pipes, cable trays, conduit, the representation of them will going to be single line. Okay, so remember that so that it will not cause you any confusion. Right? Hope that one is clear. Okay, you understand, guys? All right. Okay, now the next thing that I'm going to show you is what will happen if I'm going to change the view property of my parent view as well as the dependent. So this is my parent view. So I'm going to change this one. So let's say I want to change the scale. Okay. Or let's say I'm going to change the visual style, this one. So I'm going to change the visual style. I'm going to change that to shaded view. So I select the shaded. So it's now shaded, right? There you go. So it's shaded view. So if I'm going to select the duplicate again, it's not affected. Detailing, it's not affected, right? So how about the dependent? So I select the dependent. All right. So as you can see, the dependent is affected. So this is how it goes. Any changes that you made on the level 2 HVAC plan when it comes to the view properties, it will affect the dependent and vice versa. Okay, so if I'm going to change the scale of my dependent, so let's say the scale that I want here is, let's say 1:100. So I select 1:100 scale. All right, so that's the 1:100 view. So if I go to the parent view, it's also affected. Okay, see, it's affected. So it's 1:100 as well. But your duplicate here, it's not affected. Okay, as well as your detailing here, so it's not affected. Okay, so later on, as we move on, I'm going to show you some applications on the best use of duplicate as a dependent. But for now, you just need to absorb first these few things that I have taught you, okay, about the detailing, duplicate, and dependent. So those are the difference of these three. Of course, any changes that you made on the 3D model itself, the 3D model, it will affect all the views, okay, because they are just under one model. Okay, they only have one beam model, right? But when it comes to view, so each view has its own view properties, okay? But if it is dependent, so your dependent view is dependent to the parent view, and vice versa. Any changes that you made on the dependent view, it will also be applied to the parent view when it comes to the view properties. Okay, so hope that one is clear. All right. Okay, thanks for that, Stan. Let's move on. Okay, so those are the three options. Now, what are the other options that we can use to control or manage the view? All right. So in AutoCAD, you have layers, right? You have layers in AutoCAD. So it controls the visibility of your object, right? So here in Revit, what you can do is from the properties, if you go to the properties, okay, remember any changes that you made here on the view properties, it will only affect your current view. Okay, it will not affect the other view unless if it is a parent to dependent or dependent to parent. Okay, if you change the dependent, it will also change the parent view. If you change the parent view, it will also change the dependent view when it comes to the view properties. But if it is just duplicate or duplicate with detailing, they have their own properties. Now, here on the properties window here, there's this option that is called the visibility graphic overrides. Okay, this is very useful. Okay. Right, so you will be using most of the time the visibility graphic overrides. So the visibility graphic overrides, which is where's my cursor? Which is this one. Okay, okay, it controls the visibility of the objects by category in the view. Okay, so you can specify the visibility settings by using the visibility graphic overrides dialog box. Okay, so again, this has something to do with the view property. So any changes that you made on the visibility graphic overrides, it will only apply to your current view. Okay, your other view will not get affected unless again if it is a dependent to a parent view. Okay, but if that view is just created using duplicate or duplicate as a dependent, they are not going to affect each other. Okay, so any changes that you made on the visibility graphic override, it will only affect your current view. And here we are talking about the visibility of the category, not only the single element like this one, right? Like this one. If I select the air terminal, okay, so this is only an instance of an element. So the category that I'm talking about is this one. This is the name of the category. Okay, remember, every time you select an object, you check out in this portion, that is the category of that object. So like, for example, if I'm going to select this one, I click this. So what is the category of this? So regardless of the type, regardless of the size, the category of that is duct. Okay, so as you can see, I also have here a flexible duct, right? So if I click this one, what is the category of that? So the category of that is flexible duct. Okay, so if you want to hide, let's say for example, all your ducts, you want to hide it. So one option, you can use your visibility graphic overrides. So the shortcut for this is VV, okay, Victor, okay, or VG, Victor, Gold. Okay, VG. So that's the shortcut. Or you can just go to the view properties and then click the edit, click that one, and then you'll be able to see the visibility graphic overrides. So you have several tabs here. So again, this only applies to this view, to your level 2 HVAC plan duplicate view. Okay, by default, the selected tab here is model categories. The model categories, those are the 3D views. Okay, the 3D elements. Okay, so basically it's just like that. So any changes that, or let's say you want to turn off the visibility of your duct. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to look for that on the model categories. Look for the duct. Take note that you can also filter it here. So there's the filters list. So you can click the drop down arrow. So if you want to show only mechanical, so you can uncheck the architecture, you can uncheck the structure, and then you can check the mechanical so that it will only show you the mechanical. If you want to see only the electrical, then just like that. Uncheck mechanical, check electrical. Alright? Okay? So just don't be confused. Why is it my wall is missing? I can't find my wall here. Okay, because there are some beginners like that. So it's just natural. That's okay. Alright? The reason you are not seeing your walls here, your doors, it's because of the filter. Okay, so just be aware that there is a filter here. Okay, of course if you want to see all, you can just check all of this. Okay, so that all of the categories for the model will going to be shown here, right? So you can see here all your walls, doors, structural elements. It will be shown here, right? Now let's say I want to turn off the visibility of my duct. Okay, so I just look for letter D. You can pick any of the category here and then type D so that it will go to letter D category, and then just look for the duct. So I'm just going to uncheck this one, and then I'm going to select here OK, and there you go. So the ducts are now hidden. Okay, not only one duct, but the category of duct is now hidden. Right? Now, if you want to show it back, so you just need to check it. Just go back again to visibility graphic overrides, and then you go to docs, and then just select OK. That's it. Very simple, right? No problem. Thank you for that, Boris. How are you? Okay. Now, the next thing that I'm going to show you is in the visibility graphic overrides, you can actually override here the color of your elements. Okay, so since we are already in docs, so let's try to modify this. So let's go to the visibility graphic overrides. Let's look for the docs. There's the doc, this one. Okay, so you can actually expand that so you can see the different options of your line for the doc, the center line, the drop, the rise. Okay. You can change that one. You can change or override the color of that. But we're not going to tackle that one. So we just go to the dock. And then as you can see, there's an option here, override. So you click that one, override. Click. Okay, so you can change the pattern here. So let's say, oh, I want the pattern of my dock to be what? Let's say demolish lines. Just like that. And let's say I want to change the color. So I change that to, let's say, yellow for my demolish. Okay, so I select yellow, okay. And then you can also change here the line weight, but I'm not going to change that one, okay. So I'll just select here, okay, just select okay, and let's see what will happen. And there you go. Okay, again, I can't see clearly if my color is light, so I'm just going to change the background here. So go to File, go to Options, and then go to Graphics, and then go to Background. Let's change to black. Oops, black. Okay. There you go. You see what happens to all my dock here? Okay, see? So I'm just showing you here that you can override the settings of your category. In our case, our dock. Okay. Now I'm not going to do that, so I'll just go back again to Visibility Graphic Overrides, and then let's look for the dock. Let's change this one. Click that, and I'm just going to clear the overrides, and then okay. You can actually change here transparency, right? So this transparency override here, this one is useful if you are in 3D view. I don't actually use transparency in my 2D view, but I use this most of the time in my 3D view so that I can see other elements behind an element. Like for example, my wall, if I want to see the elements behind it, the dock, the pipe, the sprinklers, so I'm just going to change the transparency of my wall. So you can do it from here, okay? And you can also make it halftone. Okay, so halftone means it will somehow gray out your category. It will gray out and it will highlight other elements if you select halftone. Okay. Right, so hope this one is clear. So that is your model category. So it talks about the 3D views in your, 3D elements in your project. Okay, on model categories. All right, when you go to the annotation category, so from the name itself, annotation. So here you can control the annotation, your tags, what else? Tags, your labels, your dimensions. You can override here. Let's say I do not want to see all the section. Then you can go to the annotation categories and then you can uncheck the section. You can also turn off the visibility of your elevation. Okay, so it's all here. So anything that has something to do with the annotation, okay, like the section view, elevation view, your tags, your text, okay, you can turn it off or you can turn it on here. And then you can also override here. Okay, as you can see, there are some override here. And then you can also make it halftone. Okay, so it's just like that. So that's your annotation category. So we are not going to spend so much time to that one. Of course, you still have your own time to explore this. If you have any questions, you can just comment on one of my videos. And like I always do, I always reply. Okay, so that's for your annotation categories. Analytical model, I don't bother this much. Okay, this is more on the structural side. Although in the structural, I also don't bother this one. Okay, so I'll just go to the imported categories. So here in the imported categories, you can override your imported drawings. Like for example, you have AutoCAD. You want to use this AutoCAD to create your detailed views. Okay, so instead of redoing it again in Revit, so you can just import your AutoCAD in Revit, and then you can reuse the drawing. So in the imported categories, you can control the visibility of the AutoCAD drawing. So you can turn off the visibility of the layers. You can override the line types. You can change the colors. You can change the line weights. Okay, just like on the model categories, just like that. Okay, and then you also have here filter. Okay, so on the filter, from the word itself, from here you can create filter. Okay, filter. So maybe I'm going to show it to you later on. So we're going to create a basic filter on our model. Actually, you still have here a couple of tabs that will appear only if you perform their function. Like for example, okay, if you have a linked model, so let's say you have an MEP project, and then you link in your architectural model or your structural model, there is a new tab that will gonna be appearing here on the Visibility Graphic Overrides window, and that tab is called Revit Links, wherein you can control the visibility of your Revit link model. Okay, and then if you activated the work sets, the work sharing in your project, so another tab will going to appear on your Visibility Graphic Overrides, which is work sets. But since we don't have any link, we don't have any work sharing functionalities in this project, so those tabs are not appearing. Okay, so that's all. So we have these tabs here. So hopefully this one is clear. Again, your Visibility Graphic Overrides, it will only apply to the current view. Okay, the other views, it will not be affected. Okay, all right. So let me just select OK here. So do you have any question? You have any questions? Class? All right. All right, so if you don't have any questions, so let's move on. Now, for the next one, the next thing that we will be doing, let's try to explore some of the options here on the view control bar because, again, it has something to do with controlling our views or managing our views. Okay, so let's say, for example, all right, I only want to show this portion here. Okay, so let's say, for example, just imagine you have a very big project, okay, but you only want to work out on this portion here. Okay, you do not want to see this area. You don't want this. Okay, you want to concentrate in this area. So if you want to do that, what you can do is you can use one of the tool here or one of the tools here on our visibility or on our view control bar. Okay, so here on our view control bar, there's this tool that is called show crop region. So when you say show crop region, so from the words itself, if you click this one, it will show the crop region. Okay, so right now it's turned off. That's why when I hover my pointer, it says show crop region. So meaning to say, if I click that icon, it will show the crop region. All right, and take note, if this is the first time you're going to activate or turn on your show crop region, the other tool or the other button beside that one, which is crop view, will going to be activated as well. So as you can see right now, this crop view button here is turned off. So there is an X there. So once I turn on the, let me just charge the laptop. So once I turn on the show crop region, automatically this one will going to be activated as well. It will activate the crop view. So let's try this. So I'm going to select show crop region. Let's click that one. There you go. So there's our crop region. And then also notice that the crop region now says do not crop view because our crop view is now activated. So a while ago, this icon says crop view because it's not yet activated. Now, since it's already activated, it's now saying do not crop view, because right now it will crop now the view. Okay, so let's click the crop the view region, and then you can see here nodes that you can control to stretch it. So let's say you only want to concentrate in this area, so you can click that, click, and then stretch from there, adjust, and then it will not let you to concentrate on that area. So you can control it here. There you go. There you go. There you go. Right? Okay. And then if you do not want to see the crop view here, the crop region, so you can just turn off. So you can select hide crop region. So just hide it, but do not turn off the crop region, the crop view. Just turn off the visibility of the crop region. Just hide it so that it's still crop. Okay, because there are some instances you only want to place this view inside the sheet, right? So for you to be able to do that, you need to crop the view. Again, these tools that we have here, it only affect your current view. It will not affect the other view. Okay, don't worry about that. Which is very useful, right? Okay. Right now, the other options that we can do here. Okay, so I'm just going to turn on again the crop view. Okay, so I'm just going to click this, the crop region. All right, so if I'm going to hover my pointer here, as you can see, it only highlights the boundary, right? But you can actually go to the view properties here, and then you can look for annotation crop. Take note that these tools here, the crop region, and then the do not crop view, you can also control this from the properties, which is actually this two here. The crop view, this is also that icon. Okay, so as you can see, it's activated. So the crop region visible, this is also this tool here. So you can control these two buttons here also to your properties. Do not select any object, okay? So this one here, the crop view is this one, do not crop view. So crop region visible, this is that one. So you can control it here as well on the properties. And then you also have here annotation crop. Okay, so from the word itself, it will crop the annotation. Let's say, for example, I'm going to put here a dimension. Dimension is this one. I'm just going to pick the dimension, align dimension. I click that one, and then let's say I want to put a dimension from here, and then I'm going to put here, and then I'm going to place it here, right? Just like that. So there's my dimension. So if I'm going to turn on the annotation crop, oh, before that, let me just put again some annotation here. Like I'm going to use the text tool, so I'm going to click this. I click that one, and then let's say I'm going to place a text here. All right, so this is my annotation. Okay, that's my annotation. Just click outside, select modify to terminate the tool. Okay, so I have a couple of annotation here. So I have a dimension, I have a text here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select annotation crop. Okay, I'm going to activate that. So what will happen? I'm going to click that. And as you can see now, my dimension here disappears. Why is that? If I'm going to hover my pointer on the crop region, so as you can see, there is now a dotted line outside the solid line, right? See, so this is our solid line, and then here is our dotted line. So this solid line here, this is our crop region. It crops the 3D elements, right? Now that dotted lines or that dash line, if I'm going to click the crop region, that is actually your crop annotation, your annotation crop. Okay, so now it's activated. So what happens is any 2D elements or any annotation that touches this dash line, it will going to be cropped out of the view. So it will be hidden. Okay, it will not be deleted, it's just hidden or cropped out. So if I'm going to click this to adjust the annotation crop, I'm going to pick here, drag and pick. As you can see, there's our dimension. The reason why it disappears because it's outside the annotation crop. Okay, so if it is outside or touching the annotation crop, it will going to be hidden in your view. It will be cropped. There you go. So just like this one, if I'm going to click that, drag that outside, so as you can see, it will disappear. Okay, so that's why there are some instances, some beginners in Revit, they are wondering, hey, why is it every time I create text, it disappears? Or every time I place a tag, or every time I place dimension, it disappears. Well, this is your culprit. So it's because the annotation crop is enabled. So that's why if I'm going to create a text, let's say somewhere here, I create the text there. So my name is Richard, and then I just click outside. Click outside. So you will see this warning. Okay, so this warning you can see, let me show you the warning if you can see it on my screen. So there's the warning. So you can see this one. None of the created elements are visible in our current view. Okay, so you may want to check the active view, parameters, visibility settings, as well as any plan regions and their settings. Okay, so these are the options that you need to check out. But we all know already what is the problem. The problem why we can't see our annotation is because of this one, annotation crop. Because there are some instances we do not want to see all the text outside. Because if your model here, it contains annotations, dimensions, if you activate the crop view, it will only activate, it will only crop the 3D elements. So if you want to make it clean, so you may want to activate also the annotation crop so that your annotations around your model is not cluttering or littering around your model here. So it will be cropped as well. So if you want to show it, then you just uncheck annotation crop. There you go. So there's now our annotation. Okay, because we disable the annotation crop. Okay, so hope this one is clear. From Boris Joka Boris. Question. Hi Richard, question please. What if you have a topography and building and you want only to crop the building? Is there any option for that, sir, please? So no, if you are going to crop only the building, you can't do it separately from the topography. Okay, the annotation, the crop region, it will crop all the 3D elements. That includes your topography. Okay, so you can't do it separately unless you just hide the topography and then you just crop the building. Okay, but if you are going to crop the 3D model separate from the topography, you can't do that. Okay, you can't do that. All right. So hope that one is clear, Boris. All right. Next, let's move on. Okay, now let me just select this and delete. I don't need this. Select, delete. So let us explore more some of the options to manage our view. Okay, so what else? So here on the is this code? So this is our view control bar. So what else? Okay, you see this one? See this bulb here? It says reveal hidden elements. Reveal hidden elements. So this is very useful if you want to see all the elements that is hidden currently in the view. So like for example, this is our view. If you want to see all the elements that is hidden in this view, so you can just turn on that bulb here. Okay, so just click that bulb, click that, and then as you can see, there are some elements now here that is highlighted, right? So this is the color of our reveal hidden elements. Okay, maybe in your case it's colored red. Okay, but nevertheless, okay, right. I'm just going to plug the trigger. Okay, but nevertheless, so as you can see, that color highlights. Okay, so meaning these are the elements that is hidden in your current view. Okay, so these lighting fixtures or electrical fixtures are hidden in this view because this is a mechanical view. That's why the electrical elements are hidden in this view. Okay, but anyway, if you want to turn on the visibility of the elements that is hidden in your current view, so what you can do is you just need to click that one. Let's say for example this. You click that. As you can see here, the option is unhide category. It's not unhide element. Why? Because in this view, these elements here, these electrical fixtures, they are hidden using the visibility graphic overrides. They are hidden by category. That's why if I'm gonna click this one and then I select unhide category, right? So you will notice all of the electrical fixtures is now half tone. So meaning to say, if I'm going to turn off the reveal hidden elements, it will now show here, right? Okay. So I'm just going to hide it using the visibility graphic overrides, and then let's look for electrical fixtures. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to uncheck, and then okay, and it's now hidden. Okay. So you can also use your reveal hidden elements to see the elements that is hidden in your current view and make it visible again. All right. So let me show you another way of managing the visibility of the view. So let's say this air terminal. I want to hide this air terminal only, not the category. Okay, I only want to hide this air terminal, this instance. Okay, not the category. Because if it is category, it doesn't matter whether is that air terminal is return diffuser or supply diffuser. As long as they are on the same category, all of these air terminals will going to be hidden if you're going to use the visibility graphic overrides here. If you're going to uncheck that, regardless of the type of the air terminal, it will going to be hidden, right? But let's say, for example, what I want is, I want to be specific. Okay, so I only want to hide this element. So I'm going to select this, and then right click, and then there is an option here that is called, where are you, hide in view. Okay, so you have actually three options here: elements, category, by filter. We're not going to focus on by filter. Okay, we just want elements and category. So we know already what is category. So if you select there hide in view category, the category will be hidden, not only the selected elements. Okay, which is, you can also do this in the visibility graphic overrides. But if you're going to use the other option, which is elements, it will only hide the selected element or elements. Okay, in our case we only have selected one, so I'm going to select here elements, and there you go. So it's now hidden. Okay, now if you're going back to your visibility graphic overrides here, as you can see, air terminals here is still checked. Okay, because what we did is we just hide an instance, not the category. So if you want to return it back, you turn on the visibility again of that particular air terminal. Again, this is very useful. The reveal hidden elements. You click that one, and then again it will show you the elements that is hidden. It's the same color as the name here. I mean that shaded part of the reveal hidden elements. Okay, so you just need to select that one, and then I want you to notice this. This time it's now saying unhide element. Okay, so it's not category because we hide this by element, right? So I'm just going to select unhide element, and then just turn off the reveal hidden elements again. Just select X, and there you go. Okay. Right. Is that clear? Okay. Hope this one is clear. Oh, thanks for that, Boris. Okay, so let's move on. So I'm just going to minimize this one again. All right. Now, next thing that we're going to do is, you know already what is this one, this bulb here. Now, how about this? Temporary. So this is temporary hide element. Okay. So how about what I'm going to do is, I'm going to open the 3D view. All right. So let me open the 3D view here. So let me click that icon, default 3D view, or of course you can also go to your project browser and then just double click the 3D. Okay. Right? Or just select that icon. Just click that one. So this is now our 3D view. Now, what I want here is, let's say I want to see temporarily the what's this? Okay, this electrical fixture. Okay, I only want to see the electrical fixture. So let's say, for example, I want to know the number or the total count of the electrical fixtures. Although I can just simply create a schedule for that, which is easier as well. Okay, but let me try this way. So instead of creating schedule, which we have a separate topic for that, so I want to separate all the electrical fixtures regardless of the type, and I want to know the total number of that electrical fixtures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this option here on the view control bar. It says temporary hide isolate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click one of the electrical fixture, these duplex receptacles. I'm going to click that one, and then I'm going to click this glass here. So let's click that glass, and then there's an option here. So by this time you should know already what is the difference between the category and then element. Okay, so hopefully you know already what is the difference. So if it is element, we are talking about on the instance, on the one that you selected. Okay, so this is an element. Okay, so let's say I'll just click one of the element, and then I just click this one. Now you have an option here. If you want to hide the category, okay, so or isolate the category, it will isolate all the electrical fixtures, the category. Okay, so there's an option here as well, hide category. If you want to hide all the electrical fixtures temporarily, and then you also have your isolate element and hide element. Now for this one, since I want to see all the electrical fixtures, so I'm just going to isolate the category. Because if it is isolate element, it will only isolate this selected element. We don't want that. What we want is category. So isolate category, you click that one, and let's zoom out. There you go. So it's now isolated, right? Okay, so it's now isolated all the electrical fixtures. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom out like this, and then I'm going to use crossing selection like that. Okay, so after I select, you check out the properties, and there you go. So there's the total number of your electrical fixtures, right? Very useful. Okay, now if you want to go back to your original view, just click again that button, the temporary hide isolate, and then reset hide isolate. Temporary. Okay, click, and there you go. So let's say for example, I want to know the number of my air terminal, the category. So I'm just going to click that, select that glass, and then isolate category. Just click that one, and there you go. It contains the supply diffuser, return diffuser, and exhaust diffuser or terminals. Okay, you can select all of this, and then you can now see the total number of your air terminals regardless of the type. Okay, so I now have here 202. Okay, very useful, right? So let's click this, reset. Okay. Okay, of course you already know what is hide, right? So if there's an isolate, there's also hide. So let's say I don't want to see all the duct here. Okay, I don't want to see all the duct. So select the duct, one duct. Let's click that glass, temporary, and then how about hide category? Okay, hide category. Select, there you go. So there's no duct here. Of course there's a flex duct, so it's a different category from duct. Okay, right, cool. Okay, I know for some this is kind of boring, but if you are just beginners, you should be able to familiarize yourself with this one. Okay, right. Anyway, so let's move on. Time is not getting any younger. Okay, so let me just reset again. This one, reset. There you go. Okay, so here in the 3D view, okay, in our floor plan, let's say here on our floor plan, you can crop this, right? You can crop using this tool here. Okay, the crop view and then the crop visible, crop region visible. You can control the cropping of that for your 3D elements. But how about if it is in 3D? Okay, if it is in 3D, how are you going to crop this? Although you can still activate your crop view here, your crop region visibility, and then the annotation crop. I do not use that in the 3D view. Okay, yeah, I haven't used that one in 3D view. I only use the crop view, the crop region visibility, and then the annotation crop in 2D view. Okay, so here, if it is 3D view, and then you want to crop your 3D, like for example, let me just orbit. By the way, if you want to orbit, you just need to hold the shift, and then just hold the middle button of your mouse, and then you can just move your mouse to orbit. Okay, you can zoom in, and then you can orbit as well. Now you can also select the element to make it the pivot or the pivot of your orbit. So just click that, and then you can orbit. Okay, so that the concentration of orbiting is on that selected element. Okay, that's an ideal way of orbiting your model. So you click first, pivot, or however you pronounce that one. Just click first, and then that will serve as your point there. For example, that one, and then you can now orbit. So it's now concentrated on that particular element. Now, let's say for example you want to crop this portion here. Okay, this portion here. You want to crop that. So how are you going to do that? You want to crop that in 3D. Okay, so one option, I'm going to show you many options. The first option, you check out the properties here, check out the section box. Okay, you just activate the section box, click that. Okay, so there's the check. Then just zoom out. Now what happens is, okay, again this is a common problem in the beginners in Revit. So their complaint is, hey Rich, why is it my section box is not showing in my current view? Although I already checked my section box. Okay, so how are you going to give solution to this? Solution number one, check out the visibility graphic overrides. So select the edit, and then it's not here on the model categories. Check out the annotation categories. You go there and then you click one category and then you just type S to go to section box. And then you will see here, there you go. Your section box is unchecked on your visibility graphic override. So that is what you're going to do. So you just need to check it and then okay. And voila. Okay, so there's now your section box. So now if I'm going to uncheck the section box here and then just click outside, it's now hidden. Now if I'm going to check it again, there you go. Okay, and did you know that you can also select the section box here instead of going to your visibility graphic override? So just in case you want to hide your section box, you just want to hide it. So instead of unchecking the section box, you can click the section box, right click, hide in view element. So you can do that as well. Okay. Again, if you want to show that, you check your visibility graphic overrides, annotation categories, you look for section box. So you can see now here, why is it the section box here is checked, and yet it's still not showing. It's still not showing, right? Because the way you hide your section box is different. You didn't hide it using the visibility graphic overrides. You hide it using right click, hide element, right? Now for you to be able to show back again your section box, okay, second option or second solution that you can do is you use the bulb here. Okay, so that you have many solutions just in case you encounter this missing section box. Okay, you can use your bulb here. You click the bulb. We know the function of that. It will show you hidden elements, right? Which is, one of them is our section box. You click the section box, and then there you go. Just unhide it. Okay, click that one, unhide, and then close it off. There you go. So there's my section box. Okay, so let's say you want to concentrate this area. So I can go to the top of my view cube. I click that one. Then I can crop it now. You crop it, crop it. There you go. There you go. Okay, there you go. Of course, you can still crop it up like that. Okay, you can do that, you can do that. There you go. Nice. Okay, hope this one is clear. Again, if you have any question, you can put it on our live chat. Right, so that's how you do it. Now, the next thing that I'm going to show you is that for your section box, if you just want to hide the section box, so what you can do is you can use the visibility graphic overrides to hide the section box, or you can select the section box, right click, and then hide it, hide element. Do not use this one, okay? So do not uncheck the section box. Yes, the section box will be hidden, but if you're going to uncheck this one, it will show back again the whole model. So you're going to crop again your 3D model. So just in case you accidentally click that one, okay? If you're going to uncheck this, it will gonna disable your section box and hide it. Okay. Whereas if you're going to use visibility graphic overrides or right click and hide it, hide element, it will only hide your section box, but it will not disable your section box. Okay, because if you uncheck that, check this one out, uncheck. Okay, so it will now be hidden, but it will disable it. It will show you again the whole model, so you need to crop it again. But don't worry, there is another option here if you want to section or crop this area only. How to do that? Very simple. I think this feature starts in 2018, so please correct me if I'm wrong. This is one of the best features that have come in Revit. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this area here. Okay, select that area, and then look for section box, or you type BX. You click that one, and there you go. See, very fast, right? Automatically it will set your section box. Not only in the 3D view, but you can also apply your section box in your or your selection box in your 2D view. So let's say I go to the 2D view floor plan. So let's say this area here. Okay, so this area. So I just window like that, and then just click that one, selection box. Select. There you go. Right. Very nice feature. Oops. So just in case your model lost like that, just press the middle button twice quickly. So it's zoom extends. Okay. Press the middle button twice. Double click your middle button. So you see. Right. So that's the power of selection box. Okay. So hope this one is clear. So managing our view, we have several topics to discuss here. Okay, it's we have quite a few topics for our managing views one. Okay, so that's how you use your selection box. So that's very useful. Another way of cropping your view, your 3D view. So let's say, for example, I'm going to open again the. Let's say I'm going to duplicate the 3D here. Okay, let's duplicate this. Right click, and I'll just use duplicate. Okay, so I'll just use duplicate, and then I'm going to call this. Let's say I call this 3D underscore. Let's say level 1. Okay, 3D level 1. So this is my 3D level 1. Okay, so what I want is I want to show in this 3D the level 1 of my model, regardless of the discipline. So I just want to show the level 1. Okay, or let's say level 2 or whatever level is that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, okay, in the 3D view you have your view cube here. So you can right click any part of the view cube, right click, and then look for orient to view. Orient to view, and then you go to floor plans. There you go, and then you look for the floor plan that you have. So currently I don't have level 1 created in my view. It only shows me the level that is currently available from the project browser. So maybe I'm just going to change this to level 2. Okay, because there's no level 1 there. I'm going to show that to you later on. Don't worry about that. We have topic for that. So let's say I want to show the level 2 floor plan here, the 3D of the level 2 floor plan. So I'm going to right click any part of the view cube. So right click, and then after that, let's look for orient to view, floor plan, and then you can select any of the level 2 here. Doesn't matter whatever discipline is that, as long as it is level 2. So let's say I use level 2 HVAC plan. So you click that one, and then again, Revit will now automatically set your view. See, it's now showing only the second level. How good is that, right? Now, let's say, for example, Rich, I want to show also, or I want to highlight the architectural model. Aside from highlighting the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, your MEP, I also want to highlight the architectural and then the structural, for example. So to do that, what you can do is you go to the properties, and then you change the discipline. So currently the discipline here is mechanical. So what you can do is you can click that one, you click the drop down here, and then you change the discipline. So make it coordination. Click that, and just click outside. Voila, there you go. So it's now showing you your architectural as well as your discipline, your services. Okay. Of course, you can still use this one. You can use that to crop your view. Okay. Is this okay? You understand? It's not difficult, right? All right. So, Rich, can you please recommend me a channel work in robot stuff? I actually have no idea on the robot structural analysis YouTube channel. So maybe you can just search it. I just really don't have any idea what is a channel that is good for robot structural analysis. Okay, Boris. Sorry about that. Okay, that's it for that one. Okay, so that's how you change the discipline, which is very useful, right? Okay. Now, another way of editing or managing your view is by changing here the detail level. I already shown this to you before. If I make it coarse, so what will happen is all your duct, all your pipe, it will show only lines. So as you can see here, it disappears, right? Okay, it disappears. Okay, so let me change the discipline to mechanical. There you go. So as you can see the representation of my duct, my pipes. Okay, the representation becomes line. So that is how the coarse detail level works. So it make your ducts, pipes, conduit, cable tray. Okay, single line. Okay, so if it is medium, so let me show you these three options. If it is medium detail level, so what happens is your duct will not going to be affected, but your pipe is affected. Your pipe, your conduit, your cable tray is affected if you are going to change the detail level to medium, but your duct it's not affected. Okay, so if you're going to use the fine detail level, it will affect nothing. Okay, it will not affect the 3D model. As you can see, it shows now 3D your pipe and your duct, and then the rest of the elements. But if you want to show only the detail level of your elements into a line, so you just change that to coarse. Again, sometimes this causes confusion to just to starters of Revit, so they are wondering why is it some of my elements are showing single line, why is it some is not? Okay, it's because of your detail level. Okay, and then also we have here unlock 3D view. Okay, so this one again, it's on the view control bar. What is this one? So unlock 3D view. So there are some instances wherein you want to create a 3D view, and then sometimes you want to show a certain part of the 3D view during the coordination meeting. You do not want that to be modified or to be touched by anyone. So what you do is you create the 3D view and then you lock it. Okay, so let's say for example for this one, so let's say I'm just going to randomly crop this one. So let's say I want to show this during the meeting, this 3D here. Okay, so this one in this manner. Okay, I do not want others to change this. Okay, I do not want them to be to orbit this one like this or to change the orientation of the view. I want this to be like this only. So what you can do is you can lock the view. Okay, you can click that. You click that. As you can see, there's a save orientation and lock view. Okay, you just select that one after you set up your 3D view. You click that save. Okay, and then as you can see, I cannot orbit anymore. See, I'm trying to orbit. Okay, so I'm trying to change the view cube. I cannot drag the view cube, so it's already locked, right? So this is also useful if you want to put some details in your 3D view. You can actually place a text here. So there's the text. So you can put a text, right? So you can put that. So let's say like that. Then you can just put change just like that. Okay, so you can do that in detailing. Okay, so of course you can change that size. So I don't have any size, but anyway, so you get the idea. So your 3D view now here is locked. Okay, so you can't orbit this accidentally for coordination. But just in case you want to move that again, so you can now just click that button again. So you click that, unlock the view. Okay, so you can now orbit again. See? Okay, so that's how it works. All right. Okay. So I think we are going to continue our discussion next meeting. So probably we're going to do it again on Friday. So Friday same time. All right. So Friday same time we are going to continue our discussion about managing the views. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to discuss there the filters and then the view template and other commands or tools that will allow us to manage our view. Okay. So do you have any questions regarding the topic? Right. So hopefully you're able to download the exercise files because later on I'm going to delete that. Okay, I'm going to delete that exercise file. So like what I've said, you can only get the exercise file if you attend. So here's the link, so you can download it from here. Okay, so after 30 minutes or so, I'm going to delete the files inside this folder. Okay, so do you have any questions? So hopefully you learned something from this one. Okay, so hopefully you learned something from this part one of managing our views. So just to recap, we have learned how to use our view control bar, duplication, the properties, okay, and then the visibility graphic overrides, which is pretty useful in managing your views. Okay, and last question, do P managers need to know all the field of Revit, like Revit cars? No, okay, no. So if your company is Revit MEP, so your B manager should definitely know the B managerial side for the MEP. It's only a plus if he also knows the architectural or structural. Okay, but even if he don't or she don't know the structural or architectural, doesn't matter. That's okay as long as of course he needs to know the MEP. Same with architectural for the BIM architectural manager. It doesn't need to follow that. You need to know the structural or MEP. No, it's not like that. It's just a plus. Okay. So if you know structural or an MEP, even though you are an architectural manager, well, it's a plus. That's good. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean follow that you need to know all the discipline. Okay. Yep, that's it. Okay, so that's it. So again, if you have any comments or questions, you can just put it here on our chat. Okay, but for now, thank you for watching, guys. Have a nice day. Test mic sound check. Test mic sound check. Can you hear me okay? So it's 7:11 p.m. here. So we have 19 minutes. Hey, what's up? I'm Bongi Sibanda. Good evening here. So good morning in South Africa. So can you hear me okay? Okay, so can you please say hi in our live chat if you can hear me okay and if you can see the video okay? All right, so thanks for that. So we still have 17 minutes. So to those of you who is already online, so here is our exercise files, okay? Because I love you guys, so you can download the exercise files here, right? Good. Hey, what's up, Boris? Uh, no, it's mine is not blinking. Okay, you can download now the exercise files here. Usually, you have to pay for these exercise files, but since I love you guys, you can now download the files from there. So while we are not yet starting on our discussion, you can ask me questions. So if I know the answer, I'm going to answer you, of course. But if I'm not, I'm really sorry about that. Okay, you can put your question in the live chat. So hopefully I know the answer. If it is not, then sorry for that. My knowledge in Revit is very limited. So shout out to Embongeni Sibanda. So hopefully I pronounce your name correctly. And to Boris Choka Boris. Hmm. Why you couldn't download the tutorial 3 video of this course? Oh, so you're downloading the video from the YouTube, Boris? Is that correct? Oh, I wonder why you can't download. Let me check my settings there. I didn't do anything on that one. Let me check my YouTube. Videos, live videos. I don't see any restriction on my video number 3, Boris. Not sure what is happening. So maybe it's because of the internet connection. I'm not sure. So we still have 40 minutes, guys. So you can eat your lunch, your breakfast, your dinner. Okay. So thank you for the 5 viewers and thank you for the 3 likes. Okay. So I'm just here. Just going to put down my headset. I'll just do some warm up. Okay. I'm just going to push up. Download the exercise files here. Okay. I'm just doing some warm up. So I'm just doing some warm up because it's really cold here. And good thing the winter will gonna end this month. So next month it's now springtime. Okay. Okay. Good evening, Ma'am Analizet La Reza and Sahiba Gujral. Don't forget to download the exercise files. Okay. Usually you need to pay for this, but since I love you guys, you can download it here for free. Okay, download the file so that you can do the exercises that we'll be doing today or tonight, this morning or this afternoon. So again, shout out to Mbugeni Sibanda, Boris, Anna, and Sahiba, and all other viewers that is not chatting. Okay, I really appreciate guys coming over here on my live stream. Whew. Okay, let me just do more warm up. Okay, good afternoon, Sahiba. Okay, 4 minutes. All right, so we'll be starting in 2 minutes. All right, so we'll be starting in a few seconds from now. Whew. Okay. All right, so our topic for today, as you can see on our title, so we'll be talking about ways to control the object visibility, this time using the template and filter. Okay, on our last video, we already discussed some of the things that we can use or some of the tools that we can use to control the object visibility, such as your visibility graphic overrides. If you still remember, that is your VV, right? So if you are going to type VV in your as your keyboard shortcut, so you'll be able to see the visibility graphic overrides, which is this one, right? So your visibility graphic overrides, it affects your current view. So my current view here is 3D, which is this one, right? So it's highlighted. You can also check out your title bar. So it's 3D. So my visibility graphic overrides will only affect the current view. All right. Now another way to control the object visibility, aside from the visibility graphic overrides, is of course by using your properties. Okay. So here on our properties, if you are going to check out the extents parameters, you can see here the crop view, the crop region visible, the annotation crop, okay, and the section box, right? So these are some of the tools that we can use to control it, and as well as the graphics. If you go to the graphics, you can control there the scale. You can also control there the discipline. And aside from that, you can also go to your, what's this? If you still remember, okay, you still remember what is this called? This bottom portion here, these tools here. Anyone on our chat? You still remember that? I think I discussed that during the day one, okay? Okay, so I still remember that. Anyone in chat? Okay, so if you already forgot that one, that is what we call the view control bar. Okay, so on our view control bar here, you can find as well the scale. You can also find here the detail level, the visibility graphic overrides, the crop region as well, and then the crop view toggle on and off. And then you can also lock the 3D view here. You can temporarily hide and isolate your element, and you can also use the reveal hidden elements just in case you want to see the elements that is currently hidden in your view. Okay, so these are just some of the tools that we know that we can use to control the object visibility. All right, so this time around, let's talk about the view templates. Okay, the view templates, you can find it here on the view tab. If you go to the view tab, so by the way, the file that I'm opening that is currently open is managing views. Okay, so if I go to the view tab here from the graphics panel, you can see the view templates. Okay, if you click the drop down arrow, you can see the different options here to manage your view templates, such as apply template properties to the current view, create template from current view, and then manage view template. Okay, so what is view template? So your view template, as the definition says here, it creates, edits, and applies standardized settings to views. So a view template is a collection of view properties. So what are these view properties? That is a scale, that's a discipline, detail level, and visibility settings. Okay, so those that we have modified or used before from the properties, these are some of the settings that you can include to your view templates. Okay, so basically view templates contain the standard settings of a view that you want to set to your project. So Revit provides certain default templates. If you're going to click that and then check the manage view templates, you'll be able to see here some of the default templates. Okay, which is this one. Okay, so of course you can also create personalized view templates for a specific view condition. Okay, so as you can see, this is the window or the dialog box for your view template, and you can also see some view template options there. Okay, when you set up your view template, right? Okay, hey, what's up, Narendra Rajput? Okay, good afternoon there. Good evening here. All right. Okay, so what we are going to do is, using this exercise file, we are going to explore our view template. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. So we are going to work on our view template. So just the guidelines when working for your view, just a review as well. Okay, so if you already forgot some things of some discussion that we did last time. So when working in a view, you plan to develop further by using elements, drafting elements, just like what we used last time, the crop region as the required. And again, you can also pin the boundary in your position when you crop it. Okay, so by pinning your elements, this prevents you from inadvertently moving the view boundary. And then what else that we can do as a guidelines in controlling our views? So you can also set up the detail views. Okay, and you can also use here the tools on our view here. If you want to switch to another view, like tile windows, you can type WT. Like for example, I have here two views already open. If I want to see these two views, I'm just going to type WT, right? WT, that is tile windows. Okay, so that at least you can see what is happening here in your project. So as you can see, I have two views here, 3D view and then a floor plan view. By the way, this is two different files. Okay, so I'm just going to maximize this view. So to maximize your current view, which is this one, so you can go ahead and you can click this icon here. Okay, tab views. Okay, you can just click that one, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is from the project browser. Okay, so I'm going to modify or edit my project here. So in this exercise, we're going to explore the different views displayed, and then after that, we're going to apply view templates, and then we're going to modify some view properties. Okay, so let's say for example, this is your project. You are working on a building, and you want to observe the different views of the model, and then we're going to apply view templates, and then we're going to change the view properties to get a clear idea of the building. Okay, so basically we will be exploring views displayed in our project browser. I think we already did that last time, right? We already opened some views on our project browser, and then aside from that, we're going to apply view templates. We're going to change the view properties, and we're going to change the element display in our view, and let's say we're going to change as well the dock display on our project. Okay, right? So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my let's say level 2 HVAC plan. So let's open up the level 2 HVAC plan. Just double click that view. Okay, that one. So this is the view that we are going to modify. All right. So what I'm going to do is, if you remember last time, I had shown you how to duplicate your view, right? So let's duplicate this one. So let's say I'm going to duplicate my level 2 HVAC plan. So I'm going to right click this, or sorry, I'm going to right click this, and then I'm going to select duplicate. Okay. So I already discussed the difference of these duplicates. Okay. So I'm going to select duplicate here, and then I'm just going to change the name of this one. So I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to rename this. So let's say for example, I'm going to call this level 2 HVAC plan return. Okay. So that's the return. So basically, we are creating views for our HVAC plan. So for this one, we want to be specific. So let's say, for example, I only want to show here the return duct. Okay, I do not want to show the other service or the other system. Okay, so my goal to this view is I want to show only the return. Now I'm going to create another view here. So I'm going to right click the level 2 HVAC plan. I'm going to duplicate. So this time around, I'm going to use duplicate with detailing. So I select that. Okay, so there's now my duplicate. So right click, rename. So this time I'm going to call this supply. All right, supply. Okay, so that's my supply. So basically what I want to do is I only want to show here the supply. All right, no worries, Miss Anna. Okay, so no worries. It's you're welcome. Sorry about my late reply to you guys because I'm doing a discussion. So I really seldom look at my live chat when I'm doing the discussion. So hopefully you understand me. Okay, so I'm just going back again to the discussion. So right now I'm looking on our chat. So the last chat that I've seen is from Anna. So you're welcome. Okay, so I'm not going to the discussion. All right. Okay, now. So my goal to this view here, I want to show the supply only. So basically, let's say I do not want to show here the return. I only want to show the supply. So that's the idea. And I think you already know what's the difference between the duplicate and duplicate as a detailing, or duplicate with detailing. So this is our main view, right? If I double click that, this view actually contains a tag, right? So for my return, since I only use here duplicate, okay, if I'm going to zoom in, the tags are not included, right? Unlike our original view here, which includes the tags. So if we use only duplicate, it only duplicates the 3D view or the model elements. It will not include the detailing. Okay, so now in our HVAC plan supply, here we use duplicate with detailing. That's why you will notice it also duplicates the tag. Okay, so that is what happens. So what I'm going to do is, if I want to see all of this view in my screen, so again, I'm just going to type WT, and I'm just going to type ZA. Okay, ZA, Zulu Alpha. Okay, ZA, so that means zoom all to fit. Okay, so zoom all to fit, ZA. So as you can see, it will now zoom in all my views, which is pretty handy, all right? Okay, now the next thing that we are going to do after learning or reviewing the duplicates is that we are going to apply view template. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to maximize the return. Okay, this one. This is my return, right? So I'm just going to maximize that. So I'm going to click here because that is my return. So I'm going to click to this window and then I'm going to select here tab views. Just click that. All right. So there you go. So there's now my return. Okay. So there's now my return. So I'm going to apply now here the view template. Now to start with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click the return here. I'm going to right click this. So right click and then there's an option here or to apply template properties. And then the other one here is create view template from view. Okay. Now before I select any of these two options, so what I'm going to do is from the view tab, I'm going to select here the view templates drop down, and then I'm going to select the manage view template. So I click that one, and then from the dialog box here, we can see the different types of the view template. So currently here on our view type filter, it's selected all. Same with the discipline filter here, it's selected all because you can filter this. So if I click the drop down, so let's say I only want the mechanical view templates, I can just select mechanical here. There you go. Now for the view type filter, so if I want the floor plan only, I can just select here floor plan, structural, and area plan. So I can click that because currently here on our current filter, it shows all the view, right, of our mechanical. So let's say I only want here the floor, structural, area plan. The reason why we are I'm showing this is that I'm showing you the current filter or the current view template, not filter, the current view template that is currently created in your project. Okay, because before you create your view template, might as well check some of the default or created view templates already in your project. So like this one. And one thing I notice here is that there is already a view template here created, right? So there is already a view template created in my project. So this view template here, this HVAC return, this is the view properties of that. Okay, so as you can see, it has its own custom scale here, view custom, and then this is the current scale. So let's say for my HVAC return, this template, if I want this to be applied to a certain view, I want that view to be 1:100. So I'm going to select this one, and then I'm going to change here the scale value. So instead of 1:32, I'm just going to type 1:100. So that in every view where I'm going to apply this template, the scale of that will automatically becomes 1:100. Okay, so you get the idea? So these view properties that we have here for our HVAC return, it will all apply to the view if you're going to apply this view template to that one, to the view. Okay, and as you can see, you also have here sets of visibility graphic overrides. You see that VG. VG stands for visibility graphics. Okay, so of course, again, you can edit that. If you click, you should be able to see the visibility graphic overrides of what? Of the view template of the HVAC return. Okay, you can go to the annotation categories. You can go to the analytical, you can go to the imported, you can also go to the filters. So basically these are the settings for your HVAC return view template. Okay, to those of you who do not know what is HVAC stands for, it is heating, ventilating, air conditioning. Okay, in other country like let's say Singapore, so they call it, some of them call it ACMB, like air conditioning, mechanical ventilating, something like that. Okay, so in some country like here in New Zealand, so it's HVAC, heating, ventilating, air conditioning. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. All right, so let me just close this one, so I'll now go back. Okay, so basically each view templates that you have here, it contains its own view properties here. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select the HVAC return. I'm just going to tweak or modify this. Actually, I already modified. I changed already the scale. Right? I already changed the scale of this one. I changed it to 1:100. So this view template, what it do is, it shows only the return in your HVAC plan. So because in our current view here, since this view, the return, we copy it from the original plan here, which is the level 2 HVAC plan. Currently, it shows all the system, like the return, exhaust, and then the supply. Okay, now, if we are going to apply the HVAC return to our current view here, so what will happen is the settings of this HVAC return will going to be applied to our view here. So it will show only the return. So let us check out our filter here, because in this view, in our view template, there's already filter that is already set here. Like if I'm going to select your edit, okay, they already created these two filter, the mechanical return and then the mechanical supply. As you can see, your mechanical return here, the visibility is checked. And then for the mechanical supply, the visibility is unchecked. So basically, if we're going to apply our HVAC return to any view, it will hide the mechanical supply system and it will show the mechanical return system. That is what you're going to expect. So let's try this one. So I'm going to select OK. I'm going to select OK here. Now, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the view template here. So I'm going to right click and then I'm going to select apply template properties. Let's click that one. And then from the apply view template dialog box, let's look for HVAC return. And as you can see, currently our scale here is 1:32. If I'm going to apply the HVAC return properties, it will become 1:100 and it will show us only the return here, the return system. So I'm going to select OK. Let's check this out. There you go. See? And then you see the scale here. It's 1:100, right? We only apply the view template here, the HVAC return, the properties, the view properties. Okay, I just right click and then I only apply the template properties. I did not assign the view template itself. I only apply the template property. Okay, so don't be confused. Okay, so take it slow. We only apply the template properties of the view template HVAC return. We did not assign yet the HVAC return view template. To prove that, I'm going to check the properties and then I'm going to check here the view template. Okay, you see the view template here is none. Okay, because what we did is we only apply the template properties. Do you have any questions regarding that? Okay, do you have any questions? Okay, so I know this will going to be a bit of a delay when you reply and when you receive my questions. So I'll just wait for a while. Oh, so no question. That's good. Okay, so that's good. No question. Shall we proceed? Okay, shall we proceed? Give me a thumbs up or just say okay. If you say okay, we're going to proceed. It's not difficult, right? So we just take it slow. All right, so let's move on. So I'm going to move on. So let me just go back again. All right. So I'm not seeing the chat anymore. So I'm now on our discussion again. Right. Okay. Now, for you to be able to know if there is a view template that is applied to your current view, so this is how it's going to be. Of course, you can check the properties here, and then you can check the view template. If you see none, then there's no view template that is applied in your current view. But of course, if this is, if you click that none, here you can assign the view template. Okay. So let's say let us assign the HVAC return, right? So do not expect any changes anymore because we already applied the view properties of the HVAC return, right? So what we are just going to do now is we are applying or assigning. We're going to assign the view template. So I'm just going to select OK, and there you go. So there's now a view template that is assigned here. So, hey, Rich, what is the difference if you're just going to apply the template properties from assigning a view template? Okay, so right now there is a view template that is already assigned to my current view. Okay, so what is the difference? If there is a view template that is already assigned in your current view, okay, you will not be able to easily change the view properties of this view. Like for example, oh, I changed my mind. I do not want 1:100. So what I want is 1:50. So you cannot just simply go to properties and then change that scale. Because as you can see here, okay, so all of the properties that will allows me to change the view property is disabled. I can't change the detail level, the view scale, the discipline. I can't even go to the visibility graphic overrides if I select the edit here. You see, it's disabled. Okay, so sometimes this is also confuse some of the new users in Revit. So sometimes what happens is, hey teacher, or sometimes they're going to chat with me. Hey Rich, why is it I cannot change the visibility graphic override? You see, it's disabled, it's grayed out, it's half tone. If I go to my view control bar to change the scale here, see, I cannot change. Okay, they freak out. So if I want to change the detail level, I cannot. If I change, okay, I cannot, right? Why? Because there is a view template that is applied to your current view. So that's one good thing about the view template. So you can't just simply change it because we use the view template to standardize our view. Okay, actually this is one of the things that a view manager should do to set up your project. Okay, you need to have your own view template set up for you. Okay, now, so let's say I change my mind. I want to make it 1:100 scale. So how are you going to do that? So to do that, you need to go to your view template. You click that one, and then after that, you change from here, right? You see, you can change from here. But, okay, before you change, make sure you are sure of that one. Okay, because as you can see, if you read this portion here, what does it say? Number of views with this template assigned. So currently, it only assigned to one view, right? You see, you can only see here one. So, of course, for the meantime, it's okay. I can just simply change this to 1:50, for example, because it's only applied to one view, to my current view, okay? So I can change that, let's say to 1:50, I select that, and then I select OK. So it's now 1:50, right? But before you do that, next time, make sure you are really sure about what you are going to do with that template or editing on that view template because sometimes it is applied to multiple views. There are some instances you only want your current view to be modified, okay? Not the other views. Okay, so not the other views. So let's say my HVAC return is also applied to level 2, HVAC return, level 3, HVAC return, level 4, HVAC return. So you have multiple views. So you will be able to see it here. So sometimes you can see here 10, sometimes you can see it 5. So meaning it is applied to 5 views. So let's say you only want this view to be 1:50, then do not just simply go to your view template and then modify the scale here because what will happen is the other views, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, it will also be updated. So the scale of that will going to be 1:50 as well because this is applied to multiple views. Okay? So just make sure. So if that is what you want, then that's okay. That's how good the view template. You only change one property on the view template, and automatically it will be applied to other views. That is one good thing about view template. But on the other hand, it can actually be a double-edged sword, right? So sometimes unknowingly, you are just new in Revit. You do not know what you are doing. You just simply change the view template, okay? And knowing that the other views will going to be modified as well because you have multiple views applied on this current view template. So just be careful about that, or you need to ask the view manager if you're not sure on what you are doing. Okay? You always ask. That is very important. So you always ask. Okay? Right. Okay. Now, if let's say you only want this view, let's say this view template is applied to 3 views, and this is the only view that you want to change to 1:50. So what you can do is one option. You can. I'm not going to say that you can just remove the view template because it's not standard. Although you can remove the view template. You can just select none and then select OK. So if you do that, there's no view template applied here. Then you can do the changes of the view properties again from the view control bar, from the properties. But then again, it's not standard. Okay, all right. But of course, you can do that. So just remove the view template and then just change it here. Okay, without the view template. But just in case, your standard is you always need to use the view template. So what you can do is I will just apply this one. Right? Apply. Okay, so what you can do is, first option, you can duplicate this. So you can select this one, and then you can select duplicate. Okay, so there's a duplicate option here. So just click that one, and then it's up to you. So let's say this is our, what level is this? Level 2, right? So maybe you can make it HVAC return level, return level 2, like that. Okay, all right, and then select OK. There you go. So you now have this to be template. So what you can do is, since this is the one that you want, or maybe what you can do, you can, let me just rename this one. So I select that and then rename. Since I want the scale, right? So I'm just going to put here 1:50. Okay, like that. So that you know that this is an HVAC return that will make your scale 1:50. So I'm just going to apply that, and then I can select OK. So by doing that, you will not be able to touch the HVAC return that is, for example, already applied to other view. Okay, so hopefully you get the idea, right? It's not that difficult. Okay, so another option, aside from duplicating your view template and creating another one is that, so let's say the original is HVAC return, and then apply. Okay, so what you can do is, if you think that you always want to modify the scale and you only want to use one view template. So what you can do is in the view template, what you can do is you can just uncheck it here. You see this one, include. So these are the view properties that is included to your view template. So what you can do is you can just uncheck the view scale. Okay, so this is what will happen. So your view scale is not included to the view template, to the view properties. So if I select here, okay, right? So if I click this, you will notice that you can now already change it, right? Because it's not locked to a view template because you did not include this view property to the template. So you can just change it from your view control bar or the view scale here on the properties. Okay, so let's say for example, I go back again to HVAC return view template. I want to include the scale, but let's say, oh, I don't want to include the visibility graphic overrides model. So I'm going to uncheck that. I select here, okay. So there you go. If I select the visibility graphic overrides here, edit, I can now see that I can modify here. But the others here, I cannot, right? Because I only selected the model categories, the visibility graphic overrides model categories, right? So basically, that's how you work on your view template. Let me just make it again. I'm just going to apply this one, and then okay here. Okay, is that clear? Do you have any question, kids, class? Oh, so tiring. Okay, 30 minutes talking again. Okay, so is that clear? Now, what we are going to do next is we're going to create a view template for supply because as you can see, we only have return, right? We only have return. So let's create a view template for supply because we want to set up our supply view. Take note that this is also how you do it in other disciplines like plumbing, like electrical, like fire protection. Okay, this is how you modify the view template. Okay, so let me just go back again to my Revit. So I'm not looking to our chat anymore. All right, here. So I'm gonna open the view template here again. I'm going to manage view template. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, oops, let me just make this mechanical again and floor structural area plans. Okay, so there's my HVAC return, right? So I'm just going to duplicate this. So let's duplicate this one. Let's duplicate that. There you go. And then let's call this HVAC dash supply. Supply, enter. Okay. So what we did is we use the settings of our return. We duplicate that to create our HVAC supply. Of course, the view template HVAC supply, which is not yet applied to any view, the current setting of that is return. So we're going to change this. Okay. So actually, the only changes that we need to do here is the filter, right? So let's go to the filter. Later on, I'm going to show you how to create the filter. Don't worry. Okay, so I'm going to select here. Edit, click that one. Okay, so since this is HVAC supply view template, so I'm going to uncheck the visibility of my return, and I'm going to check the visibility of the supply. That's it. And the visibility of the model categories is the same as return, annotation categories. The only difference is the filter. Okay, so I'll just select here, okay. There you go. And then I select here, okay. All right, so now that we have created the view template, so we are now ready to apply a template properties on our current view, or sorry, I opened the supply here, double click that. Okay, so we are now ready to apply a template property here on our current view, or we can assign a view template. So to make it standard, I'll just assign a view template. So properties, there's the view template, just select none, and then let's select supply. Oops, this one, then okay. So we are now going to see the supply. There you go. You see? Very nice. Okay, so what can you say, guys? Is it good? The view template is a very powerful tool in Revit. So we use this to standardize our view. Okay, now the next thing that I'm going to do is, let's say I want to have a 3D view. Okay, so this is my 3D view here. So I want to duplicate this. This is my original 3D view. By the way, just in case you deleted your 3D view, let's say for some reason you accidentally delete that, so you press delete, so you don't have 3D view anymore, right? Don't worry, you always have your 3D view. Just click that icon, default 3D view, or you can create a shortcut 3D keyboard shortcut. So remember, you can type KS. Okay, so top tip, you can type KS to show the keyboard shortcut, and then you can look for 3D. Okay, where is my 3D? Which is this one, right? Default 3D view. So there is no shortcut, right? There's no shortcut. So I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to assign here shortcuts. I'm just going to type 3D or whatever shortcut that you want, and then you assign it. This is the top tip of the day. Okay, how to create a 3D shortcut. So assign it. So it's already assigned. Okay. So now instead of selecting this icon, I'm just going to type 3D without pressing enter. See? There you go. Okay. So let's look for that. So currently here in my view, it's under coordination. So how do I know? Because there's no 3D here. It's not under mechanical. It's not under electrical. But if I'm going to expand the coordination, expand it. So there's my 3D view. And you see that there's a question mark, right? Again, this is some of the all-time questions that I'm receiving on my YouTube channel. Hey, Rich, why is it there's a question mark on my project browser? Okay, so the reason why there is a question mark on your project browser, as you can see, this question mark here is in line with the lighting, with the HVAC, okay, with the power, if you have a power. Now, what is this lighting? What is this HVAC? So let's say, for example, I'm going to open the level 2 HVAC plant return. So this view is under HVAC, right? So if I check the properties of that, so I can see that the HVAC, that is actually a sub-discipline, right? So meaning to say, your lighting here, that is also a sub-discipline, right? So if I double-click the level 2 lighting plan, and then I go to properties, and then I look for the sub-discipline, so that is actually a sub-discipline, right? The lighting. And if I click this drop-down arrow, I can see here all the sub-discipline. Okay, I can see all the sub-discipline. Now, going back to the 3D view, if I double-click this, if I'm going to check the properties here, so what will you notice? Okay, what is the sub-discipline of your 3D view? Blank. That's the reason why there is a question mark. Revit do not know what is the sub-discipline of your current view. Okay, so for you to be able to define it, okay, it's either you apply a view template in your current view, Or you can just change it manually. So I can change that to, let's say, oh, this view, I want that to be under lighting subdiscipline. So I select lighting, for example, and then apply. So if I go to my project browser, it's now under lighting, but it's still under coordination. So let's say, oh, I want my current view here to be under the electrical discipline. So what are you going to do? So you just go to the properties, and then you just change the discipline, click drop down, change to electrical, apply, project browser, check. There you go, you see? And as you can see, the settings of your view changes. It's now highlighting the MEP. It's not highlighting anymore the architectural. Okay, although the architectural is still there, it's gray out, right? You see, it's gray out. It's highlighting the MEP. Now, so for this one, the reason why I created the 3D view here is I want to create a 3D view for my return and then for my supply. Okay, so let's say I'm going to right click this. I'm going to rename. Let's rename this one. So let's call this. So let's call this 3D return. Return, enter. Okay, so in this view, I want to show only the return. Okay, the return doc. So what am I going to do is I'm just going to assign a view template. So let's go there, view template, none. Let's select. Oops. Our current view is 3D here. That's why it's showing here all the view template for 3D. Okay, this is 3D here, but I do not want that. I want by floor here. Where's my return? Okay, so I select the return. I select here. Okay. There you go. See, that's my return. I don't want to show the level here, so I'm just going to hide it. So I'm going to right click that, hide in view, elements. I cannot select category to hide all the levels at once. So that's why what I'm going to do is I'm going to select like this, crossing selection, and then right click, hide in view, elements. There you go. All right. Okay, I also want to hide this one, this floor. So right click, hide in view, elements. There you go. Okay, so there's now my return. So I'm going to duplicate this, same procedure, duplicate, and then I'll just rename this. I call this supply. Supply, enter, and then select the supply, go to properties, apply a view template, supply. Okay, supply. Oops, this one, supply, okay. There you go, right? Okay, so it's only showing the supply. Okay. Right, so basically that's how you work on your view template. Of course, there are other settings that you can modify to set up your view template. Okay, like your detail level, like your visual style. You can modify the view template. So you can go to the view template, manage view template, and then you can change from here. Okay, right. So that's it for our view template. It's basic, right? So do you have any questions on that? Okay, so do you have any questions on your view template? So let me just close this one. So I'm going to type WT, and then I'm going to type ZA. There you go. So we have different views. Okay, so that is our view template. Right, good. Okay, it's not difficult. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what is the idea behind the filter, the ones that we saw earlier, right? How are we going to create that filter? Okay, to control also the visibility aside from the view template. So how are we going to do that? Okay, so let's do this one. I'm going back again to my Revit. Oops. Okay, there you go. So I'm just going to maximize this exercise here. So we are now done with the exercise managing views. Okay, wherein we use the view template. So we now go to our next exercise, which is visibility. So I'm just going to maximize this one, maximize it, and then as you can see, I have so many views open, right? So if I want to close the views and leave only one view for my other file and one view for my current view, so I can just use this tool here, close inactive views. So just click that one, and there you go. So I now have one view for my visibility file, and I now have one view for managing views. I actually don't need anymore this managing views file, so I'm just going to close this one. So we are done with that. But of course, you can still ask me questions regarding the view template. Okay. All right. So what's with this one? Okay. What is with this model here? All right. So for this exercise, what we are going to do is we're going to control the visibility of the elements using visibility graphic overrides and filter. Okay. And maybe we're going to create a view template again. Okay. So the scenario in this exercise is we need to de-emphasize the HVAC return and HVAC exhaust system of our office building in our, let's say, ceiling plan view, but we want to emphasize the HVAC supply system. Okay, so again, what we are going to do here is we're going to de-emphasize the HVAC return and the HVAC exhaust, and then we are going to emphasize the supply. So how am I going to know what is the supply, what is the return, what is the exhaust? You just simply select your dock. Okay, like for example, this one, this color blue one. So I'll just click that one, and then I'll go to the properties, and then I can see here the system classification. So basically, our blue here, the blue color is supply. Okay, so that's our supply. And for the magenta, I click that one, so that's the return. And then of course for the green one, that is our exhaust. Okay, so click that one. There you go. So there's the exhaust. So basically, we want to emphasize the blue one, and we do not want to emphasize the magenta and then the green. But we still want the visibility of our magenta and then the green. We just want to emphasize our blue here. So that is what we're going to do. Okay. Now, what is our current view? Our current view is level 2 MEP all. Okay. Now for this one. Okay. So for this one, I'm going to open the visibility graphic overrides. Okay. So let's open up the visibility graphic override. So you can type VB. Okay. So you can type VB. VB. Okay. Let me just. Where's my view? Okay, so it's type VB. There you go. So there's the visibility graphic overrides for our level 2 MEP supply or MEP all. So for this one, since this is we want to set up our dock. What we are going to do is, I want to create a supply view. Okay, I want to create a supply view. Currently, all right, the name of our view here is level 2 MEP all. So meaning to say it shows also your other disciplines such as level 2 MEP all. We want to show as well the lighting, right? Because currently it only shows here the mechanical. You can see the air terminal, the docks, but there's no lighting here, right? There's no lighting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the visibility graphic overrides, and then I'm going to look for lighting. Lighting, where are you? Okay, so there's my lighting fixtures. Okay, so I'll just check the lighting fixtures because our current view is MEP all. Okay, so MEP all. So that's why, of course, we want to show also lighting, for example, and then I select OK. And there you go. So there's now our lighting, right? So the name now of our view makes sense. So it shows also electrical, mechanical, although there's no plumbing here, but that's okay. All right, so the next thing that we are going to do is after showing the electrical, the lighting, we are going to duplicate our current view with detailing. Okay, so remember, right click, duplicate with detailing. Okay, so duplicate with detailing. So for this one, let's rename this. Rename. Oh, by the way, another way to rename your view is you can click that view, and then as you can see, you can now rename. Or let's say I go to level 1, I click level 1, and then you press F2, function 2, F2, and then it will allow you to rename as well. Okay. Another way of renaming, again, let me show you. Click one view, and then click again. So it will rename. Okay. So aside from right click rename. Okay. All right. Anyway, so I'll just right click that rename. So I will call this level 2 MEP supply. So meaning to say here in this view, I want to highlight the supply. Okay, I want to highlight the supply, and then I'm going to open the visibility graphic overrides here. And then, since this is level 2 MEP supply, I do not want to show here the lighting fixtures. Okay, I do not want to see the lighting fixtures because now this is level 2 MEP supply. It's not level 2 MEP all. Okay, so level 2 MEP supply. So I do not want to see lighting fixtures here. So that's why I'm going to uncheck it. Okay, and aside from that, I do not want to see any tags here. Let's say, for example, the names, the tags of the air terminals. That's why I'm going to go ahead and select the annotation categories. And then I'm going to clear show annotation categories in this view. So I do not want, instead of unchecking this one by one, so I'm just going to uncheck this. There you go. And then for the filter, okay, so this one. Okay, so as you can see, all the visibility of our supply, return, exhaust is checked. Okay, we want to see all of this system, but we just want to make our return here halftone. So there's an option there, halftone. Okay, as well as the return and exhaust. Okay, so there's a halftone. So what will happen to the color? It becomes a little bit half of its original color. Okay, it will becomes halftone. So in that way, our supply here will be emphasized while the return and exhaust will gonna be de-emphasized. Okay, so I'm going to select your OK, and let's wait. There you go. See? So as you can see, our other system is still there, right? You just can see it clearly because of our background here. It's black. But if I'm gonna change my background again to white, options, graphics, background, white. Okay, okay. See? And I want to see also the line weights. So currently the line weights of our model here is not being shown, okay, because of this option here, thin lines, TL. Okay, so this is currently activated. That's why it shows only single line width. But if I'm going to uncheck the thin lines, it will now show here the thickness of our elements, right? And then in this view, it's now clearly our blue is highlighted, but our magenta, our green, it's halftone. So that's how you control it, okay? Now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a filter for the MEP supply. So let's say, for example, I want to create another view, let's say level 1, that shows also the MEP supply. Okay, so instead of redoing all the steps that we did a while ago, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a view template using the settings of my current view. Okay, using the settings of my current view. So to do that, you can right click the level 2 MEP supply. So our next goal is we want to create a view template using the settings of our current view, which is the level 2 MEP supply. So to do that, you can right click, and then there's an option here, create view template from view. So just click that, and then you can specify the name here. So let's say I will call this MEP supply. Okay, MEP supply, and then OK here. There you go. So there's now our MEP supply. So if I'm going to check this, if I'm going to check the filter of this, it's already set up because we copied the settings of our current view, right? You see the filter is there. And then if I go to the model categories, the lighting fixture here is turned off. It's unchecked, right? If I go to annotation categories, it's also unchecked. Why? Because the settings of our MEP supply came from the current view. Okay, so that's how you use that option. And then I select here OK. Okay, so that the next time you have another view which requires you to show only the supply or the exhaust or the return or the power or the plumbing or the sanitary or domestic, okay, you only need to apply the template. Okay, you don't need to redo all the things that you have done. Like for example, for this one, I'm going to duplicate this one. Duplicate. I'll just select duplicate. Okay, and then I'll just rename this one. So I will call this level 2 MEP supply. Okay, enter. Now this is my current view. As you can see, it highlights all the system here. Now what I'm going to do is just apply the view template, right? Remember, just go to the none of the view template and then apply your view template, which is this one, MEP supply, and then OK, and there you go. See, right? Okay. So is that clear? Is that clear? Do you have any question? It's not difficult, right? It's not difficult. Okay. Hello, Ed. I don't know what's that. I don't know what that means. All right. So let me just check out this one. Google Translate. Okay. Oh, hey, so that means hello. Hello to. Okay. Hello, Ed. All right. So let's move on. Okay. So basically, that's how you do it. So how about, let's say, for example, how about return? Okay, how about return? Same procedure. So I'm going to duplicate, let's say, the level 1 MEP all. I'm going to duplicate this, duplicate. I think you already know the answer or the procedure on how to do that. So I want to have a level 1 MEP that shows return, right? Shows return, return, return. Okay, enter. So what we are going to do is we're just going to go to the view template, manage view template. We're going to duplicate. Okay, where's my floor here? Okay, we're going to duplicate this, right? Remember, just select that, duplicate it, and then you call it what? MEP return. Okay, MEP return. Okay, and don't forget to go to filter, right? You go to the filter. This time, I'm going to make my supply halftone and my return unchecked. Okay. All right, and then that's it. Okay. Select OK. Select OK, and then we apply here. So you go to properties, view template. Okay, where's my return? That's one. Okay, and there you go. You see, it highlights our return system. There you go. Right. Okay. So how did they make the template? So like for example, if I go to the 3D view, okay, so here's my 3D view. So how did they create the template? Okay, because I haven't shown you yet, because the template is already created. So what if you want to create that template? Okay, so let's try to do this. So I'm gonna open the visibility graphic overrides, go to filters, and then after that, let's select your edit new. So let's check out the settings of the template that we have earlier, which is the mechanical supply. So if I select that one, so you check the categories. So meaning to say, what are the categories that is included to this template, to this mechanical supply? So if I check the categories here, you move the slider, you can see that these are the categories that is included to your mechanical supply template, right? Filter, mechanical supply filter. So you have the duct accessories, duct fittings, insulators, linings, ducts. I think we also have flex duct. No, so they didn't include the flex duct. So that's it. So the first thing that you need to do is you create a template, that one. So you click that, and then after that you specify the name, right? Specify the name. So right after you specify the name, for example, mechanical supply or whatever name that you want, you need to select what is the category. So meaning, what are the categories that you want to be included to the filter, to your mechanical supply. So for this example, so these are the categories that is applied, okay? That is needed to be applied when you select the mechanical supply filter. Now, what is the rule? Okay, so that's the next step that you will be doing. Check out the rule. So here, the rule is and rule. Okay, just use the and rule. Okay, no need to add. Because the reason why you only need the system classification. Okay, system classification is this one here. Okay, so if you click your element here, for example, your doc, if you click the doc, you can see here, system classification. So basically, you can select other categories as your basis for your filter. You can select the reference level, you can select the top elevation, okay, you can select middle elevation. It depends on the rule that you are going to select on the filter. Now, in this exercise that we have, they use the system classification as the rule when selecting elements on your filter. So like, if I go to VB again, to the visibility graphic overrides, edit, so if I select the supply, so that's the rule of that. So all the system classification that contains supply will gonna be selected or will gonna be highlighted, or it will gonna be visible or it will gonna be invisible. Okay, this is the rule. If the system classification contains supply, so it will be fall under the mechanical supply discipline, or I mean filter. So that's it. So like for example, in our current view, as you can see, there is no filter here that is applied. So let's say I'm going to add one. So I'm going to this one. I'm going to add the mechanical supply. So I click the supply, and then I select here OK. Now, aside from the visibility and then the halftone here, of course, you can also use here the projection surface. Okay, like for example, what is the pattern that you want to be shown on your mechanical supply tab in your 3D view? You can change the pattern. You can select override. Just click that. You can change here the foreground pattern, the background pattern, as well as the color. So like for example, I want to change the pattern to solid fill, and then I want to change the color to color blue. Blue. Okay, that one. I'm not going to touch the background, so I'll just select this one. As you can see, I have specified here. You can also change here the transparency, right? If you want to make your dock, your mechanical supply dock, to be somewhat transparent so that you can see the elements behind it, or you want to make it more clearer, so you can modify the transparency. Okay, but I'm not going to touch that one. Lines, lines. When you say lines, that is the lines of your dock, the linings, the linings. You see that lines here, those linings, the boundary, because the pattern that is the shade of your dock. So if I'm going to select here, okay, so as you can see the mechanical supply is visible. So this will going to be the pattern, color blue, solid fill. So I select here, okay, to apply that template, and there you go. Right? Okay. So if I go again to the visibility graphic overrides here, go to filter. Let's add. I'm going to add the exhaust. Okay. So I can uncheck the exhaust here, and then okay. So as you can see, all the exhaust now disappears. So let's say I do not want to see the return. So go to the visibility graphic overrides. So you add the return, okay, uncheck the return, and then okay, and boom. Okay, it shows only here your supply. Okay, so this is also supply. So if I click this one, so you see the system classification is supply. It didn't change the color as well as the flexible dock here, but the system classification of that one is containing the word supply. That's why it's there. Okay, now let's say I want to include the flexible dock and then the air terminals to the filter, meaning I want that to be blue as well. So take note that the line here is black because we didn't change it, which is ideal. Okay, you do not want this to be black as blue as well, the line here, because you will not be able to visualize it nicely. You see, if I go to edit filter, if I make it blue as well, it's not that good. Okay, but it's up to your preference actually. But it's not my preferred color for the line. I do not want the line to be blue as well. You see, it's like that. I do not want that. I want to see the lining color black. Okay, go to edit filters. I'll just clear the override. Then okay. Now I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do edit new. I'm gonna edit the supply. So I'm gonna apply here as well, or I'm gonna select the air terminal category as well, and then the flex duct, letter F, flex duct. Okay, then okay, and then okay. Let's see what happens. There you go. See. So this one, if I click this equipment, the system classification of that is what? Oh yeah, it's because it's connected to the system classification supply air. So this one is connected there. Okay. So again, you may want to change the name of this view, so like 3D supply if you want, but of course you can still show the return if you want, and then the exhaust. So let's say for the return, I want that to be filled as well, solid fill. And then what's the return color? The return is magenta, right? Magenta. Okay, and then for the exhaust, this one is green, solid fill. Okay, okay, there you go. Oh, where's the green? Didn't I check it? Filters. Oh yeah, I didn't check the visibility, so check that one. Okay. Let's apply the filter, and there you go. It's really colorful. Again, this is also how you create your filter for your electrical, for your architectural, for your structural. You only need to check out the property that you want to use as a basis of your rule when you create the filter. You may want to base it on the thickness. You may want to base it. Let's say if I select this one, you may want to base it on the type properties here. Okay, so you may want to base it on the type mark because you can type here, right? You can type. Or you can also type the cost here, like 100. So you can base the filter to the cost that contains 100 or equal to 100. So it will be selected, it will change the color, it will be visible, it will be invisible. So that's how the filter works. And then the filter, you can add that to your view template. So that's one good thing about the filter, because filter is part of a view properties. So you can set the view template also using the view filters. Okay, is that cool? Okay, hello, and power. How to create filter? Can you assist us how to create additional dock system that I have separate? And how to create filter for it. So many questions. Okay, this is how you do it. So first question, how to create a filter. I already show you how to create the filter, right? But let me just do it for you again for the benefit of Anand. I'm good. Akhilesh Sharma. Actually, we are about to finish. Hey, good afternoon to you. Musibu Rahman Mohammed. Okay, hi. So how to create a filter? So let's create a filter. Okay, that's great. Let's do this. I'll do it from scratch. So let's go create using systems template. Okay. All right. But actually, since this is a template already, there's a filter here already, right? So there's already a filter. But let's say there's no filter. Actually, you know already how to do it. So I'm just going to delete this. Basically, I'm just going to redo this one. Okay, so let's say I don't have the exhaust. Delete the return. I don't have. So let's say I don't have the mechanical supply. Okay. Right. So I'll just select OK. See, I don't have filter anymore. So how to create filter? So you go to the visibility graphic override. So you go to filter. Let's select edit new, and then let's add. So this is new. Okay. So you just put the name here. So it's up to you. Let's say supply or whatever name that you want. Just select. Okay. And then what are the elements or the categories that you want to be included to your supply system? So let's say I want to include the air terminals, and then I also want to include the duct, accessories, fittings. Okay, whatever here. Duct. Okay. Flex duct. Okay. So select the category. First, create the name or create a filter. Specify the name, category, and then the rule. So I'll just use end rule. Okay. Oh, add rule. Sorry. I'm sorry. So I don't need that. So the rule is, okay, you can select any of this. So these are the categories that you can find on your categories that you have selected here. So for the flex duct, ducts, duct linings, duct insulation, duct fittings, duct accessories, these are the categories that is common to the categories that you have selected here. Oh, I mean, these are the parameters or properties that is common to these categories that you have selected here. And one of the common things among them is it's up to you, type mark, system name, system classification. Okay, so like for example, I'll just use the basic one, system classification, and then I select OK, and then I just select OK. Now I go to the okay, so we are now on the HVAC plan, 0 MEP. So I'll just create a duct here just to check our filter if it is working or not. So I'll create a duct here, duct, create one here, click, apply. Okay, so if I click this one, properties, so the system classification here is supply. Okay, so automatically it becomes blue here. But if I go to the visibility graphic overrides and then filters, I can control the visibility of that if I apply the supply here. So I select the supply. Wait, it didn't apply. Wait, system classification, apply. What happened? Okay, so it's not applies. Oh. System classification that contains supply. Okay, right. So that's the rule. So this is the supply system classification that contains the word supply, and then okay, right. And then let's add it here. Add the supply, and then okay. There you go. So there's the supply. So there's the visibility. So let's modify the pattern here. I'm gonna make it color blue. Okay. I'll just override this one. So let's say I'll make it black. So let's see what will happen because there's already a color here applied. So let's see what will happen if we apply the filter. Then okay. Okay, so right now it didn't apply here the shaded color here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to select the project browser here because like what I said, this is already a template. So there is a preset settings here. So I'm going to check the families here. This is the families. And then you look for the dock system. Okay, so there's the dock system. Okay, so you just expand that, expand that. So they already created here the different dock system. So for your question a while ago, what's your name again? Okay, Anand. Okay, yeah, thank you for that, Amasipur. Sorry, I'm late. I didn't read your your advice here. Yeah, so that's what I did a while ago. So you have to select the supply in rule last column. So that's what we did. Now for your question, Anand, if you want to create a new dock system for kitchen air, so this is where you do it. Okay, so these are the system. So you can just duplicate one of this system here and then make it the name. Like for example, kitchen. Okay, so kitchen supply. That's it. So you now have a new system. Now when we created this dock here, if I select that properties, there's already a system classification applied there, which is supply. Okay, so it's already created here. This is the default already. So if I double click this and then check the overrides, this one, double click. So you see there's a color here already, blue. So every time you create a dock that has a system classification of supply, they already created here a dock system for that, which is blue. So if I'm gonna clear this one, there's no override anymore. I select OK. So let's see what will happen now in our view here. And then, how about if I'm gonna remove that because it's already applied. Now there's a conflict, so our filter is not working properly here. What did we select here? Oh, the solid fill. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, that one. Okay, so that's how you create your filter. Okay, and also that's how you create your dock system. Anyway, we're going to discuss this on our discussion on HVAC. Okay, I'm going to show this to you again. So right now our topic is about the filter. So basically that's how you create your filter. Okay, so if you're not sure of the filter on the procedure and how to do that, of course you can rewatch this video after it is uploaded to YouTube, or you can just simply open your Revit project and then you go to the visibility graphic overrides. You can actually learn from the filter that they are using here. Like for example, for the domestic, if you go to the edit new, what is the filter that they use on the domestic? Okay, so as you can see, it's based on the system. So it's always or most of the time they use based on the system classification. Okay, and then again you need to specify here the categories that is needed so that your filter will select these model elements. Okay, right? Okay, so hope this one is clear, guys. Okay, so do you have any questions? So you can now's the time you can ask question. Yep, thanks for that. Yes, you cannot cover. Okay, so thanks for the input, Muzibur. Okay, so according to him, so check the properties bar to see which template is applied, and then you can also it says here because you cannot override default. Okay, you can override the default and you can also create different types of system from there. Actually, not only the dock system, but you can also create different pipe systems on that. You just need to go to the project browser. Okay? So I think it's already 9 o'clock here. Actually, it's not 9, it's 8:57. I'm already tired. So we already discussed our topic about the basic of view template and then the filter. So before we end up, I just want to shout out the 14 viewers that is currently here, and also thank you for the 14 likes. Okay, so shout out to Ambogeni Sibanda, Boris, as always, Ma'am Anna Lizette Lareza, Sahiba Guj Rao, what else? Who else? Narendra, Venkatesh, Ed, Muzibur, Akilesh, Anand Pawa. Okay, thank you guys for coming in here. So I guess for our next discussion, it will gonna be again on Tuesday. So maybe we're going to make it a normal schedule. It's Tuesday and Friday, God willing, if there's no problem. So that is always our schedule. Okay. So I really appreciate guys for all your inputs and for your questions and for attending our live stream. So hopefully you guys you are learning on our live stream. Okay. So again, okay. So thank you, Stan. And I'm not your boss, guys. You are all my boss. Okay, so thanks for visiting our live stream. So once again, this is Learning with Rich signing off. God bless and take care. Okay, so be safe, guys. So you take care also, guys. Narendra, take care. You guys take care of your family and yourself as well. Okay, so thanks, guys. See you on Tuesday. Okay, my email is learningwithrich@gmail.com. But it would be better you just chat it on one of my YouTube video because I always check that one. I seldom check my email and I don't use WhatsApp. Okay, right. I cannot see who are all the viewers right now, but I can see that you guys attended. Okay, so oh, you're planning to take projects, so that's good. So are we going to earn money for that one? If it is, you can send me an email, so let's try to do that. Yeah, sure. Just send me an email. All right, because I'm already sleepy, guys. It's already 9 p.m. So my email is learningwithrich@gmail.com. Okay? So once again, thank you for watching. Have a nice day. What's up guys, Learning with Rich here. In this video, let's continue our discussion about Revit MEP 2021. So after learning how to create view templates, how to control the visibility of our elements, in this exercise, we're going to create and modify a section view to show the interior of the building model, and also create an interior elevation from which you activate the 4 elevation views. Then after that, we're going to modify one of the elevation views. Okay, so basically, we need to create section and elevation views to show the interior layout of this building. Okay, and then you also need to create segments to show a section of the building at different locations. I'm going to show you that. So creating a section in Revit is not difficult. Okay, so especially for the beginners, you will be learning this very fast. Okay, so section can be found here on your quick access toolbar. This is the section. And then since section has something to do with view, you can also go to the view tab, and then you can create a section from there. Or you can create a shortcut for your section if you want. So as you can see, my section here doesn't have a shortcut. But if you want to create a section shortcut, so you may do so. You can just type KS for keyboard shortcuts, and then you just look for the section. Okay, so there's a section, and then you just key in here the section shortcut that you want. Okay, now I'm going to cancel this one. I'm going to go ahead and zoom into this area here. So this is where I want to create the section. So by the way, for the exercise files, so if you want to have this exercise file, you just need to comment on this video, put your email address, and I will be sending the exercise file to you. Okay, right. So let's create the section. So I'll be using the quick access toolbar to access the section. So I'm going to click that one, and then check out your status bar here. So it says click to enter the section start point. Okay, so this is very useful here, this status bar on the lower left corner, because it tells you what to do when you select a certain tool. So I'm going to click to start the point of my section. There's the first point, and then I'm going to pick another point here. Okay, so click there, and that's it. Okay, so this range of our section here, aside from using that node or arrow to control that, you can also go to the properties, and then you can change from here, the far clip offset. Okay, so let's say I want to make this just like 1000. So you will notice that it's now adjusted here. Okay, so it's up to you if you want to change it or not. Now for this exercise, I'm just going to adjust it just somewhere here. Okay, right, now for you to view the section, okay, so all you have to do is to click the section line, and then after that, I don't need to click the section line, by the way. You just need to double click the head here. Just double click that, and then it will now open the section view. Just double click, and there you go. So there's now your section. So the name of that is section 1. So if I go to my project browser, I just need to look for that one under the MEP self-discipline. There's the section, so just expand that. So there's our section 1. Okay, so if I will be going back again to the level 2 HVAC plan, so I can select the section line here, and then I can also right click that, and then there's an option here, go to view. So this is another way of opening your section. Alright, so now another way is going back again to the floor plan is by simply double clicking from the project browser. So if you do not know what is the name of the section that you just created, so all you have to do is to hover your pointer, and then you will now see the name there. So it's on the view section, the name is section 1. Or just select that section, check the properties here, and then move down, so you will now see here the name is section 1. You can actually change from here if you want to change that section. Okay. Now another thing that you may want to consider is you want to tidy up your section, so you can actually break that. Okay, it will create a gap. You see there's a gap in segment. If you click this icon here, so you click that, so it will create a gap. So usually when I create a section to tidy up, so I just create a gap, and then I adjust like that. So I do not want my section line to be overlapping an element, okay, so that it's tidied up, right? And then if you also click the section here, so there's an option if you want to flip that to the other side. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the view tab, and then there's an option here, tile views, okay? Or you can also type WT. So what it do is it arranges all open views according to the definition within the application view or application window tile, so you can see each one in the drawing area. So I'm going to go ahead and select tile views, or you can type WT, and then it will now tile your view. So as you can see, this is our section here. All right, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this, and then notice that your section here will going to be updated. So I'm going to click that one, flip, there you go. So it's now updated. So this is one of the advantages of using Revit over CAD, because in AutoCAD, after you create a section and then suddenly you want to flip the section, so you need to create again another section, right? So in Revit, you just need to flip the section. Automatically, your section will going to be updated as well. And let me flip that. By the way, if you click your section line here and then right click, there's an option here, flip section. So it's the same, okay? So you can select flip section. So it's just the same. And then you also have an icon like this, cycle section head. If you click that, it will just cycle the appearance of your section head. If you don't want to have a section head, okay, so you can click that. Of course, you can also do that here at the other side, right? Just like that. Okay, so it's up to you. Okay, what is your preference? Okay, you just need to cycle the section head. Okay, so another thing that I want to show you is that you can actually split your section if you want to show in a different direction. So like, for example, I'm just going to click this, and then I'll just adjust it like this. Okay, so I can split the segment. So there's an option here, split segment. So it splits a section or elevation into segments that are orthogonal to the view direction. So this tool allows you to vary a section or elevation view to show disparate parts of the model without having to create a different view. Okay, right. So let's try this one out. So split segment. Okay, so I'm going to split now. So maybe somewhere here. I'm going to click that. There you go. So let's see what will happen. So I'm going to put it here. Look at the right side here. So I'm going to place it here, and there you have it. Okay, so you can split your section. Okay, by the way, if you want to reconnect again your section there, so just click that and then move that node back, just like that. Okay, there you go. Right, so as you can see, I can adjust this. Click that, and then you can adjust, and then you can see here what happens. Right, so let's say from here, see, okay, so you'll be able to see the changes. There you go. Right, Okay, so that is split segment. So basically, that's how you create your section. Now, if you are wondering if why is it when I create my section, there's no detail here on my section head, it's because the view or the section that you created, which is this one, is not yet placed inside the sheet. So it doesn't show you here the detail number and then the sheet number. So that's why it's empty. But once you place the section one in a paper or in a sheet, so you will now be able to see here the detail of that. So Revit will automatically fill these details for you. Okay, so I'm going to show you that later. Now let's go to creation of our elevation. So let's say aside from creating an interior section, so I'll be creating an elevation. So let me go to level 2 plumbing plan, double click that one. Okay, and then I'm going to zoom in here. So I'm going to create an elevation. Okay, so just like your section, it's not difficult to create an elevation. Okay, so let's go to the view tab. There's the elevation. Okay, so you just need to click that elevation. You click, and then let's hover our pointer, looking to the right side. So automatically it points to the nearest structural element. Okay, so let me just move here and click. There you go. And then I select modify. So as you can see, it's now under the MEP self-discipline. So I can just adjust that one. So there's my elevation. Okay. So again, you can also rename this just like on the section one. You can also rename. Just simply right click and then rename. Okay. So it's up to you if you want to rename your section or elevation. Okay. So there's now our elevation. Now I'm going to double click this arrow side here to open up the elevation. So just like your section, so you have several ways to open up your elevation view. One way is double clicking that arrow. Double click that, and then you will now see here our elevation. So let me just maximize this by selecting tab views. So I'm just going to maximize that. All right, so let's click this. Okay, so let's adjust that. Just all right. So this is now our elevation view. Okay. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the level 2 HVAC plan as well as the section 1 here. All right, and then I'm going to click level 2 plumbing plan, and then I'm going to tile it so I can see both here. Okay, there you go. Now, as you can see, if I click here the elevation, so there's a boxes here that you can actually tick. So just like this one, it's tick. So it's looking to this side. So if you want to create an elevation looking to this side here, so all you have to do is to click that circle and then tick this one. Okay. So you will notice it will now be added here on our project browser. So by the way, you can also double click the elevation here if you want. So aside from double clicking the arrow side of our elevation here, right? So again, it's up to you. Okay. So I'm going to tick this one. So just tick that, and then there's now my second elevation. So there's the arrow. Okay. So let me open that elevation. So let's see how it looks like. So there's our elevation. Right. There you go. There you go. Okay. So you can adjust that one. All right. Okay, so I'm going to tile it again, tile view, so I can see all the 3 views here. By the way, if you have these 3 views like that, it's not zoom extents. So what you can do is you can just click this drop down arrow here, and then you just select zoom all to fit. So you click that zoom all to fit, and then you click that icon. And there you go. So it's now zoom all to fit. So basically, that's how you create your elevation. So if you want to delete that elevation, of course, you can just simply right click from here and then delete. So same with your section, just simply delete from here, or just select the view and then press delete on your keyboard. All right. Now, just like your section, you will notice that there is no detail here on your elevation because you haven't placed your elevation here on a sheet. So if I'm going to show it to you, so I'm going to right click the sheets here and then create a new sheet. Let's create that. All right. So there's no title block loaded here. So I'm going to load one. Let's see if I can find a title block. Okay. So there's a title. Oops, there's a window. There's a title block. All right. So let's say I want to place it on A1. Okay. We'll click that A1. Select OK. So there you go. So I now have here this one. So maybe I'm going to change this one. I will rename this. So I'll just call it M101. Okay. I'll put here section and elevation. Okay. Then okay. All right. So let me just maximize my sheet here. So I'm going to click here and then tab views. So my tab views, I actually place it here as well on my quick access toolbar so that no need for me to go to the view tab and then select the tile views here or the tab views. So it's already here on my quick access toolbar. So if you want to do that, all you have to do is to right click the tool that you want to be added on your quick access toolbar. So let's say title block. So I can right click that and then you can select add to quick access toolbar. So when you do that, so it's now there. Okay, so that in case you are on the Systems tab and then suddenly you realize you want to create a title block, so no need for you to go to the view and then select the title block. Why? Because it's already here on your Quick Access Toolbar. So if you want to remove it, just right click and then remove from Quick Access Toolbar. There you go. Okay, so basically I put here all the tools that I use most of the time on my Quick Access Toolbars. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to click the sheets here or the sheet that I created and then I'm going to select tab views to maximize. Now, to insert the view inside the title block, it's very simple. You just need to drag and drop. So like for example, the section 1, drag and drop. Okay, so there's my section 1, cancel that one. So this is now my elevation, align, okay, and then this is now my other elevation, okay. Right, so the scale here is 1:100, so how about I click this one, or let me go to the 1-A, let me change the scale, so how about I make it 1:125, same with 1-D, 1:25, let's check now on the sheet, okay, so it's now bigger, so at least I can see it now clearly, okay, there you go, there you go, split that, let's adjust it, there you go. So always tidy up your drawing. Okay, so now that we have placed all the section and elevations inside the sheet, so let's go back to the floor plan on our level 2 HVAC plan. Okay, and you will notice that there is now the detail, right? So there's now the detail number and then the sheet number. So meaning to say this section that I have created can be found on sheet M101, the detail number is 1. So if I go to the level 2 plumbing plan, double click that, so there you go. So this elevation here can be found on M101. The detail is 2. This one is 3. So you can go to the M101. You can now see there. So that's the detail number, detail number, detail number. Right? Good. Okay, so basically, that's how you create your section and elevation. Okay, now, the next part of the exercise is I'm going to show you how to create an interior perspective. So basically, I'm going to show you how to create a 3D view using a camera. Okay, so to create a 3D view, we need to add a camera to the building and focus the camera on the model in views like floor plan, ceiling plan. Okay, so that is where we put our camera. But most of the time, we put it on the floor plan. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm going to open the level 2 HVAC plan. So let's do it here. So let's say, for example, I want to create an interior 3D view here inside this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a camera. So from the view tab, there's the 3D view. You click that drop down arrow, and then there's the camera. Okay. The 3D view can also found on my quick access toolbar. So I'm going to select the camera here. So this is a very simple one. Just click the camera, and then you can specify the offset here or the height. Just make sure it's perspective view, and then you can specify here from what level. Okay. So I want to create my camera 1,750 from level 2. So it's above above the level 2 1,750. Now the next thing that you're going to do is to need to click to place the eye position. Okay. So I'm gonna put, let's say here. You click. And there you go. And then you just need to adjust your target. Okay, the view target. So let's say up to here. Click that, and then wait. Boom. Okay, there you go. So there's now your interior perspective, your 3D view. So if I check the property of this view, so you will now see that it's under the discipline mechanical, and the subdiscipline is empty. Okay, so there's no subdiscipline. That's why you will notice from the project browser here, there's a question mark. Okay, so on the mechanical discipline, there's a question mark. So if I expand that, there's a 3D view. That is actually our interior perspective. So let me just rename this interior. Oops. Interior perspective. Enter. All right. Okay. So you can change the visual style here, like shaded view, or if you are doing a coordination, so you can change the discipline here. So instead of using mechanical discipline, what you can do is you can change that to coordination so that you will also see the other discipline on your view. There you go. So you can see the architectural, but right now it's being obscured by this column here. So what I'm going to do is, let me just adjust the camera here, like that, like that. Okay. So if you change your view, your 3D view to coordination, it will show you all the disciplines: architectural, mechanical, MEP, and then the structural. So I'm going to select here the full navigation wheel like that. And then there's an icon here like walk tool. Okay, you can click that walk tool. Okay, and then you can move slowly. And then you can look around inside that 3D view. Okay, so it takes practice for you to be able to master how to navigate using your steering wheel here. So you can use orbit. Just hold your left click on that, so it will orbit your model like that. Okay, let's say here, and you can also use zoom. You can zoom in, zoom out. Okay, then you can pan your drawing. Okay, you get the idea. You can just explore these tools here. So let's say I use the walk tool. So just slowly move forward your mouse. So once it starts to move, just hold on your mouse to that position. If you want to make it more faster, just move another millimeter, and then you will see that it will become fast. Okay, and then you can look around. You can check the building using your camera view. Okay, so you just need to create a 3D view using a camera. If you want to do a coordination, visual check. Okay, so you just create your camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the detail level here. Instead of medium, I'm going to make it fine, because as you can see, some of the elements here is, it looks like it shows line here, but that is actually a pipe, right? So that's a pipe. So when I click that, it says pipe. Now, if your detail level here is medium, your pipe will going to show as single line. So I do not want that. So I want fine. So I'm going to select fine. There you go. So it's now showing in fine view. So let me walk on that particular element. There you go. So as you can see, there's a clash there. So just by using your camera, creating a 3D view, you will be able to do a quick spot check without running the interference check. Okay. Right, now the next thing that you may want to do is you can go to the project browser, and then you can insert this view inside your sheet. So just double click the sheet there, and then just drag and drop your interior perspective. You can change the scale if you want to make it a little bigger. So let's say I put my number 2 here, number 3 here, and there you go. All right, okay. Okay, so basically that's it for creating view. So in this video, we have learned how to create section, how to create elevation, and how to create a 3D view by using your camera. All right, so again, if you want to have this exercise file, so you can just put your comment on the comment section below. Just put your email address, and I'll be sending you the exercise file. All right, so thank you for watching, guys. Have a nice day. What's up, guys? Learning with Rich here. In this edition, we are now going to talk about the project settings in our Revit, okay, Revit 2021. So we are now on the chapter wherein we're going to talk about starting a new project, okay? So I'm going to teach you the basic things about our first lesson, which is setting up projects. So what are the things that you can consider when you start a new project? So you can specify new settings or acquire settings from an existing project, so when you start a new project. So project settings include specifying the browser organization. These are just some, okay, the basic project settings, the browser organization, project information, and project parameters, okay? So let's say I'm going to create a new project using a mechanical template, okay? So let's say our company doesn't have a project template yet, so that's why we will be using the default template, which is mechanical template if they are on mechanical, or you can use electrical or plumbing template or systems template, which is the combination of the three services, okay? But for this one, I'm just going to use mechanical template to create a new project. Okay, so like what I have said earlier, one of the settings that you might consider setting up is the browser organization, which is here, the browser organization. This is the list of all the views, the families, sheets, and groups that are contained in a project. So you can customize your browser organization of project views and sheets to group them into folders. And you can also set filters to determine the number of views and sheets that are displayed. And in addition, you can specify the number in which the views and sheets are displayed here on our project browser. Now, another project settings that you might consider setting up is your go to the Manage tab, and then you can see there the project information. So you can specify the project information such as the project issue date, the address, the status, the client name, and energy data that will be used as a default in the project. So you can specify this in this dialog box, okay? So the project information that you specify in this project information window is displayed in our title block labels. So if you make any changes to the project information in this dialog box, the title block labels are automatically updated. So you can view the updated title block labels in the sheet view containing the title block. Now, another project settings that you might consider aside from the project browser, project information is your project parameters. Okay, so project parameters are the attributes that you define and then add to categories of elements in a project. Such parameters are specific to the project and cannot be shared with other projects. And if you want to share the parameters across multiple projects, you need to create shared parameters. Okay, you need to do that one. Right, so you can use project parameters in both, let's say, single and multi-category schedules. So parameters is stored and track information about one or more categories of elements in a project. So the commonly used parameters are already set up in Revit. So for system families, like for example, your walls, your duct, your wire, okay, the parameters are set up in the template files by default. So for standard component families, the family parameters are set up as part of the component family. So when I say component families, those are just an example of your fittings, okay, your pipe accessory, and then your devices, your lighting fixture. Those are just some example of component families. Okay, so projects that are created using a template file automatically inherit the parameters that are part of the used template file. So you can add more parameters if required. So I'm going to show you later on how to create a project parameter. Okay, right. And then after that, let's say for example, we are going to create a new project, another project aside from this one here. So what you can do is you can transfer the settings that we have done in this project to a new project. Okay, so the project standards that we have set up to this project consists of settings defined for a project. Okay, so while setting up a new project, you can save time by transferring settings from an existing project to the new project. So that is what we are going to do later on. After we set up this project, I'm going to show you how to transfer project standards. Okay? Right, okay, so what are we going to do now? So the first thing that we're going to do for this project is, let's try to modify the browser organization. So how to modify the browser organization? So what you can do is, you can right-click the views here, right-click that, and then you can see the browser organization. Or you can also type, or you can create shortcut for the browser organization. Okay, shortcut for that, you can type KS to open up the keyboard shortcuts, and then you look for browser organization. So as you can see, there's no shortcut for browser organization, so you can create a new one here. So let's say put BO, and then assign, and then OK. So I can type BO to open up my browser organization. Okay, so that's another way. So you can right-click the views here, select the browser organization, or you can type the shortcut. There you go. Or you can actually go to the View tab, User Interface, and you can see there the browser organization. Right? Just click that one. And there you go. So here on the browser organization. So let's organize this. Let's modify this. So instead of using discipline, so this is the discipline settings, right? So there's the discipline, and then there's the sub-discipline, and then there's the view here. If you're going to check the settings of this discipline on our views discipline, you can select edit if you want to check that settings. So click edit, and then you go to grouping and sorting. So as you can see, it is grouped by discipline. That's why discipline is the first one to show here. And then by sub-discipline. That's why it's followed by sub-discipline, like HVAC, like plumbing, okay, like power or lighting if you are in electrical. So that is sub-discipline. Next, it is followed by family and type, which is this one. Family and type. Okay, so that is basically the settings of your discipline here. Now let's say I change that to type disciplines. So type discipline. So let's see the settings of the type discipline here. So edit, grouping and sorting. All right. So the settings is family and type. Next is discipline. So how about we add sub discipline here? So I click that. So I add sub discipline. Okay. So sub discipline, and then after that I'm now going to select OK, and then see what will happen on our project browser. So OK, and then make sure it's checked. Then OK. There you go. So it's now type and then discipline. So it's the type floor plan, and then the discipline, and then the sub-discipline, and then the name of the view. Okay. So basically, that's how you change it. Okay. You can modify your browser organization. Now, aside from that, let's try to specify the project information. So project information. So you can go to the manage. You can go to the project information, and then let's say I want to change the address. Okay. What's the address? Okay. So click the address. Click that ellipsis button. Okay. And then let's put the address here. All right. So let's put the address of like this. So 111 Mac Innis. Okay. So Mac Innis Parkway, San Rafael, California. 94903 USA. Okay, so I can press enter just to go another line. So click the San Rafael, enter, and then the USA, enter. There you go. So that's the address. Let's say, for example, of the project. Okay, you can also put the issue date. So let's say the date today is November 15th. So let's say the next issue we're going to be 5 days from now. So November, oops, let's say November 20, 2020. Okay, right? So basically, you know already, you know the idea. You can put the identity data here. You can put others here. You can also specify the energy analysis here, and then the root analysis here. You can click edit. Okay, and then you can specify the energy analysis if you are the designer of the project. All right, so now that we have learned how to modify the project browser and then the project information, so let us define a project parameter. So let's select OK here. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'm going to show you how to create a project parameter. Okay, project parameter is like this. So if you go to the properties, so these are project parameters, right? Discipline, orientation, display model, detail level. So these are project parameters. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to create a project parameter. Okay, so to do that, let's go to the manage, and then let's create a project parameter. So you click that one, and then after that, let's add. So you will notice here self-discipline is a project parameter. So I'm going to create one. Okay, and then let's put a name here. So let's say I'm going to put here a view purpose. Okay, and then for the type instance here, so the type of parameter that I'm going to create is let's say instance. Say instance. So when you say instance, those are the properties that you are seeing here right now. Here on the properties here. So this is an instance properties. So type properties is those are the properties that you can see when you click edit type. So when you click edit type, there is a dialog box that appears. So that is the type properties. Okay. So all the parameters that you are seeing there are type parameter. Now the instance parameter, these are the instance parameter. Okay, so I want to place my view purpose parameter here on the instance parameter. And then what's the discipline? I'll just put a common discipline. You have several discipline here, but this one is just for a common use. Okay, any discipline. And then for the type of parameter, I'll just use text so I can type it my own. Okay, so with the view purpose parameter that we are going to create, we can organize the project browser so that the views are grouped according to their purpose. Okay, a view purpose can be analytical, construction documentation, working, or any other purpose that you specify to better organize the views in the project browser. Okay. Now that's for the type of parameter text. Now what group are we going to place our view purpose? So example of groups is this one: extents, identity data. So those are groups. Spacing. Okay. So those are groups. So what group I want that? So let's say I want to place this under the other group. I just select other. Okay. Right. Okay. And then from here, so let's check this one. Since this is a view purpose, this is for the view. So for the categories, I want to put it on the views. Okay. Views. Just tick the view, and then you're all set. Select OK. There you go. It's now created. So let's select OK here. So we should be able to see the view purpose parameter here on the view properties. So select OK. There you go. Okay. So you can now type here what is the purpose of this particular view. So it's up to you. Okay. So let's say for example we already set up the project browser. We already set up the project information, and also we set up a project parameter we created. So let's say we're going to create a new project, and then what we're going to do is we're going to copy the settings that we had set up in this project to our new project. Okay. So we will be using transfer project standard. Now if you're going to use the transfer project standard, so make sure that the old project, for example, which is this one, our project 2, for example, this is going to be the old project. So make sure that one is open because this is where we are going to copy the settings to our new project. So make sure this one is open. So let's say I'm going to create a new project here. Okay, mechanical again, new project. Okay. Okay, so now here, as you can see, if I move the slider down here, there's no view purpose parameter. And then if I go to the manage and then check the project information, since this is a new project, there's no information here, right? So what we're going to do is we will be going to the manage tab, and then let's look for the transfer project standard. So what does it do? It copies selected project settings from another open project to the current project. So make sure it's open. Okay, so let's select this one. And there you go. So that's our project 2. So automatically Revit will read that. So if you have so many projects open, so you need to click the drop down arrow here and then look for the project where you want to copy the settings. Okay. So we only have one project open, and then as you can see, these are the settings that you can copy from a new to a new project. So there's a lot of it. So I don't want to copy all of this. So I'm just going to select check none. I just want to copy the project information, and then let's say the project browser. Okay, this two here. So I'm going to select here OK, and then override it. And there you go. So as you can see, it's now created. See, it's very fast. So no need for you to redo the whole process again. So you just use transfer project standard. Okay, so this is just one way of setting up your project. So by the way, let's check the project information. Project information. There you go. See, it's updated. Same date. The address is there as well. So this is just one way of setting up your project. Okay, so another way is you create a project template and then you save it so that every time you create a project, you just use that particular project template. So we only use transfer project standards if we are going to create a project that has the same settings as last time. Okay, but basically, I prefer doing a company standard project template that I am using every time I create a new project. Okay, so hopefully you learned something from this video in setting up some of the things in our project, like the project browser, project info, and project parameters. So if you want to have the exercise file, you can just put your email address in the comment section below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for watching, guys. Have a nice day. architectural project in your Revit MEP project. Okay, so as you can see, I have my MEP project here. So what I'm going to do is, in this exercise, we're going to link a Revit architecture project to our Revit MEP project. And then we're going to synchronize the two models for monitoring changes and adjust the display settings of the Revit architecture project. So let's say, for example, an architect has created a preliminary architectural model for a building project using Revit. So we need to create the MEP model for the project. So close coordination between the two models is very essential because the building envelope changes will directly affect the MEP design. So to enable this coordination, so we are going to link the architectural model to our MEP model. Okay, so to do that, since it has something to do with inserting a model into your project, so you just need to go to the Insert tab, and then you will see here the link panel, and then there's our link Revit. Okay, so you just need to click that one, and then after that, you just go to the model that you want to link. All right, so let's say, for example, this is the model that I would like to link. So that is the architectural model. So there is an option here, positioning. So you have several positioning here. So when you import or link geometry to your current Revit model, so you can use this positioning option of the related link dialog to specify how the incoming geometry is placed relative to our host model. So in our case, the Revit MEP model. So you can choose an option that best matches your situation and workflow. So as you can see, you have here automatic, and then you have here manual. So when you say automatic, the positioning options place the incoming geometry in the host model based on a set of rules. So if you know the position of coordinates in the host model and in the imported or linked file, so you can use automatic positioning to precisely place the incoming geometry. All right, so this option, the auto, streamlines the process and avoid errors that can occur during a manual placement. On the other hand, manual positioning options allows you to place the incoming geometry based on a specific point defined in the imported or link file. So these options give you direct control over the placement of the incoming geometry in our host. So you have several automatic here. So you have center to center, internal origin to origin, by shared coordinates, project base point to project base point, and then you have several manuals here. Okay, so for this exercise, I'm just going to use here internal origin to origin. So you can select this option to place the origin of the incoming geometry at the origin of the Revit host model. Okay, so that is what I would like to do. If you're going to use the auto center to center, so you can select this option to place the center of the incoming geometry at the center of the host Revit model. Okay, and then you also have here shared coordinates. Okay, so this shared coordinates here, so you can select this option to place the incoming geometry in the host Revit model based on shared coordinates. Okay, and then there is an auto project base point to project base point, so you can select this option to align the project base point of the link Revit model with the project base point of the host Revit model. Okay, so for this exercise, I'm just going to use auto internal origin to origin. So I select that, and then I select your open. And let's wait. And there you have it. So there's now our architectural model. Now, the next step that we will be doing after you link your Revit architecture model, I would like you to select the Archi model, the link model, and then you go to the properties. So as you can see, that's our Revit link. So I need you to go to the edit type to open the type properties, and then make sure you check the room bounding. So this is very important, the room bounding. So as you can see, the definition is it enables the geometry to define the boundary of a room. Okay, the extents of a room are defined by the room bounding elements around the room. So we need to check this one. Why? Because later on, we are going to place spaces for space in our project. So for you to be able to place your space correctly in your Revit model, make sure room bounding is checked. Okay, so it is standard. So you just select your link model and then make sure the room bounding is checked there. Then select OK. There you go. Now, the next thing that you need to do when linking an Archi model is you need to check the elevation. Okay, so you need to go to the project browser and then you just go to the elevation, like south elevation. Okay, just go to the south elevation and then check your elevation here. Why do we need to do that? Because we want to coordinate or synchronize our levels, our MEP model, which is level 1 and level 2, to the level of our link model. So as you can see, we only have two levels here, level 1 and level 2. We do not have levels for 3 and then the roof. Okay, so what we are going to do, we need to coordinate it. So on our link model, the level 2 there is 3,800, while by default on our MEP model it's 4,000. So we need to make this 3,800 as well. So we need to follow the architectural model. So make it 3,800 and then enter. There you go. Now, for the level 3 and then the roof, what we are going to do is we're going to select the view tab here, or I mean the collaborate, and then we are going to copy and monitor the levels that we have here. So I'm going to select copy monitor and then select link. And then let's select the link model, which is this one. So as you can see, it highlights the link model. You click that, and then you will notice you will now be going to the copy monitor tab. Now, there's a tool here, copy. So we need to copy level 3 and then the roof. Okay, so I'm going to select copy. So I want to select multiple levels. So I'm going to check the multiple here, and then I'm going to use crossing selection to select level 3 and then the roof. So after you select the levels that you want, next is finish. Okay, I'm just going to zoom out a bit. So I'm going to select your finish. And there you go. Now you will notice on our level here, so there is this symbol. So that symbol, this is actually a monitor symbol. So meaning to say the levels that we have copied is being monitored as well. So by the way, I'm going to select your finish. So I'm going to click the copy level, and then I'm going to drag that circle there to align to my other two levels. There you go. Oops. So I want that to tidy up. So make sure it's aligned. So you will notice if I click this level here, there's that symbol. Okay, so same with level 3. So meaning to say, when you use the copy monitor tool, the copy, the levels that you copy is being monitored at the same time. So what happens is any changes that the architect made to the architectural model, like for example, they have changed the name of the level, they have changed the height of the levels that is being monitored. When you load that architectural model back in your MEP project to update your file, you will be notified by Revit that there is a change on your architectural or link model. So that is one good way of monitoring your element. So what I want to do is I also want to monitor my level 2 here and then level 1. Okay, so going back to the copy monitor, I'm going to select link. So let's select the link model. That's the link model. And then let's use here monitor. So no need for us to copy because we already have the two levels that we needed. So I just need to monitor that. So it should be in pair, okay? So based on the definition, establishes relationships between pairs of corresponding elements. So these two establishes a monitoring relationship between two elements of the same type. So if an element changes, which is what I'm talking about earlier, a warning alerts you when you open the project or reload the link model. So we can use the coordination review tool to review these warnings. So I'm going to select monitor. I'm going to go ahead and select the level 1 of our MEP model and then the level 1 of our architectural model. So you click that and then you will now see that symbol again. So our level 1 now is being monitored. So let's do that as well on level 2. So click level 2. There you go. All right, and then just finish it. Okay, so this is the standard way of setting up your architectural model. Okay, now you will notice here our level 1 and level 2 MEP levels is colored blue and black. So here it's on, our level 3 and then the roof is white and black. The reason is that our level 1 and level 2 already have the floor plan. Okay, so we already have the floor plan for our level 1 and level 2. For level 3 and then the roof, the reason why it is black and white because it's only level, we don't have yet the floor plan for that. As you can see, there is no floor plan here, right? There's no level 3 and then roof floor plan, right? So that's the reason why the color of our level is like that. Now, I'm going to show you how to create a view for our level 3 and then the roof. So the view that I would like to create is I want to put it on the mechanical under the HVAC sub-discipline. So I will be creating 3-mech and then let's say roof-mech. Okay, so to do that, let's go to the view tab. Let's go to the plan views and then let's go to the floor plan. Okay, it creates a floor plan view. So just click that. Cancel this one. Okay, now on the new floor plan dialog box, so we are creating now a floor plan. Let's check the type properties here. So the floor plan that we will be creating will be having a mechanical plan view template. So let's click this view template and let's observe. So the discipline is mechanical and then the sub-discipline is HVAC, which is what we needed. Okay, so I want to create a level 3 and then roof floor plan under the mechanical discipline and HVAC discipline. So this one is fine. So I'll be using a mechanical plan view template. So I'll just select here OK. So I want to select the level 3 and then the roof. So I'm going to hold control, select that, and then select here OK. And there you have it. So we now have level 3 and then the roof. So let me just rename this by right-clicking, rename. So this is 3-mech. And then right-click, rename roof-mech or whatever name that you want. There you have it. So we now have levels 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's say for example, you also want to create 3-lighting and roof-lighting or 3-power or and roof-power. So same procedure. So let me quickly show you. Let's say I want lighting. So plan views, floor plan. Okay, so as you can see, there's no available view here because we already created all the levels view. So don't worry, you just need to uncheck this one so that we can duplicate the existing view. So just untick that and then you will now be able to select again here. So what I want is level 3 and then the roof. And wait, let's change this one. Instead of mechanical plan, I want that to be electrical plan. Let's observe here. Okay, so the sub-discipline is power, but I want to put it under the lighting. So the discipline is correct, electrical, but the sub-discipline, I want that to be lighting. Then okay, so I want electrical plan view template, and then I'll select okay. There you have it. So basically, that's how you create the view for the level, okay? Lighting, and then roof, lighting. All right. Now, another thing that you might consider is, let's say, for example, at the moment, for the meantime, you do not want to see here the grids. Okay, so I do not want to see the grids. Or let's say, what I want to do is, I want to create my own grid. Because right now, this is the grid of your link model, right? Okay, so what I want to do is, I want to create my own grid, my MEP model grid. I do not want the architectural model grid. Okay, so to do that, so you can just go back again to collaborate, and then you can use copy monitor again. Select link, select the link model, and then we are going to copy, and then multiple selection. Okay, so let's use crossing selection, and then make sure you filter that because we only want to select the grids. So filter that, check none, grids, then okay. And then finish. Okay, so finish. And then go back to copy monitor tab. So as you can see, the grids are also being monitored. Don't forget to finish. All right. Okay, now I want to hide the grids of my architectural model. Okay, so to do that, let's go to the visibility graphic override. So you can type VV or VG or go to the properties and look for the visibility graphic overrides. So click edit. And then instead of turning off the grids on the annotation category, don't do that because there's also grids here. Don't do that. If you do that, it will also turn off the grids of MEP model. Okay, so what you do is you go to the Revit links and then look for the link model, which is this one, the architectural model. Click by host view and then instead make it custom. So we are controlling the display of the link model. So let's go to the annotation categories. Make sure this is custom so you can modify it. So let's go to grids. All right, so let's turn off the grids of the architectural model. So okay, and then okay, and there you have it. So we only have here our own grid, right? So I'm going to click one grid, right click, and then I'm going to go ahead select all instances. So I want that to be pinned. There you go. So same with the link model. Okay, so I select the link model. I want that to be pinned. Okay, there you go. Now let us just tidy up our grids here. So what I want is I want to place all the grid bubble to the left side. So I'm going to click this grid, edit type. So let's uncheck this one, the plan view symbol for the grid. Let me check the other side there. Let's see what will happen. Select OK. Okay, so now it's on the other side here. Anyway, I think what I would like to do is I'll just do it manually then. So you just click one and then just tick the box. Tick the box. So instead of creating a new type of grid, okay? So this is just one time. So we're just tidying up our floor plan. There you go. All right. Okay. Okay, so for this one, so let me just check this. Okay, so basically this is how you link your architectural model, how you copy monitor and then create the associated views, create your grids, and tidy up your drawing. Okay, so we are now ready to start our design. So we are now ready to create a work set to enable the work sharing, which is the topic that we're going to talk about in our next video. All right. So for the meantime, if you want to have this exercise file, so you can just put your email address in the comment section below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Work set. So work set is actually a collection of elements in a building that can be edited by a project team member. So other team members can view the elements in a work set but cannot edit them. Okay, but there is an option in work set wherein you can actually edit others' work set if that one is not assigned to any particular user. Okay, but basically it would be better that others cannot edit them. This prevents possible conflicts that may be caused when two or more team members try to simultaneously modify an element. So team members can save the changes made to work sets in a local copy. I'm going to show you how to create that one later on. They can also publish their work to other team members by synchronizing the changes with the central file. So I'm going to show you how to create a central file and a local copy. Okay, and the other team members reload the central file to view the changes. Okay, so if required, team members can borrow elements from work sets being edited by other team members by sending edit requests and permission over the network. All right, so let's get started. So for this one, we're going to start our project without model. So we're going to create our new project. So new, I'll be using systems template. And then select OK. Systems template, it consists all the discipline, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing discipline for that. Now, for you to be able to start your work sharing, so you need to go to the collaborate, manage collaboration, and then there's the collaborate. So when you click that, you need to save first your model. So you have to save the model before you can collaborate with others. So we're going to save the model and then save it to your drive or to the network because you are creating or setting up your project, your new project. So you need to save it in a server where the other team members can access it. So let's say this is the server. I'm going to create a folder here. So this is my project. Okay, so I'm going to save that inside that folder, and then I'm going to name that, let's say, whatever project that you want, whatever project name that you want. Okay, so you save it. So that's the first step. So go to options. All right, so I'm just going to make this one. Okay, and then I'll select here OK, and then I'll save it. Right. Okay, so after we save the file, so we are now ready to collaborate. So we are not going to use the BIM 360 document management because I don't have a subscription for that. So I'll just use within the network. So if your company doesn't have a BIM 360 document management subscription, so you just need to work within your network. So that's fine. So you just use the within your network and then just select here OK. All right. So right now what we are doing is we are creating a central file. To make the work sets in a project available to all team members, you create a master project file, which is known as the central file. So this is the central file. So this file tracks the availability of each work set. A central file is created the first time you save a project after enabling the work sets and project sharing. So the central file stores the ownership information of all the work sets in a project. Okay. So basically your central file coordinates the changes made by team members and stores information about work set ownership. All right. So this is now our central file. So I'm going to save this one to make it officially the central file. So I'm going to select the save here. Save that. So as you can see, this is the first time that the project has been saved since the work sharing was enabled. So this project will therefore become the central model. So do you want to save this project as the central file? Yes. Select yes. Okay. So it will now be saved on that folder. And one thing that you will notice if your file is a central file is there is no save here. So you cannot select the save. But if you want to create a new central file, for example, your central file somehow it got messed up or corrupted, and it so happened you have a new file, so you can save as that file as a new central file or an old file. Okay, you don't have any other choice, but you can use the old file and you can save it as a new central file. But for this one, you will notice if you open a central file, the save icon is disabled. But you can actually go to file here and then you can use the save as, so just in case you want to save it to another folder to make it a new central file. But anyway, so this is how the central file looks like. The save icon is disabled. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create work set. Okay, so that is what we need. So to create a work set after you enable the central file or after you create the central file, you need to select work set and then just create your work set here. So you will notice by default you have two work set here. So shared levels and grids. The other one is work set. So this is like your user created work set. Okay, so it is created. These two work set that we have here, it is created by default when you enable the work sharing. So you can name this one if you want. And by the way, your work set one, it will contains all the MEP elements of a project. Okay, so if you have elements here in your project and then you create your work set, it will be placed on work set one by default. But don't worry, you can put those elements to another work set if you want. Okay, so you can change the name of this. So you can rename that. So let's say this will going to be HVAC, and then OK, and then all the levels and grids will be put to this work set here automatically. So let's say I want to create another work set for plumbing, so I'll just need to use new here. So let's say that we're going to be plumbing. Oops, plumbing. Okay, so let's say for the lighting and other discipline or services that you want to create. So as you can see, I am the owner of this work set. So let's say if I'm going to create
docked here. So make sure you activate or make the work set that is needed active. So let's say you want to create a dock, so make sure that the HVAC is your active work set. If you want to create lighting, so before you create lighting elements, so make sure lighting is the active work set. Okay, etc., etc. So you know what I mean. Okay, so let's say I want to create dock here, so I want HVAC. And I am the owner. So any elements that I'll be creating under my name, like for example HVAC, plumbing, or lighting, they will not be able to touch that. They will not be able to remove that or delete or whatever. Okay, because I am the owner of that. So okay, let me just, okay, so I'll just select no. It's just asking me if I want the lighting work set to be the active work set, so I'll just select no. So by the way, you can also change the active work set here. So if you're using AutoCAD before, so this is just like changing the layer to your active layer. So let's say if you want to create lines on walls, so make sure your active layer is on wall. So if you want to create a door, so make sure your active layer is door. So same with work set. So if you want to do HVAC elements, make sure your active work set is HVAC, so that all the elements will be placed under the HVAC. So just in case you accidentally selected lighting and then you create HVAC elements, don't worry about that. You can just simply select those elements and change the work set here on the properties. Like for example, my current work set here is lighting. So if I create a duct, there's my duct. Okay, and then I select modify. Okay, if I click this dock here and then check the properties, you can see that the work set is on lighting, which is wrong. So I just change it. So just select the correct work set. Okay, just like that. Now, as a BIM manager, after you create all the work sets needed in the project, okay, the next thing that you need to do is you need to synchronize it. Okay, so you need to select synchronize and modify settings, and then those work sets that I have created, I want that to be relinquished. So after synchronizing, relinquish the following work sets and elements. So as a BIM manager, you need to relinquish all the work sets that you have created. Why? So that your other team members, the BIM drafter or BIM designer, they will be able to use those work sets that you have created. Because you're the BIM manager, no need for you to do the modeling. They're the one that will be doing the drafting. So make sure you relinquish all the work sets that you have created by checking this. Okay? So that they can make the work sets you created as their own work set. So let's say I am a drafter number 1. So what I can do is I can go to work sets. As you can see, there's no owner anymore because you already relinquished it. So if I am the drafter, so I can just select the HVAC here, and then I can just select here yes, so that I will gonna be the owner of that work set. So that let's say these two people here, the lighting people and then the plumbing people, they will not be able to touch my elements here because I am owning this work set by selecting yes here. There you go. You can see my name here. Now, okay, yes. Now the next thing that you can do is, anyway, you just go back again, just synchronize it. Okay, so I am the team manager, so I am synchronizing and relinquishing all the work sets that I have created. Now, after you create the central file, just close it. You do not work directly to central file. Okay, but what you do is you work to a local file. Okay, so you need to create a local file. So the local file, it is a copy of a central file that is saved to the drafter's computer. So how to create a local copy? So to do that, so let's say I am drafter 1 or B modeler number 1. After the B manager set up the central file, so I know the location of the central file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select open and then look for that central file. Do not touch these two folders here. Okay, your only concern is the Revit file there, the central file. Okay, so I am drafter 1, so I want to create a local file. So when you select the central file, you will notice here automatically create new local is already checked. Do not uncheck that because if you do that, you will be opening project 101 central file. So make sure this is checked so that you are creating a new local file. So that's how you create a local file. So you do your stuff on the local file and then you just synchronize it so that the central file will going to be updated and your other team members, once they synchronize, it will going to be updated also, their model. Okay, so let's say I want to create a local copy, just select open. And then this will now my local copy. So you will notice the save icon here is enabled because I'm just using a local copy, not the central file. Now, let's say I'm the drafter number 1. My task is doing the HVAC. So I need to go to collaborate, or actually I can click this icon here to open the work sets. So I need to make the HVAC as my own. There you go. So there's the name of the drafter number 1, and then select your OK. And then make sure your work set is the active work set. Okay. Now, so let's say I already done with all the modeling. So let's say I'll just create a dock here. Okay, so there's the dock. There you go. I'm done. So what I need to do is I need to go to the synchronize and modify settings, and then I do not want to relinquish the ownership of my work set. So that's why I'm not going to check this one, so that it will prevent them to modify the elements that I have created. Okay, so this is important because if they really want to edit your elements, so they need to ask permission to you. Okay, so they need to ask permission to you so that there is a communication that will going to happen between the drafter 1 and then the drafter 2 so that they can talk. So it's not good to just simply go to other drafters' elements and then edit it without telling the original owner of that element. So in my case, I'm not going to synchronize this and relinquish by checking this. So I'm just going to synchronize it so that the central file will going to be updated and then the other users will be able to see the elements that I have drawn. So I'll just select here OK. Okay, and then I'm done. So let's say the lighting people will come now. Okay, so just, you still have the linear model. Okay, relinquish elements. No, I'm not going to relinquish it. I'll just keep the ownership. There you go. So as you can see, the central file now is updated. So open. This is the one. So as you can see, the central file now is updated. So that's how it goes. So you just need to create a local file to work on your model. Okay, just override it. Okay, and then if the other drafter, like for example, lighting did modeling to the central file. So if you want to see their changes, in case they already synchronized it, so you just need to go to collaborate and then just reload the latest so that you'll be able to see the updated changes. All right. So basically, that's how the work sharing works. Okay. So if ever they want to edit your elements, so when they try to move this, let's say I am the lighting, they try to move this one. So what will happen is there is a warning that will gonna appear here on the lower right corner, telling you that you need to ask permission or request to the original owner of that particular work set. Okay, so that communication will happen. Okay, it just so happened in the newer version of Revit, I can't do it simultaneously like open to a Revit project because I only have one Autodesk account. I'm only using one computer. But if you're going to check out my previous topics about workset, you will see what I mean. So you just watch the other lower version of workset, work sharing that I have discussed in this channel for you to be able to understand more about work sharing. But the basic things about work sharing is this, the one that I just discussed now. Okay, so hopefully you learned something from this video. If you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, you can put it on the comment section below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Last two couple of topics about setting up the project. Okay, so this first topic that I'm gonna discuss, it's a very short one. It's just like defining the discipline setting. Okay, so Revit MEP has these discipline settings that define the appearance and behavior of the system components in a project. So basically, discipline settings can be defined for electrical and mechanical disciplines. So after standard settings have been established, let's say for an organization, they can be configured in a template file to avoid having to set them for each project. So as a BIM manager, so it would be better to create a project template wherein you already set up there the discipline settings, which is what I'm going to show you. Okay, so how to set up your discipline settings, just the basic one. Okay, so let me just open a sample file. Again, if you want to have this sample file, you can just put your put a comment on the comment section below, put your email address, and then I'll be sending it to you. Now, the first discipline setting that we are going to talk about is the mechanical setting. So you can type MS for that, or you can go to the systems, and then you see there's a mechanical. So you can click that arrow there, mechanical settings. It's the same as this one here, mechanical settings. Okay, so if I click that, it will open up the mechanical settings dialog box. Okay, so mechanical settings determine the behavior and appearance of the ductwork and piping for the mechanical, piping, plumbing, and fire protection systems. Okay, so if you want to modify the mechanical settings, so that is what you do. It's either you type MS or you just click that dialog launcher there on the Systems tab. Okay, as you can see here on the left side, so we have here some options or some settings that we can change. We have these categories like the hidden line category, wherein you can specify the hidden line settings here, and then you also have the duct settings, and then you also have here the pipe settings. So as you can see here, duct settings and pipe settings can be created in template files or copied to other projects using the transfer project standards, which we have discussed last time. Okay, so you can copy that using the transfer project standards option on the project settings panel of our manage tab. Okay, so let's talk about some of the options here on our mechanical settings. So the first one is the hidden line category. Using the hidden line settings, so you can define how a drawing appears when ducts or pipes is separate planes cross each other. Okay, so this indicates that the duct or pipe is hidden by and does not connect to the drawing segments in the foreground. So you have here the draw MEP hidden lines, which enables you to draw piping with the line style and gaps specified for hidden lines. And then you also have here an option, line style. It specifies a line style to be used when duct or pipe segments cross each other. So you can select from a list of predefined line styles, and you can also add this by defining the line styles in the line style dialog box. And then there are other options here like the inside gap, outside gap distance, as well as the single line distance there. Okay, so aside from that, you also have the dock settings. So when you select the dock settings here on our left side, so the right pane here displays the settings that you can apply to the air systems in a project. Like for example, use annotation scale for single line fittings. So it specifies whether duct fittings are drawn at the size specified by the duct fitting annotation size parameter. And then you also have here duct fitting annotation size. So the default is 3 mm, so it specifies the plotted size of fittings and accessories drawn in single line views. So this size is maintained regardless of the drawing scale. And then here you can also specify the density for the duct sizing calculation, the dynamic viscosity for the duct sizing calculation. So basically, any settings that has something to do with your duct, so you can find it here. So as a designer, you can modify this. Okay, so like the symbol here. Okay, so like the round duct size suffix, so you can specify here. Okay, and then you also have your angles. Okay, conversion, and then you also have rectangular size for the duct, oval, round, and then calculation. Okay, like for example, for the conversion, so use this to specify the elbow angle increment settings required for routing solutions of the main and branch system. Okay, so when you modify these settings for this system, so you can specify separate settings for the supply, return, air, and exhaust. So you can change from here. Okay, so when you create an automated routing or ducting, so you can specify here what is the type of duct that we will be using, and then what is the elevation, and then what is the setting for the branch. So you can also set it up here. And then there's the rectangular, wherein you can specify the sizes of your rectangular duct, oval, round, and then the calculation settings. Okay, so aside from that, you also have the pipe settings. So when you select the pipe settings, so the right pane here displays a set of settings that you can apply to the piping, plumbing, and fire protection systems in a project. Okay, so it's basically almost the same as the settings on the duct settings. Okay, so you also have your angles, okay, and then you also have the conversion, segments, and sizes. You can also specify here the fluids, slopes, and then as well as the calculation for the designers. Okay, now aside from the mechanical settings, let me just cancel this one. You also have the ability to modify the electrical settings. Okay, so you can type ES or you can type this arrow here. So like you can specify the electrical settings to maintain consistency in the behavior and appearance of electrical systems in a project. Okay, so you have categories here for the hidden line. Okay, for general. Okay, so you also have the angles, and then the wiring. Okay, and then the wire sizes. You can specify here the material. You can create a new one if you want. You can click the drop down here to see the other material here, which is the copper. And then you can also specify the temperature, installation type. Okay, so if you're an electrical engineer, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not an electrical engineer. So I'm just showing you the different settings that you can do before you start your project and while you are working on the project template. So you can incorporate all of these settings in your project template so that you do not need to do it again and again every time you create a project. You just put it on a template and then you just use that project template every time you start a project. Okay, so you have the wiring types here, voltage definition, distribution systems, the cable tray settings here, rice wrap. Okay, so you know what I mean. So you can just go to the electrical settings and then as an electrical engineer, you can set up your ES or your electrical settings. All right, so let's say, for example, I will be going back again to my mechanical settings. Okay, so you can remove the dock sizes that are not commonly used from the sizing list. So this prevents these dock sizes from being created when you use size or layout docks. So let's say, for example, I'm going to select the conversion here and then here on the main. So you can specify what type of dock that you will be creating when you generate a dock for a supply air. So you can click the drop down and then you can select from here and then you can specify here the elevation. Okay, and then you can also go to rectangular and then you can remove the size here. So let's say I want to remove some sizes here. So I'm going to clear 90. So let's say I don't want that. Okay, so the 90, let's say I don't want that. And then let's say 110, I don't like that. So I'm going to clear that. And then let's say 140 as well. Okay, so that is for my rectangular. Now let's say for the round here, so I click the round. Okay, so I also want to turn off that, the 90, and then the 110, and then let's say 140, and then let's say what else? 260. So I don't like the size here. 290. Okay, let's say 310. Okay, so these are the sizes that I do not like to show when I create a duct for round and rectangular. Now, we can also modify the sizes on the pipe. So here on the pipe, so let's go to the segments here and sizes. Okay, so for the carbon, you can just uncheck from here. Okay, so let's say, for example, I don't want the 20 mm, so I'm just going to uncheck that one. Okay, and then I'm going to select OK. So that's it. Okay, so now let's say I also want to modify the electrical settings. So I click this, electrical settings. So I want to define, let's say, the tick mark. Okay, the tick mark can be found here on the, excuse me, sorry. As you can see my voice, I'm kind of under the weather right now. Anyway, so let's go back. So here on the wiring, you can modify here how the wire tick mark shows. So if you click the value here, as you can see, there's no family loaded here. Now, if you want to change the tick mark, for example, so you can load it. So how to load it? So let me just cancel this one. Let me go to the insert. Okay, so let's go to load family, and then let's go to electrical, MEP. Okay, electrical components. Okay, so where's that? Okay, so I think it's really here on the electrical or annotation. Electrical. There you go. So there's the tick mark. All right. So you can find it on the annotations, electrical, and then tick marks. So let's say I want to load here the hook wire tick mark and then the long wire tick mark. So you can hold control. Okay, and then after that, just select open. Okay, so that's how you load the tick mark just in case you want to use one. So if you go back again to systems, electrical settings, let's go to the wiring. Okay, you can now load from one here. So you can click this. So let's say for the hot wire, I want the hook wire tick mark. Okay, and then for the ground, so I want the long wire tick mark. And for the neutral, so I want the long wire tick mark. So that's how you basically change, for example, the tick mark. And then there are other settings that you can also modify from here aside from that. So I'm just giving you an example. All right, now let's select here OK. So basically, this is the mechanical settings and electrical settings. Try to modify this when you are creating your project template. So you need to incorporate the settings on your mechanical template and electrical settings to your project template so that it is consistent. So every time you create a project, you already have the MS and ES settings on that template. Now, another thing that you might consider is when you are importing or when you are creating detail drawings in Revit, so you might consider importing an AutoCAD drawing. Okay, so because engineering firms maintain files in the form of libraries of commonly used drawing details. So you can use these details into the project and edit them as required. So importing and editing typical details enables you to save time and effort to avoid duplication of work. Okay, so let's do some example of this one. So let's say I'm going to open an exercise file. Importing drawing detail. Again, if you want to have this exercise file, just put a comment on the comment section below and I'll be sending you this exercise file. Alright, for this one, in this exercise, we're going to import an AutoCAD file to a Revit drawing drafting view and edit the drawing details. So let's say we need to create a standard detail for a mechanical curve. So we use a library file that exists in our company, for example, so that you do not have to model or sketch the connection. So that's the story. So what are we going to do? So we're going to create first a drafting view. So let's go to view. Let's create a drafting view. Okay, and then let's specify the name here. So drafting view, this is a 2D environment. So you cannot create 3D in a drafting view. Okay, so you remember that. So I'm just going to use the default template here, default scale. So I'm going to select here OK. Okay, so now let us check the project browser. There's our drafting view. So if I right click this, you can actually apply some template here if you want. So there's a template properties. You can apply that detail. So you can apply that property. So I'll just select OK. Right, now the next thing that we're going to do is we want to modify or we want to specify the line weight of the CAD file that will be imported into our new drafting view. Okay, so to do that, so we need to go to the insert and then you see the import here. There's a dialog launcher. It says import line weights. So to specify the line weights of the CAD file that will be imported into our drafting view, so we need to modify it here. So let's import line weights. Let's click that one. And then let's say, for example, so I want to edit the number 5 color. Okay, so instead of 1, which is the default line weight, so I'm going to change that 4. Okay, so we know that this number 5 color is actually a blue color. Okay, so for DWDXF color number 5 stands for blue. So as you can see under the line weight a while ago, by default it's 1, so I want to make that 4. Okay, so this line weight equals to 0.3048 millimeters or 0.018 inch at the scale of the drafting view. Well, anyway, I'm going to save as this. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So I'm going to save that in that folder. Okay, so I'll just put this one. This is the name. So I'll just select save here. And then just select here OK. So we are now done. So this is just an example. I'm just showing you that this is how you do it if you want to specify the line weights of the CAD file that will be imported to our drafting view. So you just need to click this and then you modify this one. Okay, and then I'll select here OK. Now the next one is let us now import our CAD file. So let's select import. Let's select that one. Okay, so I'm just making that black and white. So black and white. Okay, I'll just put it at the center. Okay, and then I'll just select here OK. Open. All right, there you go. Okay, so now let's turn off the thin line so that we can see the line weight. So let's turn off. There you go. And then you will notice here one of the line weights, which is I think this one here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that. I'm going to select query. Query. Okay, so if you select query, you will be able to select your CAD drawing. Okay, you will be able to know what is the layer. Okay, so let me do that again. So I click the imported CAD file, and then there's a tool there, query. Okay, so let's say I'm going to click this. There you go. So what's that? So that layer is a detail medium. Okay, and then one thing that you will notice here is notice that the leader lines in the AutoCAD file retain their defined line weight when imported to Revit. So before importing the AutoCAD file, a while ago we specified the line weight for elements on layers with blue color. So therefore, the steel joist and then the flashing in our import are slightly thicker than the leader lines and much thicker than the other lines. That's the one that I'm talking about, right? Okay, so it is much more thicker. So because we changed that line weight to 4. Okay, now let us try to edit the drawing details. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select. And then there is an option here, delete layers. So you can delete the layers that you do not need. So I'm going to select delete layers. And then let's say I do not need a layer 0. So I'm going to tick the layer 0. And then the depth points, we don't need that. And then I'm going to select here OK. There you go. So that's one way of editing your drawing details. So another way is by going to the visibility graphic overrides. So you can go to the properties or you can type VG or VB. Okay, so to open up the dialog box. So you need to go to the imported category so that you can see there your drawing, right? Your imported drawing. So you can expand that and then you can see here all the layers. Okay, so let's say, for example, we're going to hide the title block and then the title text in the import symbol. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a detail identity, which is this one. So I'm going to uncheck that. And then I'm going to select OK. So I'm just showing you here that you can modify the visibility of the layers of the CAD drawing using the visibility graphic overrides. You just need to go to the imported categories. So let's say I want to hide this layer. So I'm going to select OK. And there you go. So it's now hidden, right? So that's another way of editing your drawing. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is we're going to modify the line weights for lines representing the edges of the members in the section. Okay, so to do that, let me just zoom in here for you to be able to see it clearly. So I'm going to open again the visibility graphic overrides, go to the imported categories, and then this time, let us look for a detail wide. That one. So to edit the line weight of this, you can see you can click override here on your lines column, right? So you click that, and then let's change the line weight here. So you can expand this, then let's say 6 to make it more thicker. Okay, and then for the color, I'm going to select that, just make it black. Okay, so I'm just showing you that you can change the color here. So let's say I wanted to make red. Okay, so I change that to red, and then I select OK. And then I select OK. Now, to modify the line weights for lines representing a section of steel members, so we're going to change the thin one, this one. So I'm going to override that. So again, let's modify the line weight. So let's say I make it 2 for the color. So let's say I make it green so we can see it. And then I'm now going to select here OK, and then OK, and then OK. And there you go. So as you can see, that is another way of editing your drawing. So I'm just changing the color so that you'll be able to see where is that particular element that I'm modifying. Okay. Now another way is you can actually explode this because as you can see, if you click that, let's say there's a wrong spelling on the AutoCAD drawing, you cannot just double click it and change, right? So you need to explode it. All right. So that's the another way of editing your AutoCAD drawing. So you can click that and then import instance. So there's an option here, explode. So you can select that. So I'll just select partial explode to explode the 2D data contained in the import symbol. So I select that one. There you go. So it's now exploded. Okay. So if you now see some wrong spelling, so now is the right time to change it because you can now double click, right? Because it's now part of Revit. So it now becomes Revit lines and Revit text. So you can now move the text if there are some overlapping text, wrong spelling, okay? So you can now modify it. Now to display the title block and then the title text in our import symbol, so we can now go back again to the visibility graphic overrides, import. Let's go to the identity, just stick that one. And then let's select here OK. There you go, right? So if I click that, you notice that if I select the boundary, the title also selected, right? Okay, so it also selected. So you can explode this completely. So let's say you want to separate this one because if I click the boundary, it also select this one. So if you want this to be separated, so I can just full explode that one. Full explode, there you go. So it's now separated. Okay, so now to edit the style for the detail lines of the import symbol, so you just modify it. Okay, So you can go to the Manage tab, and then you can go to look for the line style. So there's the line styles here. So if you want to edit the style for the detail lines of the import symbol, so you can go to the line style, and then you can expand that. So you will now be able to see here all the lines that is currently being used. Like for example, the A detail wide. Where's that? This one, right? So let's say I want to make that 6. Okay, 6. Because after you explode the elements, it now becomes Revit lines. It now becomes Revit text. It's not anymore controllable in the import in the visibility graphic overrides because you already exploded. So once you explode it, you will not be able to control it using your visibility graphic overrides because it's already exploded. It now becomes part of Revit. So if you want to edit the line types, so you need to go here on the line style, and then you can edit here. So let's say for the A detail wide, I want to change that to 6. So let's say I also want to change the color. So let's say I want it blue. Okay, and then okay. So I'm just showing you that you need to go to the line styles to modify it. Okay, and then select your okay. And there you go. See? So it's now edited. So you cannot edit it here anymore because you already exploded this one. Okay? Right, now for the text, if you want to modify the text, like for example, this one, if you want to change that, so let's say I do not want the style of this text. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select one of the texts, right click, and then there's an option here, select all instances. So I'm going to select visible in view. So it will now select all of this text with the same style, and then I can now change it. Okay, so let's say I want to change that to 1.87. There you go. Okay, and then I can now just click outside. Okay, and then as you can see, you just need to edit this, click, and then move it up. There you go. Okay, just tidy up your drawing. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I can also change this one. So I can click, hold control. Let's click the other text here, and then let's change that to let's say 5 mm. Click. There you go. All right. Now let's say for example for this one here, this detail level, this hatch. Okay, so this field region. Okay, so you want to change this field region. So you just need to select that, and then after that you can click the drop down arrow here. You can change from here. Like for example, rigid insulation type, field region. There you go. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is, right after you import your AutoCAD drawing in Revit, you can still edit that. Okay, as required. All right, so basically that's the topic for today's discussion. So we have discussed the discipline settings and importing drawing detail. Okay, so if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, you can put it on the comment section below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Okay, so the first tool that we are going to learn is creating space, which is this one. So just a bit of a background about the space. So this is one of the tools that we use to define the volume in Revit MEP. In Revit, you use volumes in engineering data calculations, and volumes are defined using spaces. So the volume of a space defines an analytical building model, which you can use for building performance analysis and heating and cooling load calculations. Okay, so spaces store values for the parameters that affect the heating and cooling load of a project. Okay, so aside from that, spaces are components that are exclusively used in MEP disciplines to analyze volume. So spaces contain information about their location, such as the volumes, areas, names, and numbers. So in addition, spaces track lighting level calculations, electrical loads, and airflows. So you can use this information for performing volume calculations and heating and cooling loads analysis. So you can also export these values to various other analysis programs if your company has these other kinds of programs. Okay, so that is what we're going to learn in this video. We're going to learn how to use spaces, and then after that, on the next video, we're going to learn how to use zone. So these are the tools that we use to define the volume in Revit MEP. All right, but first, make sure when you select your link, select your link, and then after that, you go to the properties, go to the type properties. So make sure the room bounding here is checked. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, so the reason why you are checking that is for you to be able to place your spaces properly. Okay, in the area. So make sure you select that one and then check the room bounding. So as you can see from the definition here, it enables the geometry to define the boundary of a room. The extents of a room are defined by the room bounding elements around the room. Okay, so make sure you select your link model and then check the room bounding. Okay, so next, so we're not going to place all the spaces in this building. We're just going to place on one area. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is let's go to the section view. All right, so let's go to the general building section. Again, if you want to have this exercise file, so you can just put your email address on the comment section below, and then I'm just going to send you the exercise file so you can follow this video. All right, so you will notice here on our section, notice that our level 1 here to level 2 has no drop ceiling, right? From level 1 to level 2, there's no drop ceiling here, but an open plenum. But you will notice here, level 2 to level 3 and level 3 to level 4, okay, have ceilings that separate the plenum space from the occupied room, right? So there's a ceiling there that separates the plenum space from the occupied room. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a level here. Okay, so I'm going to create a level for the plenum here, the level for the plenum here. So how to do that? So I'm going to select architecture, and then I'm going to select your level. So I click the level, and then after that, maybe using the pick lines. So I'm going to pick this. I'm going to specify an offset distance here of 1000. Okay, so I need to consider this plenum there, so I'll be able to place the space correctly. So there's the level, and then I want to create another level here. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to turn off the thin lines here so I can see the line there. Okay, so for this one, so maybe I'm going to align that. So I'm going to use that line. We select here to here. There you go. So it's now aligned there. All right. Okay. So I now have this level here. Let me just move these levels here. Okay, now for this level that I created, I'm just going to name this level 2 plenum plan, okay? Or level 2 plenum. So I'll just call this, let's click this one, level 2 plenum. And then this one, level 3 plenum. Level 3 plenum. So we need to create these levels because we want to accurately place the spaces. So we need to consider those spaces there, the plenum space. Now the level 2 and level 3 plenum is here. So there's the ceiling and then there's the floor plan, right? So what I'm going to do is, instead of placing the level 2 plenum and level 3 plenum under the architectural, so I'm just going to select level 2. So maybe I'm going to separate the properties and put it here. There you go. So I select the level 2 here, and then I'm going to change the discipline. So instead of architectural, I'm going to make that mechanical. There you go. So it's now there. So same with level 3 plenum. So I changed that to mechanical. There you go. Now I don't need this ceiling plans. These two ceiling plans, I'm just going to delete that. Okay, so let me just rename this. So I'll call this level 2 HVAC plenum plan. Okay, and then the other one, level 3 HVAC plenum plan. There you go. So if I open the level 2 plenum plan, so this is how it looks like. So level 3 plenum plan, so this is how it looks like. All right. So we just need to adjust the view range later on. Now, after we create the levels for plenum spaces, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create spaces on existing level. Okay, so let me just open the level 1 HVAC plan. Okay, so I'm going to zoom into this area here. So let us go to the Analyze tab. So let's select the space. Okay, so select the space, and here on the options bar, so there's the upper limit option here. So I'm going to change this to level 2. There you go. So from level 1 up to level 2. So I'm not going to put any offset here. So I'm just going to make that 0. Okay, and then I'm going to select place spaces automatically. Tag on placement. Okay, so make sure this is checked so that when we place our space, so there's a tag automatically placed. All right, so we're now ready from level 1 to level 2 with an offset height of 0, and then tag on placement. So let us now place it. So we're going to place that to these areas here. So here, click that. So I click here, here. There you go. There you go. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to place all spaces in the whole building, but I know you get the idea. So if you want to see the older version like 2018, 2017, 19, or 2020, so I also have videos on how to place spaces in those versions. So you just need to go to my channel and then just search on my channel about the spaces or zones. Okay. So I'm just doing it on Revit 2021 so that every year I have different version so that in case there's a changes, you'll be able to see the difference. Okay. So now after we place the spaces that we need, for example, for level 1, so let us go to level 2 HVAC plan. Okay, and then I'm going to select the space here, click the space. Okay, so now for the upper limit, I'm going to select here level 2 plenum. So from level 2 HVAC plan up to level 2 HVAC plenum. Okay, so it's meaning to say I'm going to create a space from level 2 to level 2 plenum. Okay, so I'm going to open the level 2 HVAC plan. Then I'm going to select space, upper limit, level 2 plenum, and then the offset, again, it's 0. So I'll just make it 0, and then let us now place the spaces. So let's say here. There you go. There you go. Okay, so let us place these spaces here. There you go. And then I'll select here OK. Okay. Now, if I'm going to open here the space schedule, so there's the space schedule here. There's a space schedule. So you will notice here, so there is a room name and also a room number. Okay, so these room names and then this room number, so these are actually came from the link model, from the architectural model. So in architectural model, they already specify there the name of each rooms. Okay, so these are the names of those rooms and then the room number. So our goal here is we want to make sure that the name of our room is the same as the space here. So basically, we want to make this archive, washing room, cleaning, and then we also need to follow the number of the architectural room number. Okay, so we want to have the room name here the same, and then the room number here the same. So to do that, you can actually type it one by one. Okay, you can type it, you can type the number, you just need to follow. Or what you can do is, you can go to the Analyze, and then there's the space naming here. Okay, so there's the space naming tool. So if I'm going to select this, it will open up the space naming dialog box. So I'm going to make sure that I'm going to copy all the levels. So names and numbers of the architectural model. So Revit will automatically copy the architectural room name and then room number. So names and numbers, and then all levels. Okay, so I'll just select it OK, and then see what will happen here. Okay, there you go. See, it's now the same. Because in lower version like Revit 2010, there's no feature like this in Revit. So you need to download separately that plugin. But good to know, or a good thing, Autodesk put the space naming feature in the software itself. So you don't need to download it separately. Because before, during the old days, so you need to download a separate plugin, space naming utility, for you to be able to do this. Okay? So they are now the same here. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add plenum spaces. Okay, so I'm going to add plenum spaces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the general building section here. So let me just adjust this section boundary. Let me just adjust that one. Just like this. There you go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a legend. Okay, so I'm going to put a color fill legend. So this one. Okay, so color fill legends. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to place one here. There you go. And make sure this is spaces. I will be using schema 1. Okay, and there you go. Okay, so now what I want is I want to place also the spaces in my plenum. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to open my level 2 plenum. Okay, let me open that level 2 HVAC plenum. Okay, and then after that, let us adjust first the view range so that we'll be able to see those walls in this level here. So I'm going to adjust the view range. So let me go to the view range here. Okay, and then let's adjust it. Okay, so here for the cut plane, so instead of 1,200, I'm just going to make it 500. Okay, and then I'm going to select here. Okay, there you go. So at least we are now able to see those walls. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to place the space here, space, and then I will be placing space from level 2 plenum plan up to level 3. Okay, so level 2 plenum level up to level 3 with an offset distance of 0. So 0. Okay, and let us now place it. So let's say I'm going to place here, here, here. Okay, so for this one, we do not need to rename these spaces because these are plenum space. So I'll just leave it as it is. I'll just leave it as plenum or space. So no need for me to rename this space because they're just space on the plenum. So if we go back to our general building section, so you will now see those spaces, right? So those are the plenum spaces. So it's there, right? So it's just a space. So the reason why we also need to place this space on the plenum so that we'll be able to generate or we'll be able to accurately perform the heating and cooling load calculation because you need to consider also those plenum spaces. Okay, so that's the reason why we did that. Okay, so basically that's how you create your space. It's not that difficult. So you just need to consider all the levels for you to be able to accurately place it correctly. Okay, so there's our plenum. All right. Now, for the next topic, what we are going to discuss is creating zones. Okay, so that will going to be the next topic that we are going to discuss. So hopefully you learned something from this video. If you have any comments, questions, just put it in the comment section below, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day.